The hill country woke as if it had forgotten how. Mist clung to the low places between stone ribs, and the earth, what passed for earth after decades of ore harvesting, held the chill too tightly. Mirel Vanthe moved through it anyway, skirt tucked up, boots wet, a basket of cuttings balanced against her hip. She kept her pace steady not because she wasn't cold, but because steadiness was a kind of spell in itself. The land listened better when you didn't flinch. Her greenhouse crouched behind a tumble of slate like a secret someone had tried to bury gently. From the road it was nothing, just a smear of fog and brambles where bracken should have been. Up close, the panes were old, patched with resin and prayer. The frame had once been a miner's tool shed. Mirel had made it something else with careful hands, salvaged hinges, and a stubborn tenderness that never quite felt like hope. Hope was loud. It drew attention. She could afford neither. Inside, warmth rose to meet her like a palm held near a candle. Rows of beds stretched in orderly patience, each labeled with a strip of bark etched in charcoal, bitterroot, marrow leaf, sunmint, stitchwort. A hanging lattice of vines dripped last night's condensation into clay cups. In one corner, the most dangerous thing she owned sat under a cloth, a wooden trough of dark soil that looked too rich to belong in this country. Mirel set the basket down and breathed the damp green scent until the ache behind her eyes loosened. She slid her gloves on, though no one was here to see her skin. Gloves weren't for modesty. They were for memory. They reminded her what to hide. At the far bed, the seedlings had begun their daily argument with the blight. Leaves curled inward like fists. Stems browned at the base. Mirel crouched, pressing 2 fingers to the soil beside the weakest plant. The dirt felt wrong, thin, sharp, hungry. It had the texture of exhaustion. She closed her eyes and let her attention fall downward, past the surface, into the root web. She did not call magic by name. Names were handles, and handles could be grabbed. She listened. Root binding was never a roar. It was a hush between heartbeats, a thread you could either catch or miss depending on how much noise you carried inside you. Mirel had learned that as a child, before her father told her to stop. Before he looked around the yard as if the wind itself might be listening and said, in the voice he used for storms, "Not here. Not ever where the court can smell it." She found the loam thread in herself the way she always did, not as power, but as weight. A groundedness behind the breastbone. A pull toward the patient side of things. Then she offered the thread to the soil. Not command. Exchange. The bed answered with a faint thrum that traveled up her fingers, into her wrist, as if the earth had recognized her the way an old dog recognized a returning step. She guided warmth into the roots, coaxing, persuading, reminding. Where the soil had been stripped of minerals, she nudged it to remember them. Where it had been poisoned by tailings and ironwash, she invited the toxins to settle and bind, to stop biting. The cost arrived quietly. Her molars tingled as if someone had tapped them with a spoon. A small ache flared in her knuckles. Mirel did not grimace. She held the thread just long enough to feel the first lift in the seedling stems, just long enough for the leaves to uncurl a fraction, as if they'd decided to trust the morning again. Then she withdrew and flexed her fingers, forcing blood back into them. She rolled her shoulders once, slow, and reached for her watering pail. A practical life had taught her that heroics were a way to die early. Outside, the village bell gave a single dull note. Not alarm, summons. Mirel's stomach tightened all the same. She finished watering, wiped the rim of each clay cup, and covered the rich soil trough again. When she stepped back out into the mist, the air hit her like cold cloth. She latched the greenhouse door and pulled a woven screen of brambles across it, the kind of disguise any passerby would read as neglect. Then she started down the narrow path toward the cluster of cottages that made up Brine Hollow. Brine Hollow's roofs were patched with slate and old sailcloth. Gardens were small, hungry squares. People grew what they could, onions that tasted of grit, cabbages with thin hearts, beans that fought for every inch. The blight had been a long war, and the hill country was losing by degrees. Mirel kept her head down as she passed the first cottage. Old Nessa sat on her step, peeling roots with slow, determined movements. She looked up, eyes sharp as needles. "You're late," Nessa said. Mirel's mouth tried to smile. The seedlings needed coaxing. Everything needs coaxing, Nessa muttered, and went back to her knife. But her gaze lingered on Mirel's hands, as if she could see through the gloves. You're too young to look that tired. Mirel did not answer. She waved once and kept walking. The meeting had gathered in the shed behind the cooper's shop, the one place big enough to fit a dozen people and their worries. Brennick Halvar stood near the door, broad-shouldered, hair still damp from washing. He had the steady build of someone who'd carried barrels since boyhood. His shirt sleeves were rolled, showing forearms marked by honest work. When he saw Mirel, his expression softened in a way that made something in her chest pinch. He was a good man. That was the trouble. Goodness made obligations feel like gratitude. You came, Brennick said quietly, as if her presence could be a promise. Mirel nodded and took the empty spot beside him. The space between their shoulders was narrow. She could feel his warmth through her sleeve. She tried not to notice how her body leaned toward it on instinct. At the center of the shed, the alderman cleared his throat. His name was Parvo, and his beard had gone more grey than brown in the past year. The court's levy comes due in 2 weeks, Parvo said. We don't have it. A murmur rose, too tired to be outrage, too strained to be resignation. Mirel felt it move through the crowd like a draft. We have the barley, someone offered. Barley that tastes like ash, another snapped. They'll reject it and fine us besides. Parvo lifted his hand. We can't fight the levy. We can only meet it or suffer. And the Halvar debt, Parvo added, glancing toward Brennick's family representative, Brennick himself, for there wasn't anyone else with the spine for it. It comes due as well. Mirel's throat went dry. She knew this part. She had known it since her father died and the ledger moved from his hands to other people's. Brennick's jaw tightened. He didn't look at Mirel. That, too, was mercy. The Halvar family had lent money when Mirel's father's lungs began failing from mine dust. The debt had bought medicine that didn't work, and food that kept the family alive long enough to bury him. It had also chained Mirel's future to paper. Brennick spoke carefully. My mother isn't asking for more than what's written. Parvo sighed. Written doesn't mean possible. It means owed, Brennick replied, but there was no hardness in it. Only the dull weight of law. Mirel's hands curled around her gloves. She felt the faint, lingering ache in her knuckles from the greenhouse. The seeds in her mind were already counting how much loamcraft she could pull without risking stone sleep, how much soil she could heal before the levy. It wasn't enough. It was never enough, and that was how fear kept breathing. Parvo looked at Mirel, and for a moment she thought he knew. Not her magic, perhaps, but her desperation. The engagement stands, Parvo said, voice gentler than before. It's the only way to keep the debt from swallowing your cottage, Mirel. Brennick's offered terms that protect you. That protect your mother. Protect. A word with soft edges that still cut. Mirel's mother, Ellen, stood at the back with her arms crossed. Her eyes were watchful, tired, loving, and afraid. Ellen had never demanded Mirel accept the engagement, but she had never refused it either. Hunger didn't allow for pride. Brennick finally looked at Mirel, and his gaze held a question he never asked aloud. Are you with me? Mirel's tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. She managed a nod that might have been agreement, might have been surrender. After the meeting, Brennick walked her home. The mist had lifted enough for the hills to show their scars, long cuts where the mines had been, tailing piles like sleeping beasts. A thin line of road ran toward the distant capital. Toward Cindervale Court. Brennick kept his pace matched to hers. He always did. I know it feels like a cage, he said after a while, staring ahead. But it isn't meant that way. It's a roof. Something solid. A roof can still trap you if the door locks, Mirel said before she could stop herself. Brennick's breath puffed white. I wouldn't lock it. No, Mirel admitted. You wouldn't. The silence between them was thick with everything neither of them wanted to say. That Mirel's heart didn't leap when Brennick reached for her hand. That she wanted to want what he offered. That she was tired of living in a world where survival demanded bargains. Brennick stopped at her gate. It was a crooked thing made of salvaged boards, leaning as if listening. He didn't touch her. He rarely did, as if he could sense that touch would make their arrangement feel too real. My mother asked me to remind you 2 weeks after the Levi. Mirel swallowed. I know. She's not cruel, Brennick added, a quiet defense. She's frightened. We all are. I know, Mirel said again, and meant it, and still hated that it was true. When he left, Mirel watched him go until the mist swallowed his shape. Only then did she turn toward the cottage. Ellen was waiting inside. The hearth was lit, but the warmth didn't reach the corners. Mirel shrugged off her cloak. You pushed yourself again, Ellen said, eyes flicking to Mirel's mouth. Your teeth are clenching. Mirel forced her jaw loose. It was only a little. Ellen's mouth tightened. Little adds up. Your father. Don't, Mirel said softly. The word came out sharper than she intended. She reached for Ellen's hand, but stopped herself. Not because touch was dangerous, because affection felt like a debt, too, when you were afraid to lose someone. Ellen sighed and looked away. We have to think of what's next. Mirel stared at the floorboards. I am. Ellen hesitated, then spoke the thing she'd been circling. Maybe you should stop with the greenhouse. It's too risky. If the court finds out. They won't, Mirel said, but the certainty tasted like a lie. And if I stop, we starve sooner. Ellen's eyes shone with unshed tears. You're not meant to carry the land on your back. Mirel's laugh was small and bitter. The land doesn't care what I'm meant for. That night, she returned to the greenhouse under moonlight, like a thief visiting her own heart. She mixed crushed eggshell and dried nettle into the poorest bed to replace what she'd taken. She pressed her palm to the soil and whispered a wordless apology. The earth accepted it, and her bones ached anyway. She was halfway through tying up a vine when she sensed someone beyond the slate tumble. Not footsteps, she would have heard those. A shift in the night, a pause where there shouldn't be one. Mirel froze, rope in hand, breath held. The screen of brambles at the door was still in place. But mist could hide a man. So could silence. Mirel's pulse thudded in her ears. She reached under the bench and found the small pruning knife she kept for cutting stubborn roots. It wasn't much of a weapon. It would have to be enough. A shadow moved past the greenhouse panes. Mirel slipped between rows, keeping low. The shadow stopped at the door. A hand lifted the bramble screen just enough to peer in. She caught a glimpse of pale skin and a glint of metal, not jewelry. Something else. A clasp, perhaps. A badge. Caught. Her throat tightened. If they had found her, there would be no employment offer. There would be irons. There would be dampening bans. There would be exile to the salt barrens where nothing grew but thirst. The door latch shifted. Mirel did the only thing she could. She drew a small loam thread up through her feet, into her legs, into her palm, and pressed it toward the floor near the door. Not enough to collapse the greenhouse, never that, not here. Just enough to soften the earth beneath the threshold. The latch clicked. The door opened a fraction. A boot stepped forward, then sank. There was a curse, muffled. The figure stumbled, catching himself on the frame. Mirel surged forward before he could recover, knife raised, eyes fierce. Stop, she hissed. The man froze, one hand still braced against the door. He was younger than she expected, early 20s, perhaps. His hair was cropped short. His cloak was dark and fine, too fine for this village. His eyes flicked over her, taking in the knife, the beds, the too rich soil, the unnatural health of the plants. He lifted both hands slowly. I'm not here to harm you. You're here to take me, Mirel said. His gaze sharpened. If I wanted to take you, you'd already be bound. That was not reassurance. Who are you? Mirel demanded. Edrin Sale, he said. The name carried the crispness of a caught tongue. Cindervale Court. Mirel's grip tightened on the knife. Then leave. Edrin's eyes flicked to the seedlings she'd revived, to the dark trough under cloth. I can't. Mirel's skin went cold. You saw. I saw what the land did when you touched it. His voice was careful, like someone approaching a skittish animal. And I've been sent to find the reason the iron roses are dying. Mirel's mind raced. Iron roses were court myth, luxury blooms that only grew in the conservatory of the palace. If they were dying, the court would be desperate. Desperation made monsters. I don't know anything about court flowers, Mirel said. You know about soil, Edrin replied. And this country's soil is failing. Yet yours, he gestured to the beds. Yours isn't. Mirel wanted to deny it. Wanted to laugh. Wanted to run. Instead she stood in the narrow aisle of her greenhouse, knife trembling slightly, and realized denial had already failed. The plants were evidence. The rich trough was proof. Her own body, lithe and mineral hollow from what she'd given, was confession. Edrin stepped back, boot still half sunk in softened earth. I can offer you a choice. Come willingly, or be taken by someone less polite. I have a mother, Mirel snapped. I have a village. I know, Edrin said, and something in his tone shifted. Not sympathy, information. Brine Hollow is under Levi. Your cottage sits on land the court can repossess for unpaid tax. Your mother is listed as infirm. She'll be sent to the workhouses if the debt is called. Mirel felt as if the floor had fallen away beneath her. Edrin watched her face with the stillness of someone trained to read fear. You can come to Cindervale as a contracted gardener. Paid. Protected. Your village receives a temporary stay on Levi if you succeed. And if I refuse? Mirel whispered. Edrin's jaw tightened. Then the court still needs what you can do. The difference is whether you walk on your own feet. The greenhouse suddenly felt too small. The air was too warm. Mirel's teeth ached sharply, as if the loam thread in her body was screaming at being cornered. She lowered the knife an inch. Not surrender. Calculation. How long? She asked. Until the conservatory is restored, Edrin said. Or until the court decides you've failed. Mirel's mind flashed to Brennick, to the 2-week deadline, to Ellen's tired eyes. A contracted gardener at court could repay debts, could shield Brine Hollow, could delay the engagement, could maybe even end it, if she returned with coin and leverage instead of apology. Or she could be swallowed by the palace and never come back. Let me speak to my mother, Mirel said. Edrin nodded once. At dawn. Then we leave. He backed out, freeing his boot with a grimace as the softened earth slowly hardened again. Mirel watched him go through the panes until the mist took him, then slumped against a bench, breath shaking. Her fingers were numb. She stared at the seedlings, at their small lifted leaves, and wondered if she just fed them with the last ordinary night she would ever have. Dawn came too fast. Ellen cried and did not beg. That was what broke Mirel the most. Ellen simply held Mirel's face in her hands and said, if you must go, go with your eyes open. Don't let them make you forget you're a person. Brennick arrived when the village still smelled of morning smoke. He looked from Mirel's packed satchel to the dark court cloak Edrin wore and went still. What is this? He asked, voice low. Mirel's throat tightened. She had rehearsed explanations, but none of them fit around the guilt in her chest. The court needs a gardener. Brennick's gaze flicked to Edrin. Why her? Edrin offered a shallow bow, the kind that wasn't respect so much as performance. Because she's skilled. Brennick's eyes returned to Mirel. And you agreed. Mirel forced herself to meet his gaze. I have to. She swallowed. They'll hurt the village if I don't. Brennick's face tightened in a way that made him look suddenly older. You should have told me. I didn't have time, Mirel whispered. Brennick's jaw worked as if he were biting back a dozen things. Finally he said, when you come back, we'll still have the engagement. You'll still have a roof. Mirel heard the hope in it, and it hurt worse than anger would have. Brennick. He stepped closer, then stopped, hands at his sides. He did not touch her. His voice was rough. Just come back. Mirel nodded because she could not give him anything else. The road to Cindervale cut through scarred hills into greener lowlands. As the days passed, the air softened. Fields appeared, thin but present. River marches glimmered in the distance like spilled silver. Mirel watched it all with a mix of hunger and suspicion. She had never traveled this far. Every mile made Brine Hollow feel less like home and more like a story she'd told herself to survive. Edrin was not unkind on the road. He shared bread, pointed out safe water, kept his distance as if aware he was a blade in polite clothing. But whenever Mirel tried to ask why the iron roses mattered, he gave only the same answer. They're tied to the court. When the palace finally rose against the horizon, Mirel stopped walking without meaning to. Cindervale Court was not a single castle. It was a spine of iron towers set into black stone, bridges like ribs, walls that caught the light and threw it back in cold gleams. The gates were etched with oaths, lines of script so fine they looked like veins. Smoke from distant forges rose in thin columns, disciplined as soldiers. Mirel's skin prickled. Not with awe. With the sense of walking into something that had been made to last without caring what it crushed. At the outer gate, guards in dark armor inspected Edrin's papers. Their helms had narrow slits, their voices were clipped. Mirel kept her eyes forward, hands clasped. She could feel the loam thread in her body going quiet, withdrawing like a snail into shell. Inside the walls, everything smelled of metal and rosemary. The streets were clean. Too clean. Even the flowers in the planters looked curated, tamed versions of wildness. Edrin led her through a service entrance rather than the grand arch. That was both insult and protection. Mirel accepted it gratefully. The conservatory sat on the palace's eastern side, a long hall of glass and ironwork with arched ribs. It should have been beautiful. It was, in a way. But as Mirel approached, she felt the wrongness again, the same hungry thinness she'd felt in her greenhouse soil, only deeper, threaded through stone and metal. At the conservatory doors, a woman waited with her hands on her hips, stance wide, expression unimpressed by everything. Hester Brannock, she introduced herself as Edrin spoke with a steward nearby. And you must be the hill girl they dragged in like a sack of roots. Mirel's cheeks warmed. Mirel Vanthe. Hester's eyes traveled over her calloused hands, patched cloak, mud on boots that no amount of wiping could hide. Hester grunted. You look like you know which end of a shovel bites. I do. Good. Because the roses are dying, and the nobles are panicking, and the staff are the ones who'll be whipped if it goes wrong. Hester leaned closer, lowering her voice. Don't let them smile at you. Smile is just teeth with manners. Mirel swallowed. What's wrong with them? Hester's gaze flicked toward the glass ribs overhead. No one will tell me. They just say the prince wants them saved. The prince, Mirel echoed, and felt a small twist in her stomach at the way the words carried weight. Hester nodded once. Prince Veyran Corvain. Iron Crown. Untouchable. All that. Untouchable. Mirel's pulse stumbled. Hester studied her face, then snorted. Don't look like that. You're here to garden, not swoon. Mirel almost laughed. I'm not here for that. Good, Hester said. Because you'll not even see him unless he wants you to. They entered the conservatory. It was warmer inside, but the warmth felt wrong, like heat trapped under glass, unable to breathe. Beds of exotic plants lined the aisles, but many of them drooped. Leaves yellowed at the edges. Vines were brittle. A fountain trickled in the center, water moving slowly as if reluctant. And then Mirel saw the iron roses. They grew along an elevated bed shaped like a crescent moon, their stems dark and glossy, thorns like tiny hooks of hammered metal. The blooms should have been impossible, petals that looked like iron worked so thin it became silk. In the dim light, they caught silver and red, the way forged metal caught firelight. But the petals were curling inward, not like fists but like wounds closing. The veins in them had dulled to gray. Some blooms had blackened at the edges, as if burned from within. Mirel walked toward them without realizing she'd moved. The closer she got, the louder the wrongness became in her bones, like a bell struck softly and never allowed to finish ringing. Hester cleared her throat. That bed's restricted. I'm not touching them, Mirel said, voice almost a whisper. You'd better not, Hester replied. Then, less harshly, look all you like. The last gardener who touched them wept for 2 days and claimed the roses screamed. Mirel stared at the sick blooms. Her fingers itched. She could sense the soil beneath them, thin and starved despite its richness. More than that, she could sense an oath thread woven through the bed like wire, binding life to metal, metal to something else. Something beating. Her mouth went dry. These aren't just flowers. Hester's eyes narrowed. No. They're politics. A voice cut through the conservatory air like a blade sliding from a sheath. Hester. Hester straightened instantly, all roughness tucked away. My prince. Mirel turned slowly. He stood at the far end of the aisle, framed by iron ribs and pale winter light. Prince Veyran Corvain was taller than most men Mirel had known, but it wasn't height that made him feel large. It was stillness. He held himself as if every movement was considered, every breath measured against consequence. His hair was dark, brushed back from his brow. His clothing was simple by court standards, no heavy jewels, no embroidered peacocking, just dark fabric cut to perfection. Gloves covered his hands, black leather fitted tight. A high collar shadowed the line of his jaw. And his skin, Mirel's stomach clenched, his skin was not pale or brown like most men's. It gleamed faintly, not like armor worn over flesh, but like flesh itself had been forged. The skin at his throat, visible above the collar, held a muted metallic sheen, as if iron had learned to imitate living warmth and failed by a fraction. His eyes fixed on Mirel. Grey, cool, sharp. But there was something tired in them that didn't belong in a young face. Hester, he repeated, and though his tone was calm, Mirel felt the quiet command in it. Leave us. Hester hesitated, glancing at Mirel, then bowed. As she passed, she muttered so low only Mirel could hear, "Don't touch anything you don't mean to keep." Then she was gone, and the conservatory felt suddenly too vast. Mirel kept her hands clasped tightly in front of her. My prince. He stopped several paces away. Not close enough to breathe the same air without effort. Mirel Vanthe, he said, as if tasting the name for truth. Edrin tells me you can make dead soil behave. Mirel's throat tightened. I'm a gardener. Veyran's gaze flicked to the iron roses, then back to her. A gardener, he echoed, tone unreadable. Mirel held herself still. She could feel the loam thread in her body curling tight, wary, like a cat in a stranger's lap. He gestured with one gloved hand toward the crescent bed. Tell me what you see. Mirel swallowed. They're bound. Veyran did not blink. To what? Mirel looked at the roses again. The oath thread in the soil pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat heard through walls. The wrongness in the air tightened around her ribs. She answered carefully. To your court. To something living. Something that's being forced to feed metal. A pause. When Veyran spoke again, his voice had softened by a fraction, as if he'd stepped onto thinner ice. And can you fix it? Mirel's mouth went dry. There was a trap in that question, whether he meant it or not. If she said yes, she promised what she might not be able to deliver. If she said no, she might never leave this place. I can try, she said. But I need time. Veyran nodded once. You have it. Within reason. Mirel's fingers tightened. And if I succeed? Your village receives the stay on Levi Edrin offered, Veyran said. And your wages will repay any private debts tied to your labor. Any. Mirel's heart lurched. That could free her from the Halvar ledger. Free her from the engagement. The thought came so fast she almost hated herself for it. And if I fail? She asked, voice quiet. Veyran's gaze held hers. Something flickered there, regret, perhaps. Or familiarity with failure. Then I will be forced to choose between my realm and your safety, he said simply. The honesty chilled Mirel more than any threat. She nodded because she had no other weapon but composure. Veyran's eyes dipped to her hands. Do you fear me, Mirel Vanthe? Mirel wanted to lie. Lies were safer. But her mother's voice echoed, go with your eyes open. I fear what the court does when it's desperate, Mirel said. Veyran's mouth tightened at one corner, an almost smile, humorless. A wise fear. He turned slightly, angling his body so the iron roses were in his line of sight again. The roses began failing the same week the treaty emissaries arrived. The court claims it is coincidence. I do not. Mirel's gaze followed his. Treaty emissaries? The river marches demand a handfast oath, Veyran said. A public sealing. Skin to skin. Mirel's breath caught. Her mind snagged on the phrase untouchable. Veyran's voice remained calm, but Mirel sensed the strain beneath it, like metal under pressure. You may work here. Hester will provide tools and access. You will report to her and to Edrin. If you discover anything unusual, you will tell me. Mirel nodded. Yes, my prince. Veyran watched her for another heartbeat, then inclined his head dismissal, but not unkind. As he turned to leave, Mirel saw something else, a faint tremor in his right shoulder, as if holding himself still required effort. As if the iron skin was not strength but burden. When he was gone, Mirel let out the breath she'd been holding. Her knees felt weak. Hester returned a moment later, eyes sharp. He spoke to you. He did, Mirel said. Hester huffed. And you're still alive. That's a start. Mirel managed a small, strained smile. What happens now? Now, Hester said, already moving, you work. The days that followed blurred into the rhythms Mirel knew best: soil, water, pruning, listening. The conservatory's beds were complex, layered with imported loams and mineral mixes. The staff watched Mirel with a mixture of suspicion and hope that made her skin itch. Nobles wandered through in silks, whispering behind fans. Mirel kept her gaze down and her hands busy. At night, she lay in a narrow staff room with a small window and listened to the palace breathe. Pipes ticked. Distant forges hummed. Somewhere beyond the walls, water moved through the fountain like a tired sigh. On the third day, Quen Darsil found her kneeling near the crescent bed with a bowl of crushed shell and peat. He looked like someone who'd spent more time with parchment than sun, thin, pale, hair tied back with ink-stained fingers. His eyes were bright with nervous curiosity. You're the gardener, he said, as if confirming a rumor. Mirel stood quickly, wiping her hands on her apron. Yes. Quen offered a stiff bow. Quen Darsil. Archivist. Pact scholar. Mirel's stomach tightened. Scholars asked questions. Questions found truths. I don't know anything about pacts, she said quickly. Quen blinked. No. Then you're fortunate. Knowledge of pacts tends to be heavy. His gaze flicked to the iron roses. You can feel it, can't you? The thread. Mirel kept her expression blank. I can feel the soil is sick. Quen's mouth opened, then closed. He seemed to choose his words with care. If you are only a gardener, you are the most perceptive gardener I've ever met. Mirel's pulse quickened. I'm working. Quen nodded rapidly. Yes. Of course. I wanted to say, be careful. The court doesn't understand balance. It understands holding. His gaze darted around as if the glass ribs might be listening. And what they cannot hold, they break. Mirel swallowed. Why are you telling me this? Quen's face tightened with a kind of earnest fear. Because if the roses fail completely, the pact stabilizers will collapse, and the court will blame someone. And the someone will not be the nobles. Mirel's hands curled. What are the roses bound to? Quen hesitated. Then, very softly, the Iron Crown. The prince himself. Mirel felt the wrongness in her bones flare in response, like a thread pulled tight. Quen took a half step back, as if he'd said too much. I shouldn't forget I spoke. Truly. Forget it. And he fled like a man chased by his own words. That evening, Mirel returned to the crescent bed after the conservatory emptied. She knelt and pressed her gloved hand to the soil. The oath thread under it pulsed faintly, steady as a heartbeat. If the roses were bound to Veyran, then their death was not an omen. It was a symptom. It was the land screaming through flowers because the court would not listen any other way. Mirel stared at her glove, at the fabric between her skin and the earth. If she removed it and pulled loamcraft here, she could learn more. She could also ruin everything. Her teeth ached as if in warning. She left the glove on. On the 5th day, the accident happened. Mirel had been working the ironthorn vine trellis near the far wall. Ironthorn was a defensive plant cultivated for palace borders, beautiful, vicious, its thorns hard enough to pierce leather. It had been trained into an archway, but the conservatory's imbalance had made it restless. Shoots grew too fast. Tendrils twitched as if searching for something to grab. Hester had warned Mirel to prune it with care. Mirel had listened. She was careful. Careful wasn't always enough. A noblewoman, Lady Cauldron Vase, according to the murmurs, entered with 2 attendants, their laughter bright as glass. They paused too close to the trellis, and one attendant brushed the vine with a sleeve. Iron Thorn reacted like a startled animal. The tendril snapped outward, whipping toward exposed skin. Mirel surged forward instinctively, shears in hand, grabbing the vine midlash. The thorns bit through her glove and drew blood. Pain flashed up her arm, hot and sharp, but she held on and yanked the vine down, forcing it away from the attendant's throat. The attendant squealed and stumbled back. Lady Cauldron gasped. Their retreat pulled air through the conservatory like a draft. And then Mirel realized someone else had stepped into the aisle. Prince Veyran. He moved fast, faster than his stillness suggested he could, gloved hand lifted as if to intervene, too late. The iron thorn, caught in Mirel's grip, jerked again, its second tendril swinging wide. Not toward Mirel. Toward him. Straight toward his throat. Mirel did not think. Thought came after. Reflex came first. She lunged. Her shears were too far. The only thing close enough was his arm, raised in defense. Mirel reached for him. Her bare hand, because the glove had torn, because blood had made fabric slip, because the world did not pause for carefulness, closed around his forearm. Metal met skin. Mirel braced for heat, for pain, for the stories Hester had spat like warnings. She braced for him to recoil, for her own flesh to blister, for guards to drag her down. Nothing happened. His iron skin was cool beneath her palm. Solid, yes, but not burning. Not cruel. It felt like touching a river stone warmed by sun, steady, strange, real. Veyran froze as if struck. The iron thorn tendril fell limp, as if the air itself had forgotten its rage. Mirel's grip tightened in shock, and she felt something else beneath the iron, something like a pulse. A living beat, faint but present, answering through metal. Silence crashed down around them. Lady Cauldron's breath caught, sharp and loud in the stillness. One of her attendants whispered, "Saints." Mirel realized, with sudden horror, that she was still holding the prince. She yanked her hand away as if burned, though she wasn't. Her palm stung from torn skin, not magic. She stared at her own fingers, smeared with a line of red, then looked up at Veyran. His eyes were wide, the grey stripped of distance. For a heartbeat he looked not like a prince, not like iron, but like a man who had spent his whole life flinching from touch and had just discovered the world did not have to hurt. His gloved hand hovered inches from where her palm had been, unmoving. He didn't reach for her. He didn't step back. He simply stood there, breath held, as if any movement might break what had just happened. Mirel's heart hammered so hard she felt it in her throat. She bowed too quickly, too deeply. "My prince, I." Veyran's gaze flicked to her torn glove, to the blood on her hand. Then back to her face. His voice, when it came, was low and controlled by sheer force. "Everyone out," he said. Lady Cauldron looked as if she wanted to protest, then thought better of it. She swept away with her attendants like silk fleeing fire. Hester burst into the aisle from the far door, face already storm-dark. She took one look at Mirel's bleeding hand, then at the prince's rigid posture, and went still. Veyran did not look at Hester. His eyes stayed on Mirel. "Hester," he said, voice like iron struck softly. "Leave us." Hester hesitated, jaw tight, then bowed stiffly and retreated, shutting the conservatory doors behind her. Mirel stood alone with the untouchable prince in a hall of dying roses and trembling vines, her palm still remembering a cool, impossible truth. Veyran took a single step closer. Not close enough to crowd her. Close enough to make the space between them feel chosen. His gaze lowered to her hand again. "You should have been hurt," he said quietly. Mirel swallowed hard. "So should you." Veyran's breath left him in a slow, controlled exhale. The muscles in his jaw worked once, as if he were forcing 1,000 questions into a single line. "Do you understand what you just did?" he asked. Mirel looked down at her bleeding palm, then back up at him. Her voice was a whisper. "No," she admitted. "But I think I'm the reason you weren't hurt." Veyran's eyes held hers, unblinking. Then, very carefully, He began to pull one glove off, slow enough that Mirel could have said no, could have stepped back, could have run. He didn't reach for her. He simply revealed his bare hand as if it were a confession. Mirel's breath caught. His hand looked like a hand should, and also not. The shape was human, the lines familiar, but the skin held that muted iron sheen, fine as brushed metal. Beautiful in a way that was almost cruel. Veyran lifted it halfway between them, palm angled toward her, not touching. Offering. Mirel's pulse roared in her ears. Every survival instinct screamed at her to refuse. Every stubborn part of her that had ever coaxed life from dead soil whispered that sometimes you had to risk your own fear to keep something alive. She did not move. Neither did he. The moment stretched, clean, charged, full of consent and uncertainty. Two people standing at the edge of something neither had asked for, neither could ignore. Veyran's voice was barely audible. "If you can touch me without pain," he said, "then you are not only a gardener." Mirel's throat tightened around truth and terror. "And if I am more than a gardener," she whispered, "then I am in danger." Veyran's gaze did not soften, but something in it steadied, as if he had made a decision that would cost him. "Then," he said, hand still offered, "so am I." The silence between them did not break so much as settle, heavy as a blanket laid over a fire to keep it from being seen. Mirel stared at the prince's uncovered hand hovering in the air like an unanswered question. He did not move closer. He did not demand. He simply waited, still as iron, giving her the space to choose. Her torn glove hung from 2 fingers like a surrender flag. Blood beaded along a shallow cut on her palm. The sight of it steadied her. Pain she understood. Power she did not. "I need something," Mirel said, voice tight. Veyran's gaze remained fixed on her face. "Name it." "No punishments," she said, and surprised herself with the firmness. "Not for my village. Not for Hester. Not for anyone who helps me. And you don't speak of what happened here until I say." A flicker crossed his eyes, not anger. Calculation. The weight of a ruler measuring what he could promise without turning it into a lie. "I can promise you this," he said slowly. "No one will be punished for what happened in this conservatory today. Not by my command." Mirel heard the careful shape of the words. Not by his command left room for others. She hated that she understood that kind of language. "And if others try," she pressed. Veyran's jaw tightened. "Then they try me." The words were quiet. They landed like a lock turning. Mirel's breath shuddered out. "And my village? Brine Hollow will have a stay on Levi," Veyran said. "Effective immediately. It will be written and sealed tonight. Edrin will carry it." Relief hit Mirel so sharply her knees threatened to give. She forced herself to stand straighter, as if she could keep gratitude from becoming another chain. Veyran's bare hand remained between them, still offered, still not touching. "Now you," he said. "Name what you are." Mirel's fingers curled. The loam thread inside her, tight with fear, pulsed once. She could lie. She could keep clinging to Gardener and hope no one ever tugged too hard. But he had seen her touch him. The conservatory itself had gone quiet like a beast recognizing its handler. "I'm not supposed to exist," she said. Veyran did not flinch. "Because of the law." Mirel's throat tightened. "Because of what the court did to loamcasters the last time they were afraid." A pause. Veyran's eyes dipped to the iron roses, dulled and curling inward. When he looked back at her, something hard had settled behind his gaze, not cruelty. Resolve. "You won't be dragged to the Salt Barrens," he said. "Not while you are under my protection." Under. Another word with a shadow. Mirel hated it and clung to it anyway. "I don't want your protection," she said, honesty sharp enough to sting. "I want freedom." Veyran's mouth moved as if he might smile, then didn't. "And I want to be able to shake someone's hand without harming them." Want is not always the same as possible. Mirel swallowed. The prince's hand hovered a little higher, palm angled toward her like a door left open. He didn't close the distance. He didn't break the rule he'd given her: choice. Mirel's breathing sounded too loud. She could feel her pulse in the cut on her palm. She could also feel the conservatory watching, plants, soil, oath thread, everything waiting to see if she would run or reach. She lifted her injured hand slowly, fingers trembling, and held it a breath away from his. "Not yet," she whispered, and the words were not refusal so much as boundary. "I need to understand why." Veyran's gaze softened by a fraction. "So do I." He drew his hand back, and the air between them unclenched. Mirel exhaled without realizing she'd been holding her breath for half her life. From beyond the conservatory doors came the faint sound of hurried footsteps. Hester's voice, muffled, harsh with contained panic. "Edrin, if you so much as." The doors opened a crack, and Edrin slipped inside like a shadow that had learned to apologize. His eyes darted to the prince's bare hand, then to Mirel's torn glove and bleeding palm. He went still. "My prince," Edrin said carefully. Veyran turned his wrist and began pulling his glove back on with slow, controlled movements. "The conservatory is closed," he said. "No visitors. No gossip. No staff in here without Hester's permission." Edrin's throat bobbed. "Yes, my prince." Veyran's gaze cut to him. "You will draft a stay on Levi for Brine Hollow. Immediately." Edrin blinked, surprised. "For Brine Hollow?" "For Brine Hollow," Veyran repeated, and the tone left no room for questions. Edrin bowed. "At once." Veyran looked at Hester next, who stood rigid as a fence post, jaw clenched so hard it might crack. "Hester," he said, and something in his voice gentled. "See to her hand." Hester's eyes flicked to Mirel. "I can manage that." "Good," Veyran said. Then, to Mirel, quietly, "We will speak again. Tonight. In here." Mirel nodded once, and she hated that her body leaned forward as he turned away, as if it wanted him to stay simply because he had not demanded she be brave. When the doors shut behind him, the conservatory seemed to breathe again, plants rustling, fountain trickling, iron ribs humming with distant forge noise. Hester crossed the aisle in 3 long strides and grabbed Mirel's wrist. "Let me see." Mirel winced as Hester peeled the torn glove away. The thorn scratches were shallow but angry. Hester clicked her tongue, then, very quietly, "Saints help us," as if she just realized she had been standing beside a cliff without knowing it. Mirel's stomach knotted. "Don't say anything." Hester shot her a look. "As if I'm eager to be tossed out with the compost." She rummaged in a nearby cabinet and returned with a jar of thick green salve. "Hold still." The salve stung, then cooled. Hester wrapped Mirel's palm in clean linen with deft hands. "Did you touch him?" Hester asked, voice low and sharp. Mirel looked away. "Yes." Hester's fingers tightened briefly. "Bare skin?" Mirel nodded. Hester exhaled through her nose. "And you didn't scream?" No. Hester stared at Mirel as if trying to see through her bones. Then she swore softly. "Listen to me, hill girl. The palace runs on stories. If they decide you're a story worth telling, they'll tear you apart just to see what's inside." "I know," Mirel whispered. Hester's gaze softened a fraction. "Do you?" Because the way he looked at you, she stopped herself, lips pressing tight. "Never mind. You do your work. You keep your head down. You don't fall in love with anyone who can order your death with a word." Mirel's throat tightened. "I wasn't." Hester raised an eyebrow that said, "Not yet." Mirel looked at the iron roses, at their curled petals and dulled veins. "He's not cruel," she said, as if saying it could make it safe. Hester's laugh was humorless. "Cruel men don't scare me. They're predictable. It's the decent ones you have to watch. They make you believe the cage is a garden." Mirel swallowed hard and turned back to her work. By evening, the rumor had already begun moving like smoke through stone. Not the truth, never the truth. But whispers, a disturbance in the conservatory, a noblewoman startled, the prince present, the staff abruptly ordered out. People who had not seen anything filled the empty space with their own hunger. Mirel felt eyes on her as she crossed the service corridor to the staff quarters, as if her skin had become a lantern. She ate quickly, barely tasting the stew, and slipped out again before Hester could catch her. The conservatory was darkening, the glass ribs holding the last light like trapped breath. She let herself in with the key Hester had grudgingly given her after Act One's incident, muttering, "If you steal anything I'll skin you," as if sarcasm could ward off catastrophe. Inside, the air was cooler. The fountain's trickle sounded louder in the quiet. Mirel moved toward the crescent bed as if drawn by a thread. She didn't notice Quen until he spoke from behind a pillar. "You shouldn't be alone in here." Mirel startled, hand darting to the pruning knife tucked at her belt. Quen stepped out with his palms raised. "It's only me, Quen." Mirel's pulse slowed by degrees. "You're not supposed to be here either." "I'm not," Quen admitted, and looked vaguely miserable about it. "But you did something today that shouldn't be possible, and he swallowed. I need to know if the court is about to break." Mirel's grip loosened on the knife, but she didn't let go. "I don't know what I did." Quen's eyes flicked to her bandaged palm. "You touched him." Mirel's throat tightened. "How do you?" Quen made a helpless gesture. "I'm an archivist. I read the court's secrets for a living. This one is written in the walls." Mirel stared at him. Quen took a breath and chose his words with careful precision. "Prince Veyran's curse is an oath pact. An old one. It was forged after the Foundry Rebellion when Loamcasters nearly collapsed the Iron Towers by turning the ground to mud beneath them. The court's answer was to bind itself to iron so deeply that it could not be moved." Mirel's stomach churned. "So they made him this." Quen flinched. "Not him specifically. The line. But yes. The curse is meant to prevent betrayal by preventing closeness. It's a crown made of distance." Mirel's teeth ached in sympathy, as if her own body recognized the cruelty of it. "And the roses?" she asked. Quen glanced at the crescent bed. "They're stabilizers. A living gauge. When the oath thread is balanced, they bloom. When it's strained, they fail." Mirel swallowed. "So if they die?" Quen's voice dropped. "Then the oath thread snaps. And when a thread like that snaps, it whips." Mirel's skin went cold. "What does that mean?" Quen's eyes were wide with fear. "It means the court will fracture. Trade will fail. Factions will fight over succession. And if the treaty emissaries are here demanding a handfast oath at the same time," he let the sentence hang, heavy with implication. Mirel's mind raced. "You said my touch shouldn't be possible." Quen nodded. "Iron repels. It burns. It rejects the living. Unless," he stopped, staring at her as if the answer frightened him. "Unless you are carrying loam so purely that it grounds the thread." Mirel's jaw tightened. "Loamcraft isn't pure. It's work. It costs." Quen's gaze darted to her bandaged palm. "What does it cost you?" Mirel hesitated. Confession was dangerous. But Quen's fear felt like something that might become her own if she didn't understand the stakes. "My minerals," she said quietly. "My strength. My bones, if I'm careless. There's a thing Loamcasters call stone sleep. If you draw too deep, your body shuts down." Quen went pale. "And the court banned it anyway." "Because they feared it," Mirel said, voice bitter. "Not because it was evil." Quen's throat bobbed. "If you can ground his curse, you could rebalance the pact." "You could," he shook his head, overwhelmed. "I shouldn't be saying this. If anyone hears." The conservatory doors opened with a soft click. Quen went rigid. Mirel turned. Prince Veyran stepped inside, alone. Quen bowed so fast his spine seemed to fold. "My prince." Veyran's gaze flicked over Quen, then settled on Mirel. "Leave us, Quen." Quen's face tightened with reluctance. He glanced at Mirel once, helpless apology written all over him, then hurried out. When the doors shut, Veyran stood where he had in the afternoon, several paces away, distance chosen. "You're learning," he said quietly. Mirel's throat tightened. "I'm trying not to die." Veyran's eyes held hers. "A reasonable goal." He moved closer by one measured step. "Not a threat. Not a demand. A test of whether she would hold her ground." Mirel did. Veyran's voice lowered. "Your village's stay is sealed. Edrin will ride before midnight." Relief loosened something behind Mirel's ribs. It wasn't joy. It was simply the absence of immediate terror. "Thank you." Veyran's mouth tightened as if the gratitude pained him. "Don't thank me. It is an exchange. You are here. You will work." Mirel nodded. And if I work well enough, you won't let them punish me for being what I am. His gaze sharpened. What you are is not a crime. Mirel almost laughed. It is in your court. Veyran's eyes flicked to the iron roses. Then perhaps the court is wrong. The words were soft, and Mirel felt their danger like a spark near dry straw. She shifted her weight, careful. What do you want from me? Veyran's gloved hands remained at his sides. The truth, he said. Why your touch did not harm you. Mirel's breath caught. I don't know. Veyran studied her face with unsettling attention, reading, weighing. You sensed the oath thread, he said. You sensed the roses. You are not ignorant. Mirel's jaw tightened. Knowing the land doesn't mean I understand your curse. Then we will learn, Veyran said simply. Together. The word together landed between them like a bridge thrown across a gorge. Mirel's pulse quickened. If we do this, you will set rules. Veyran's gaze flicked to her bandaged hand. You will set them as well. Mirel swallowed. Consent, in a palace built on command, felt like a blade in her hand. She tightened her grip on it. No public touch, she said. Not again. Not until I understand what it does to the thread. If anyone sees, they'll turn me into a weapon or a scapegoat. Veyran nodded once. Agreed. And you don't come near me without warning, Mirel added, surprised by the fierceness of her own need. I need space to think. Veyran's eyes softened a fraction. Agreed. And I need access, Mirel said. To the soil beneath this bed. To the records that explain what they did. To someone who won't lie to protect a reputation. Veyran's gaze flicked briefly toward where Quen had stood. Quen will assist you. And my private archive is yours, under supervision. Mirel's stomach tightened. Supervision. Veyran's jaw worked. This is still a court. Mirel let the sentence hang, then nodded once. Fine. Veyran drew a slow breath. My turn. Mirel held her ground. Veyran's voice dropped. You will not attempt a full routing without telling me. Mirel's pulse skipped. Routing? Veyran's eyes flicked to the roses. Quen has his theories. I have mine. Whatever it is you do, you will not do it alone and unconscious of the cost. Mirel's throat tightened. You think I'll collapse? I think you're already bleeding for this place, Veyran said quietly, and the observation felt uncomfortably intimate. I won't have you die because you tried to save me. Save me. The words struck something inside Mirel like a bell. She didn't want to be anyone's savior. She wanted to be a person with a garden and a life that belonged to her. I'm not here for you, she said, too sharply. I'm here because I had to be. Veyran did not flinch. And yet you lunged to stop the vine from cutting my throat. Mirel's cheeks warmed. That was instinct. Instinct reveals character, Veyran replied. Mirel looked away toward the fountain. Then my character is foolish. Veyran was silent for a beat. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. Foolishness is touching fire and expecting it not to burn. Courage is touching fire because someone will die if you don't. Mirel swallowed hard. The conservatory air felt thicker, charged not with magic alone but with the danger of being seen. Veyran lifted his gloved hand slowly, an echo of his earlier offer, but he stopped well short of reaching her. Will you do one thing for me tonight? Mirel's heartbeat thundered in her ears. What? Veyran held her gaze. Test it. On purpose. Briefly. Under your terms. Mirel's mouth went dry. Fear rose in her throat like bile. Not fear of pain, fear of what it meant to stand willingly in the space where a prince asked instead of ordered. She stared at his glove. She imagined his bare iron hand beneath it, cool and impossible. She imagined the palace learning she could touch him. She imagined chains made of duty and awe. I don't know how to control it, she whispered. Veyran's gaze was steady. Then we begin by learning what control feels like. Mirel's fingers curled around the linen on her injured palm. If I touch you and something goes wrong, I accept the risk, Veyran said. And I will not blame you for what the curse does. Ever. Ever was a dangerous word. Mirel tasted the sincerity in it and hated that it made her want to trust him. She took a slow step forward. Not toward him fully, just enough that the air between them narrowed. Veyran remained still, letting her approach be her choice. Gloves off, Mirel said, surprising herself. Veyran's eyes widened slightly. You want skin. I want truth, Mirel corrected. If I'm grounding anything, I need to know what I'm grounding. Veyran nodded. He pulled off one glove slowly, then the other, folding them carefully as if ritual might keep panic at bay. His bare hands hung at his sides, iron-sheened and steady. Mirel's throat tightened. They looked like hands that could build a kingdom and never feel a flower. She lifted her bandaged hand. Not this one, she said hoarsely, and unwrapped the linen just enough to free her uninjured fingers. This will hurt. Veyran didn't move. Then don't use it. Mirel reached out with her uninjured hand, fingers shaking. She didn't grab. She didn't clutch. She laid 2 fingertips against the inside of his wrist, where she'd felt that faint pulse through metal before. Cool. Steady. Alive. Veyran's breath caught, audible and sharp. Mirel froze, afraid she'd hurt him. Veyran's voice came out rough. He swallowed. I feel it. Mirel's fingers trembled. Pain? No, Veyran whispered. Not pain. His eyes shut for a heartbeat, as if sensation itself was overwhelming. Mirel's chest tightened. It was only 2 fingers. Only a touch. But the way his face changed, micro-movements of disbelief, relief, grief, made Mirel feel as if she'd opened a locked door and found a man behind it who didn't know how to step out. Mirel pulled back after a count of 3, as if time itself needed boundaries. Veyran opened his eyes. They were brighter, as if the world had sharpened. Mirel swallowed hard. Did anything happen to you? Veyran looked down at his wrist, as if expecting scorch marks. No. Mirel's teeth ached suddenly, and she winced. Veyran's gaze snapped up. You felt something. Mirel forced her expression smooth. A little. Veyran's eyes narrowed. That is not an answer. Mirel stared at him, frustration flaring hot. Do you want the truth? The truth is that my magic takes from me. It always does. Every time I push life into dead soil, it pulls something out of my bones. That's why it's forbidden, because it's terrifying. It isn't a pretty trick. Veyran's face tightened. And you used it today. I didn't mean to, Mirel said, voice shaking. But I felt the thread, your thread, and it responded. Like the soil does. Veyran went still. My curse responded to you. Mirel's pulse hammered. Yes. For a moment, Veyran looked not like a prince but like a man staring at a storm forming over his house. He took a careful step back, as if distance could keep him from wanting too much. He retrieved his gloves, but did not put them on right away. His bare hands flexed once, as if remembering what sensation felt like. I won't ask you to do that again tonight, he said quietly. Mirel's breath left her in a shaky exhale. Thank you. Veyran's gaze lifted to hers. I will ask again tomorrow. Mirel let out a short, incredulous laugh. Of course you will. Something like a real smile touched the corner of his mouth, brief, restrained, but there. It made Mirel's stomach flip in a way she did not want to name. Veyran's expression sobered. You should rest. I should work, Mirel corrected. Veyran's gaze sharpened. You should survive. The words landed like a hand on her shoulder, gentle, heavy, infuriating. Mirel turned away first, because if she kept looking at him she might believe he meant it. In the days that followed, the conservatory became a place of secret study as much as labor. Hester guarded it like a wolf guarding a den, snarling at curious nobles and barking orders at staff with enough ferocity that even lordly shoes hesitated at the threshold. Quen brought books and brittle scrolls wrapped in oilcloth. He laid them on a work table with trembling hands. This is from before the rebellion, he whispered, as if the words themselves might wake something. This is the first draft of the Iron Oath. Mirel read slowly, lips moving. The language was old and sharp, full of ritual phrasing and threats disguised as blessings. She saw the logic of it, how fear had been forged into law. How an entire court had decided that if closeness could be used to betray them, they would ban closeness itself. Veyran arrived each evening after court obligations, sometimes with a new crease of exhaustion between his brows. He never entered the conservatory without warning. He always stopped at the same distance and waited until Mirel looked up. He let her choose when to approach. Their tests remained simple. A fingertip to his wrist. A palm placed lightly against his forearm for the length of a counted breath. Once, the back of her hand brushing the knuckles of his bare fingers, brief, deliberate, clean. Every time, Veyran's breath caught as if he were learning the shape of air again. Every time, Mirel's teeth ached afterward. She began crushing eggshell in secret and stirring it into her porridge. She began saving the marrow bones from stew, chewing them for the minerals until Hester wrinkled her nose and said, "You eat like a dog guarding a grave." Mirel did not tell anyone why. The iron roses did not recover quickly, but after the third evening of controlled touch, Mirel noticed something she hadn't dared hope for. The dull grey veins in one bloom had warmed to faint silver. Not bright, not fully alive, but less dead. She showed Hester when Veyran wasn't there. Hester stared, then let out a single, sharp breath that might have been a laugh if her throat hadn't been tight. "Don't you dare," Hester murmured, as if warning Mirel not to get hopeful. "Hope is a luxury. It gets people killed." Mirel's hands shook as she adjusted the bloom's support stake. "It's not hope. It's evidence." Hester's gaze softened. "Same thing, sometimes." News of the treaty emissaries grew louder in the palace. Mirel heard it in the kitchens, in the corridors, in the clipped conversations of guards. The river marches were demanding the handfast ceremony within the month. Noble houses were already choosing sides like gamblers placing bets. One afternoon, as Mirel carried a tray of tools back from the conservatory, she found herself facing a woman in a dark gown the color of old wine. Her hair was pinned severe. Her eyes were sharp as hammered nails. Edrin stood 2 paces behind her like a shadow that had learned guilt. "Mirel Vanthe," the woman said. Mirel's spine straightened. "Yes, my lady." The woman's gaze swept over Mirel's apron, calloused hands, practical shoes, like someone assessing a crack in a wall. "I am Verissa Nareth," she said. "Regent of Cindervale." Mirel's mouth went dry. The air around Verissa felt colder, as if warmth itself knew better than to approach. "You are here to restore the conservatory," Verissa continued. "Nothing more." Mirel kept her face blank. "Yes, my lady." Verissa's eyes narrowed. "The prince has taken an interest in you." Mirel's heartbeat stumbled. "He takes an interest in the roses." Verissa's mouth curved slightly, not a smile. "The edge of a knife. Do not pretend I am a fool." Mirel held still, hands gripping the tray so hard her knuckles went white. Verissa stepped closer, voice low enough that passers-by would hear only politeness. "You are a girl from Blighted Hills. You do not understand what it means when a crown looks at you. It is not romance. It is appetite for solutions, for leverage, for control." Mirel's teeth ached with anger. "I am not offering him control." Verissa's gaze sharpened. "And yet you are here." Mirel's throat tightened. "Because your court brought me." Verissa studied her face for a long moment, searching for cracks. "You will keep your distance," she said. "You will do your work and then you will leave. The treaty requires a bride of standing. The prince will not be distracted by curiosities." Mirel's cheeks burned. Curiosity. As if she were a plant on a shelf. Edrin shifted behind Verissa, gaze flicking to Mirel with something like warning, "Don't." Mirel forced her voice steady. "My lady, I do not want to be anyone's distraction. I want to finish my work and go home." Verissa's eyes held hers. "Then we understand each other." She turned and walked away, and the corridor seemed to warm again only after her shadow was gone. Edrin lingered. He did not meet Mirel's eyes. "Be careful," he murmured. Mirel's laugh was quiet and bitter. "I have been careful my whole life." Edrin's jaw tightened. Careful is not always enough in this place. He left before she could answer. That night, Veyran arrived later than usual. His shoulders were tighter, as if he had been wearing armor no one could see. He stopped at the conservatory threshold and waited. Mirel set down her tools and faced him. "Your regent spoke to me." Veyran's eyes narrowed. "What did she say?" Mirel hesitated. Reporting Varissa's words could make Veyran angry. Anger could make him reckless. Reckless could get them both killed. She reminded me I am a curiosity, Mirel said carefully, and that I will leave when I am done. Veyran's jaw tightened. You are not a curiosity. Mirel's throat tightened at the immediacy of his denial. In your court, I am. Veyran's gaze flicked toward the iron roses, then back. My court is not a single mouth. Not even hers. Mirel's heartbeat quickened. But she has power. So do I, Veyran said, and the words were not a boast. They were a weight he carried. Mirel swallowed. Then use it carefully. Veyran's expression shifted, surprise, then something like reluctant admiration. You speak to me as if I'm a man who can be scolded. Mirel's mouth twitched despite herself. You're a man who can be killed by politics. That's scold-worthy. A breath of laughter left Veyran, soft, brief, startled out of him like a bird escaping a cage. It made Mirel's chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with minerals. His face sobered quickly. The treaty emissaries demand the handfast within 4 weeks, he said. If it doesn't happen, 3 houses will challenge my rule. Mirel's throat tightened. Because you can't do the oath. Veyran's gaze held hers. Because the oath requires touch. Mirel's bandaged palm throbbed faintly. And now they know you're looking for a way. Veyran nodded once. They know I'm desperate. Mirel exhaled slowly. Then we have less time than I thought. Veyran's eyes sharpened. Can you do more? Mirel's jaw tightened. Not without knowing what the rooting does to me. And not without knowing what happens if the thread snaps. Veyran stepped closer by a careful pace, stopping well short of crowding her. His voice dropped. Then tell me what you need. Mirel stared at him. The question was simple. The answer was not. I need you to see me, she said quietly. Not as a solution. Not as a tool. As a person who can say no. Veyran's gaze didn't waver. You can say no. Mirel's throat tightened. And you'll accept it. Veyran's eyes darkened with something like pain. If you say no, I will still try to keep you safe. Mirel let out a shaky breath. That isn't the same. Veyran was silent for a long beat. Then, slowly, he reached down and unfastened the clasp at his collar, loosening it as if air had become hard to breathe. He did not bare himself. He did not offer melodrama. He simply made himself less armored. I don't know how to be touched without taking, he admitted, voice barely above the fountain's trickle. Everything in me was built to make closeness dangerous. Even asking you feels like theft. Mirel's chest tightened. She hadn't expected honesty. Honesty in a court was rare. Honest vulnerability was rarer still. You asked, Mirel said softly. That matters. Veyran's gaze lifted to hers. Then I will ask again, and you will answer, and neither of us will pretend it is simple. Mirel swallowed. All right. Their test that night was different. Not longer, Mirel refused to risk her bones. But different in intention. Veyran removed his gloves and held his hand out, palm up, between them, not reaching. Waiting. Mirel stared at the offered hand. She could see the fine metallic sheen, the faint ridges like healed scars along his knuckles. She could also see how still he held himself, like an animal trained not to startle. Mirel took a slow breath. If you feel overwhelmed, you say stop. Veyran's eyes widened slightly. Me? Yes, Mirel said, surprised by her own firmness. You don't get to endure just because you're trained to. Something softened behind his gaze. Stop, he repeated quietly, as if tasting a new word. Mirel lifted her uninjured hand and lowered it into his palm. His fingers did not close around hers at first. He held still, as if afraid to trap her. Mirel's skin recognized the coolness of his iron, and the loam thread inside her responded with a subtle grounding pull like roots seeking water. Veyran's breath shuddered. Mirel tightened her focus, not pushing, not forcing. Simply offering the earth's steadiness through her skin. She felt the oath thread in the conservatory tighten, then ease, like a knot loosening by degrees. Veyran's fingers curled lightly, cautiously around the side of her hand. The contact was clean. No heat. No pain. Only the strange intimacy of being held by someone who had spent years treating touch like a weapon. Mirel counted to 5 silently, then withdrew. Veyran's hand remained in the air for a heartbeat after she let go, as if it didn't know where to rest. When he finally lowered it, his face was pale beneath the iron sheen. "I thought it would hurt you," he whispered. "It didn't," Mirel said. Then, truth cutting through her composure, "But it cost me." Veyran's eyes sharpened. "Where?" Mirel swallowed. "My teeth. My joints. Like I chewed stones." "It's manageable. For now." Veyran's jaw tightened, anger flickering not at her. At the unfairness of it. "Then we will be careful." Mirel's laugh was soft and strained. "We already are." Over the next week, the court tightened around them like a fist. Lady Cauldron appeared in the conservatory with increasing frequency, always escorted, always smiling. She drifted through the aisles as if she belonged among fragile things. One afternoon, she paused near Mirel, watching her adjust a bed of emberbloom herbs. "You're very skilled," Cauldron said, voice smooth as poured honey. "I don't think I've ever seen those leaves so glossy." Mirel kept her eyes on the soil. "Thank you, my lady." Cauldron's gaze traveled over Mirel's hands, lingering on the bandage. "Injured yourself?" "Thorns," Mirel said, and it was true enough. Cauldron's smile held. "How unfortunate. The conservatory seems restless lately." Mirel's spine tightened. "Plants react to stress. So do courts," Cauldron murmured. Then, as if in casual curiosity, "The prince spends time here." Mirel forced her voice steady. "It's his conservatory." Cauldron's eyes flicked to Mirel's face, sharp as a pin. "He is difficult to approach." Mirel's throat tightened. "I wouldn't know." Cauldron's smile did not waver, but something colder slipped into her tone. "Of course you wouldn't." She drifted away, attendants rustling behind her like leaves in wind. Hester appeared at Mirel's elbow the moment Cauldron left. "Don't talk to her," Hester muttered. "I didn't." Hester snorted. "Your face did." Mirel's stomach clenched. "She's watching." "Everyone is watching," Hester said. "Because everyone is hungry, and you look like a loaf of bread walking into a famine." Mirel's throat tightened. "That's not funny." Hester's eyes were grim. "I'm not joking." That same day, Quen brought a new scroll thicker, older, its edges darkened by time. He laid it on the table with shaking hands. "This is the clause they never recite," he whispered. Mirel's skin prickled. "What clause?" Quen swallowed. "The iron seed." Veyran arrived as Mirel was reading, and the moment his eyes fell on the words, his posture tightened as if he'd been struck. Mirel looked up. "You knew." Veyran's jaw worked. "I knew there was an anchor. I didn't know what they called it." Mirel's voice was quiet, shaken. "It says it was planted." Veyran's eyes didn't leave the scroll. "It was forged into the bloodline," he said, and the words tasted like iron filings. "Before I was born." Mirel's chest tightened. She had known he was cursed. She had not fully understood that the curse was not accident or punishment, it was design. Quen's voice trembled. "It says the seed responds to affection." Mirel's breath caught. "Affection?" Quen nodded miserably. "Closeness. Trust. The things that make betrayal possible." Mirel's stomach turned. "So the more you," she stopped, throat tight. "The more you love, the more it hurts." Veyran's gaze lifted to hers, and for a heartbeat his face was naked with something like shame. "That is why the court praises distance as virtue." Mirel's teeth ached suddenly, sharp. She pressed her tongue to them, trying to hide the wince. Veyran's eyes flicked to her mouth. "It's pulling from you." Mirel forced a breath. "I'm fine." Veyran's voice went low, dangerous. "No. You are not fine. And you will not lie to make me comfortable." The intensity in his tone startled Mirel into stillness. Quen hovered like a frightened bird, eyes darting between them. Mirel swallowed. "It's manageable," she said, more honestly this time. "But if we push too fast." Veyran's jaw tightened. "Stone sleep." Mirel blinked. "Quen told you." Veyran's gaze remained locked on her. I demanded to know the risks. Mirel exhaled slowly. Then you understand why I set limits. Veyran nodded once. I understand why you set them. I don't like that you have to. Quen cleared his throat, voice small. There is more. Mirel looked at the scroll again. Her stomach dropped. A line near the bottom, written in old court script, the rooting rite could rebalance iron and loam by weaving living earth into the iron seed, but it required consent from the bearer and a living exchange from the caster. If done incorrectly, it could kill one or both. Mirel's hands trembled. This is not gardening. Veyran's voice was quiet. No. Mirel's throat tightened. And you want me to do it? Veyran's gaze held hers. I want to be able to do the handfast without harming a bride. I want to be able to touch a child's head without burning them. I want to be able to live without my body being a weapon. Mirel swallowed hard. And if I fail? Veyran's jaw clenched. Then I die. Or you do. Or both. Quen looked like he might faint. Mirel's heartbeat thundered. The conservatory suddenly felt too small, as if the iron ribs overhead had lowered. She stood quickly, needing space. I can't, she whispered, voice breaking. I didn't come here to be this. Veyran rose as well, but he did not close the distance. He remained where he was, respecting the space as if it were sacred. I won't force you, he said quietly. Mirel let out a shaky laugh that tasted like panic. You don't have to force me. Your court already did. Veyran's face tightened with pain. Then let me give you something real. His voice steadied, becoming the voice of a prince making a vow. If you choose to try, choose. Mirel, I will bind myself by oath. You may stop at any time, and you will be escorted safely from Cindervale with coin enough to repay debts and begin again elsewhere. No pursuit. No punishment. Mirel stared at him, breath caught. An oath from a prince was not nothing. It was a chain forged in the opposite direction, binding him, not her. Quen's eyes widened. My prince. Veyran's gaze did not waver. Quiet. Mirel's throat tightened. And brine hollow? Veyran's voice softened. Protected. Not as a favor. As reparations for what this court has taken from you. Reparations. The word landed with weight. Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard, furious at tears. She had spent her life swallowing fear and calling it strength. Now the prince offered her a kind of safety, and her body reacted like a starving person offered bread, suspicious, aching, desperate. I need time, she whispered. Veyran nodded. You will have it. Time, however, did not belong to her. It belonged to politics. 2 mornings later, Mirel was summoned to the outer gardens, public ones, where nobles strolled and staff were expected to be invisible. Hester hissed, don't go, but Mirel went anyway because refusing summonses in this place was how people disappeared. In the garden center, beneath an iron pergola draped with pale winter vines, Brennick Halvar stood in travel-worn clothes that looked suddenly shabby against polished stone. For a heartbeat, Mirel forgot how to breathe. Brennick turned as if he'd felt her presence the way some people felt weather. His face tightened with relief and anger so intertwined Mirel couldn't separate them. Mirel, he said, voice rough. You're here. Mirel's throat tightened. Brennick. How? He stepped forward fast, then stopped short, hands clenched at his sides like he was holding himself back from grabbing her and dragging her home. They told me you were contracted. Like you're a tool they borrowed. Mirel swallowed hard. I'm working. For pay. Brennick's eyes flicked over her apron, the faint hollowness beneath her cheekbones from the mineral drain, the bandage on her palm. Did they hurt you? No, Mirel said quickly. Not yet. Brennick flinched at the honesty. Not yet, he echoed. Then his voice went lower, bitter. So I came to make sure they don't. Mirel's stomach knotted. You shouldn't be here. Brennick's jaw tightened. And you shouldn't be here either. A pause stretched between them, crowded with duty and the shape of a future they'd been told was inevitable. Brennick's voice softened, and that softness hurt worse. My mother says the engagement still stands. Mirel's chest tightened. I know. Brennick swallowed. Then come home with me. We'll figure something out. We'll. Mirel shook her head before he finished. I can't. Brennick's eyes darkened. Because you're afraid of their Levi? Mirel, we can run. We can go north. There's work. And leave my mother. Mirel whispered. Leave Brine Hollow to be punished for my refusal? No. Brennick's jaw worked as if he were grinding his teeth. So you'll sacrifice yourself instead? Mirel's voice shook. I've been sacrificing myself for years. Don't act like it's new. Brennick's eyes flashed with pain. Then let me carry some of it. Mirel stared at him. He meant it. That was the tragedy. He was offering what he could: steady hands, protection, a roof. But what Mirel needed wasn't only safety. It was choice. Her throat tightened. Brennick, you came because you're good. Not because you own me. Brennick's face went still. I don't want to own you. Mirel's voice was a whisper. Then don't ask me to trade one cage for another. Brennick's hands clenched. Is that what you think this is? Mirel's eyes burned. She looked away, because if she looked at him too long she might crumble and say yes to the only certainty she'd ever known. Footsteps sounded on the gravel path. Mirel turned. Prince Veyran stood at the garden's edge, flanked by Edrin and 2 guards. He did not approach. He did not interrupt. He simply watched, face unreadable, iron-sheened skin catching the pale light like a warning. Brennick saw him and stiffened instantly. My prince, Brennick said, voice edged, bow stiff and reluctant. Veyran's gaze moved from Brennick to Mirel. Something tightened in his expression, jealousy, perhaps, or simply the weight of complication. He kept his voice calm. You are Brennick Halvar. Brennick's jaw clenched. I am. Mirel Vanthe is under contract, Veyran said. She will not be removed from palace grounds without my consent. Brennick's eyes narrowed. She's a person, not property. Mirel's chest tightened at the defense, at the fact that it came from Brennick, not Veyran. Veyran's gaze held Brennick's without flinching. Agreed, he said, and the single word surprised both Brennick and Mirel. Which is why she will choose where she stands. Not you. Not my regent. Not my council. Brennick's expression shifted, confusion cutting through anger. Veyran's voice remained steady. You may remain in Cindervale as a guest of the outer district. You may not harass or coerce her. If you do, you will answer to me. Brennick's hands clenched. I'm not here to coerce her. Veyran's gaze flicked briefly to Mirel's bandaged palm, then back. Good. Silence stretched. Mirel felt herself caught between 2 men, one representing the life she'd been offered as survival, the other representing a danger that somehow came wrapped in consent and quiet truth. Brennick's eyes turned to Mirel, raw. Do you want to stay? The question was a knife. Mirel's throat tightened. She couldn't tell him the full truth. Not here. Not with guards listening. Not with politics perched like vultures. I need to finish what I started, Mirel said softly. Brennick's face tightened. And what did you start? Mirel swallowed. Work. Veyran did not speak. He didn't claim her. He didn't rescue her. He only stood there and let her words be hers. Brennick's eyes held hers for a long, aching moment. Then he nodded once, stiff. Then I'll be here, he said, voice rough. In case you need me. Mirel's chest tightened. Brennick. He turned away before she could finish, shoulders rigid, and walked down the path like a man forcing himself not to look back. When he was gone, Mirel's breath left her in a shaky exhale. Veyran approached by a single step, stopping at the respectful distance he always kept now. His voice was quiet. Are you all right? Mirel's laugh was short and bitter. No. Veyran's eyes softened by a fraction. I won't pretend to be pleased he is here. Mirel's stomach clenched. He came because he cares. He's not your enemy. Veyran's jaw tightened. He is not mine, he said, and then, softer, but he may be yours, if he does not accept your choice. Mirel swallowed. He'll accept it. Eventually. Veyran held her gaze. And what do you choose, Mirel Vanthe? The question was not about Brennick. It was about everything. Mirel's throat tightened. The wind moved through winter vines overhead, dry leaves whispering like distant laughter. I choose time, she whispered. I choose to understand what this is before it destroys me. Veyran nodded once, as if accepting a vow. Then we work. That night, back in the conservatory, Mirel stood beside the crescent bed and pressed her uninjured palm to the soil. She listened to the oath thread, to its strained pulse, to the way it responded faintly to the memory of Veyran's touch. Behind her, Veyran waited, silent. Mirel did not look at him immediately. She didn't trust her own face. I'm afraid, she said quietly. Veyran's voice was gentle. So am I. Mirel swallowed. If I do this, if I try the rooting, it will cost me. And if I refuse, it will cost you. And either way, the court will try to turn me into something I'm not. Veyran was silent for a beat. Then he said, very softly, then I will try to become something I am not. Mirel turned, startled. Veyran's gloved hand rested at his side. He did not remove the glove this time. He did not offer touch. He offered something else, words, steady and deliberate. I will be the kind of ruler who does not feed on your fear, he said. If you stay, it will be because you chose it. If you leave, it will be because you chose that too. I will not let my need become your prison. Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard. That's a pretty promise. Veyran's gaze did not waver. It is not pretty. It is difficult. Mirel let out a shaky breath, half laugh, half sob. Yes. It is. The iron roses rustled faintly, as if the conservatory itself had listened. Mirel drew a careful loam thread up through her feet, not enough to drain her bones, only enough to taste the soil's memory. She felt the iron seeds echo distant, deep, like a bell embedded in flesh. She felt the treaty pressure wrapped around it like wire. She felt the court's fear baked into stone. And she felt something else too, faint as a root hair in dark earth, Veyran's restraint. His effort not to reach, not to demand. His willingness to wait. Mirel opened her eyes and met his gaze. Tomorrow, she said. We test again. And Quen stays. I want witness and record. No secrets that can be twisted. Veyran nodded once. Agreed. And you, Mirel added, voice quiet but firm, eat something before you come here. You look like you're living on oaths and air. For a heartbeat, Veyran looked startled, then something like genuine amusement flickered in his eyes. I will, he said. Mirel turned back to the roses, and the tightness in her chest shifted, not gone, not solved, but different. Like soil after the first rain, still scarred, still hungry, but capable of holding life. Outside the conservatory, somewhere in the palace's darker halls, men like Malkir Sorn listened to rumors and smiled as if they'd scented blood. And in the outer district, Brennick Halvar stood under a cold sky, staring toward iron towers that did not care who they crushed, and wondered what it meant to love someone who was slipping through his hands. The court's threads were tightening. Mirel could feel them. And soon, something would snap. Morning in Cindervale tasted of metal. Mirel learned that quickly, the way the air carried forge smoke even when the sky was clear, the way stone walls held cold and gave it back, the way water from the palace cisterns left a faint iron tang on the tongue. Even the gardens looked disciplined, their hedges clipped into obedient shapes, their paths swept until no leaf dared linger. Only the conservatory felt like something that might still be allowed to breathe. Mirel arrived before the staff had finished unlocking the outer doors. Hester grunted at her presence, half annoyed, half relieved, and shoved a basket of tools into her arms. If you're going to haunt my greenhouse, Hester muttered, at least haunt it usefully. Mirel managed a thin smile. Good morning to you too. Hester's eyes flicked to Mirel's face, searching for the hollowness that had been growing under her cheekbones. Did you eat? Mirel hesitated. Hester's glare sharpened. If you lie, I'll make you eat dirt. I ate, Mirel said quickly. Hester snorted. Air doesn't count. Mirel looked away toward the iron rose bed. The curled petals had not recovered overnight, but the faint silver in one bloom's veins remained, stubborn as a small miracle. It steadied her more than food ever did. Quen arrived shortly after, clutching a leather satchel as if it contained both treasure and a noose. His eyes darted around the conservatory like hunted birds. "I'm late," he whispered. "You're early," Mirel corrected. Quen's mouth twitched with nervous humor that died quickly. "They're watching the archives." Mirel's fingers tightened around her shears. "Who?" Quen swallowed. "The regent's people. And someone else, an Iron Lord. Malkier Sorn. He's been asking for access to old oath ledgers." Mirel's stomach tightened. She had heard the name in the kitchens, spoken with caution, like a man you didn't want to attract. Why would he care about the ledgers? Mirel asked. Quen's gaze flicked toward the crescent bed, then toward the palace beyond the glass ribs. Because if the oath thread breaks, some people stand to profit from the panic. Mirel's teeth ached faintly, warning her that her body was already paying for fear. Profit how? Quen's voice dropped. Trade routes. Levies. Private guards. Scarcity. He funds foundries. He buys famine like others buy land. Mirel stared at him, chilled. In Brine Hollow, scarcity was a curse that came down from the hills and never left. Here, it was a tool someone could sharpen. Quen pulled a folded page from his satchel. "I copied the relevant parts," he whispered, "so we don't have to keep risking the original." Mirel took the page carefully. The ink was cramped and precise. The words on it were old ritual phrasing that turned violence into virtue. She read silently, then looked up. "This clause about the iron seed, there's a margin note." Quen nodded, pale. "Yes." Mirel traced the note with a fingertip, careful not to smudge it. "It says the seed answers to the bearer's longing." Quen's throat bobbed. "Which is why it's so dangerous to," he stopped, as if the rest of the sentence was a forbidden spell. "To love," Mirel finished quietly. Quen flinched. "To become attached. To trust. To anything that could be used against him." Mirel's chest tightened. She glanced toward the conservatory doors, expecting Veyran to appear as if summoned by his own name. He wasn't there yet. The emptiness felt strange, as if the space remembered his stillness. "So the more he wants closeness," Mirel said softly, "the more the curse tightens." Quen nodded miserably. "That's the design." Mirel swallowed hard. Design. Someone had built a prince to punish tenderness. Hester passed behind them, arms full of watering cans. She paused long enough to mutter, "You two look like you're reading funeral prayers." "Work." Mirel forced herself to move, hands finding familiar tasks, pruning brittle stems, turning soil, checking moisture. The rhythm steadied her nerves, but not her thoughts. Because the page in her pocket felt heavier than any tool. Veyran arrived near midday, as he had the past few days, never unannounced, never careless. Mirel heard his footsteps before she saw him because the conservatory seemed to quiet when he entered, as if even plants understood the concept of distance. He paused at the threshold and waited until Mirel looked up. She set down her trowel and wiped her hands on her apron, heart tightening in a way she didn't like. It wasn't longing. It was awareness. The kind you had when a storm was near. Quen bowed. Hester pretended to be very busy with a watering can. Veyran's gaze flicked to Mirel's face, then to her bandaged hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You're pale," he said. "I'm fine," Mirel replied automatically. Veyran's expression sharpened. "That is the lie you tell when you think your pain is less important than my comfort." Heat rose in Mirel's cheeks. She hated that he was learning her habits. She glanced at Quen as if seeking rescue. Quen looked like he wanted to evaporate. Hester made a noise in her throat that might have been laughter or a warning. "If you're going to bicker, do it away from my seedlings." Veyran's gaze shifted to Hester. "You may leave us," he said, but the words didn't carry the cold command they used to. They carried negotiation. Hester's eyebrows rose. She set down the watering can with deliberate slowness. "I'm staying within shouting distance." Veyran's mouth tightened at one corner. "Acceptable." Hester stalked off to the far end of the conservatory, muttering something about princes and fools, but she didn't leave. Quen lingered beside the work table with his copied pages, eyes darting between Veyran and Mirel. Veyran's gaze returned to Mirel. "Show me what you've found." Mirel took a slow breath and pulled Quen's copied page from her pocket. She handed it to Veyran without touching his bare skin. He accepted it with gloved hands. His eyes moved across the ink, the lines between his brows deepening. He did not react dramatically. He simply grew stiller, as if his body had tightened around the words. When he finished, he looked up. "The seed answers to longing," he said quietly. Mirel nodded. "Which means?" "It means I have been trained correctly," Veyran said, voice flat. "Distance keeps people safe. Distance keeps me stable." Mirel's teeth ached again, sharp, as if her body objected to the cruelty of the logic. Quen swallowed. "There is another note," he whispered, voice trembling. "In the older copy. It says the seed can be tempered." Veyran's gaze snapped to him. "How?" Quen hesitated, then pushed forward a second page, Quen's handwriting cramped, annotated with his own cautious marks. "The rooting right," he said, as if speaking it might summon guards. "It's described as weaving living loam into the seed so that it recognizes balance. So that it stops treating tenderness as threat." Veyran's gaze shifted to Mirel. Mirel's stomach tightened. "It's not just weaving. It's exchange. It takes from the caster. If I draw too deep." "Stone sleep," Veyran finished. Mirel's breath caught. Hearing him speak the word made it feel more real. Veyran's gaze held hers. "I won't allow you to do this without safeguards." Mirel's mouth twitched bitterly. "And what safeguards exist for forbidden magic and an iron seed bound to your heart?" Veyran was silent for a beat. Then he said, "We will make them." Mirel stared at him. There was no arrogance in his tone, only stubborn responsibility. She exhaled slowly. "We need to test smaller things first. Patterns. Triggers. If the seed answers to longing, then we need to understand what stirs it." Quen's face went a shade paler. "That will be difficult to measure." Mirel glanced at him. "You're a scholar. Scholars measure impossible things." Quen swallowed hard. "Yes. With fewer people trying to imprison them." Hester's voice carried from the far end. "If you're going to imprison yourselves, don't do it in my conservatory." Mirel almost smiled. "Almost." Veyran set the pages down carefully. "Tell me what you need," he said to Mirel. Mirel's throat tightened. She had said those words to him once. It startled her, the symmetry. "I need consent," she said quietly. "Every time. And I need you to tell me what you feel." Veyran's gaze didn't waver. "I will. And I need you to understand," Mirel added, voice firm, "that I am not here to be made into a ritual tool. If you want to do this, you treat me like a partner in the work, not a resource." Veyran's expression tightened with something like pain. "I don't know how," he admitted, so softly Quen might not have heard. "But I am trying." Mirel's chest tightened. She hated that the confession made her want to be gentler. She looked away toward the iron roses, forcing herself to stay practical. "We start with observation. You sit near the bed without touching me. We watch the roses. We see what changes." Veyran nodded. "Then do it." Mirel set a stool near the crescent bed, close enough to feel the oath thread, not so close she'd be tempted to push Loamcraft into it. Veyran sat across from her, posture controlled, hands folded in his lap in gloved stillness. Quen hovered with his notes. Hester pretended not to watch while watching anyway. Minutes passed. The fountain trickled. Leaves rustled faintly. The iron roses did not change dramatically, but Mirel could feel the oath thread tight, strained, responsive to Veyran's presence like a taut string. Veyran's gaze stayed on the roses. "It hums," he said quietly. Mirel blinked. "What does?" "The seed," Veyran murmured, and his jaw tightened as if the sensation was unpleasant. "When I am near the bed." Mirel's pulse quickened. "Like pain?" "No," Veyran said, voice careful. "Like pressure. Like a hand closing around the inside of my ribs." Mirel swallowed. "And when you're farther away?" "It loosens," he admitted. Mirel's teeth ached as if in sympathy. "So proximity matters." Quen scribbled rapidly. Mirel took a slow breath. "Now I move closer," she said to Veyran. "But I won't touch you." Veyran's gaze flicked to her face, steady. All right. Mirel shifted her stool a foot nearer. The oath thread in the soil reacted immediately, tightening, then easing, as if the loam in her body had brushed it without contact. Veyran inhaled sharply. Mirel froze. What? Veyran's eyes went distant for a heartbeat. It loosened, he said, surprised. Not completely. But it loosened. Quen's pen scratched faster. Hester muttered, "Saints," under her breath. Mirel swallowed. So the loam in me grounds it even without touch. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Then touch is not the only key. Mirel's mouth went dry. That meant her very presence could influence his curse, and that meant the court would never let her simply walk away if they discovered it. The thought made her stomach turn. Enough, Mirel said, forcing herself to stand. That's enough for today. Veyran blinked, as if returning from sensation. We've barely started. Mirel's voice tightened. My teeth are screaming. If we push, we break me. And if I break, you lose the only thing you've found that shifts this thread. Veyran's expression hardened, not at her, but at the truth. Then you rest, he said. Mirel let out a short laugh. I'll rest when your roses stop dying. Veyran rose as well, stopping at his usual careful distance. Mirel. The way he said her name, quiet, steady, made her look up despite herself. His gaze flicked to her mouth again. Eat, he said. Real food. Not whatever thin broth the staff kitchen calls enough. Mirel opened her mouth to argue and found she couldn't. Not because she agreed. Because her body betrayed her with a sudden wave of dizziness. She swayed. Veyran moved instantly, one step forward, then stopped short, as if caught between instinct and fear of harming her. Mirel caught the edge of the work table, knuckles white, swallowing hard until the world steadied. Hester appeared at her elbow like a hawk. Sit, she barked. Mirel sank onto the stool, breathing shallowly. Veyran stood rigid, hands clenched in his gloves. Is it the drain, he asked, voice low and sharp. Or are you ill? Mirel forced a breath. Drain. Hester glared at her. You're going to eat, or I'll force-feed you compost. Mirel managed a weak, reluctant nod. Veyran's gaze tightened with frustration and something that looked dangerously like worry. I will have food sent, he said. Mirel lifted her chin. No, she rasped. No special treatment. That draws eyes. Veyran's jaw tightened. You are fainting. And if you feed me like a favored pet, Mirel snapped, voice shaking, Verissa will decide I am a liability and put irons on me. Let Hester feed me. Like staff. Hester snorted. I feed staff. I feed strays. I can feed you. Veyran's gaze held Mirel's. A slow breath passed between them. Finally, he nodded once. As you wish, he said quietly, and Mirel felt the weight of the words. Not a dismissal. An acceptance of her choice. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Quen, he said without looking back. You will keep your copies hidden. If anyone asks, you have been reassigned. Quen's eyes widened. Yes, my prince. Veyran's gaze flicked to Mirel one last time, brief, steady, and then he was gone. Hester watched him leave, then looked back at Mirel with narrowed eyes. He's in trouble, she muttered. Mirel's throat tightened. So am I. Hester's mouth twisted. That's what I said. That evening, Hester smuggled Mirel a plate of roasted root vegetables with actual butter, and a chunk of bread thick enough to feel like a weapon. Mirel ate slowly, fighting nausea, forcing her body to accept what it needed. Quen lingered nearby, anxious. He meant it, Quen whispered when Hester stepped away. The prince. When he said you could say no. Mirel chewed, swallowing carefully. He says many things. Quen's eyes darted. No. He intervened in the archives. He moved people. Shifting the court around you like a shield. Mirel's chest tightened. That should have reassured her. Instead, it made her feel trapped. Shields can become walls, she murmured. Quen's mouth opened, then closed. He looked down at his ink-stained hands. I have never seen him do that for anyone. Mirel's throat tightened. That doesn't mean he should do it for me. Quen looked up, eyes wide with a fear that wasn't only for himself. Do you think you are dangerous? Mirel stared at the iron rose bed. I think the court will make me dangerous. Or dead. Whichever is more useful. Quen swallowed hard. Then we need proof. Something that cannot be twisted. Something that shows this isn't witchcraft, it's balance. Mirel's teeth ached again, warning. Balance doesn't stop a man like Malkia from sharpening scarcity into profit. Quen's face tightened. No. But it might stop Scylla talk. Mirel blinked. The Master of Oaths. Quen nodded quickly. He cares about legitimacy. About threads not snapping. If he believes you are stabilizing the oath, he might shield you from those who want you punished. Mirel's stomach tightened. And how do we convince him without exposing me? Quen hesitated. A controlled demonstration. Mirel stared at him. In public. Quen flinched. Not like a spectacle. But enough that someone official witnesses it. So it becomes record. Mirel's pulse quickened. Record can become a prison. Quen's voice dropped. Record can also become protection. Mirel didn't answer. Her fingers tightened on the bread until it crumbled. The next day, the court announced a reception. Not a feast, those were for celebration. This was for negotiation. The treaty emissaries from the river marches were to be introduced formally in the Hall of Iron Vines. Verissa herself would preside. The Master of Oaths would recite the terms. Lady Cauldron would appear at the prince's side, presented not as a bride never so blunt, but as a favored companion of counsel. Hester spat when she heard. They're parading her like bait. Mirel's stomach churned. I'm not going. Hester snorted. Your staff. You go where you're told. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. They can't make me stand in a hall full of nobles and pretend I'm invisible. Hester's eyes narrowed. Oh, hill girl. They can. That afternoon, Edrin arrived in the conservatory with a sealed note. He didn't look at Mirel's face directly, as if it would make him guilty. Mirel Vanthe, he said quietly, holding out the note. Mirel wiped her hands and took it. The seal bore the iron crown. Her pulse quickened as she broke it. The note was brief, in Veyran's precise hand. Be in the Hall of Iron Vines at dusk. Remain near the west colonnade. Do not approach unless I signal. This is protection, not punishment. Trust me. Mirel stared at the words until the ink blurred slightly. Hester peered over her shoulder. He's asking you to walk into a pit of wolves. Mirel's throat tightened. He says it's protection. Hester's mouth twisted. Wolves say many things. Quen hovered, pale. If Scylla talk witnesses. Mirel glared at him. You want me to be witnessed. Don't you? Quen flinched. I want you alive. Mirel's hands trembled. She folded the note carefully and tucked it into her apron. Fine, she said, voice tight. But I'm not touching him in that hall. I won't be turned into a rumor with legs. Hester's gaze sharpened. And if they force him to touch someone else? Mirel froze. The thought slid under her ribs like ice. A handfast ceremony required skin-to-skin contact. If they forced Veyran to attempt it, if they pushed him toward Lady Cauldron as proof of readiness, someone would be hurt. And the court would blame him. Or her. Stay near me, Hester muttered suddenly, surprising Mirel. If anyone tries to pull you aside, you bite them. Mirel swallowed. Bite a noble? Hester's eyes were grim. Bite harder than their politics. Dusk fell cold and clean over Cindervale. The Hall of Iron Vines gleamed under torchlight, an immense space with pillars shaped like twisted branches, their surfaces etched with oath script. Ironwork vines climbed the walls, not ornamental but symbolic, metal pretending to be living, tamed into elegance. Nobles gathered in layers of silk and velvet. Emissaries from the river marches wore garments dyed with river mud and reed greens, practical and rich at once. Their leader, a stern-faced man with a braided beard, stood beside a woman whose eyes were sharp as winter water. Mirel stayed near the west colonnade as instructed, tucked among staff with trays and pitchers. Hester hovered nearby like a protective storm cloud, daring anyone to look too closely. Quen was nowhere in sight. Smart. Mirel kept her gaze down, but she couldn't keep her senses from reading the room. Fear had a smell. It hung in the hall beneath perfume and smoke, fear sharpened by deadlines. A hush rippled through the crowd. Prince Veyran entered. He wore dark formal attire, iron-threaded at the cuffs in subtle patterns like frost. Gloves covered his hands. His iron-sheened skin at his throat caught the light like a warning the world refused to heed. He walked with measured control, but Mirel saw the tension in his shoulders, the way he carried his own body like a weapon he didn't want to wield. Lady Cauldron Vase walked at his side, perfect and poised, her gown pale silver with a collar like a flower. She smiled at the nobles, at the emissaries, at the regent, smiled as if she could solve hunger with charm. Verissa Nareth stood on the dais, severe and gleaming in dark wine silk. Her gaze swept the hall like a net. Mirel's stomach tightened as Verissa's eyes passed over the staff line. For a heartbeat, Mirel feared she'd been spotted. But Verissa's gaze moved on, uninterested in anyone who wasn't useful. Silen Torque, the master of oaths, stepped forward. His robe was black, edged in iron grey. He lifted a staff etched with script and began reciting the treaty terms in a voice that carried without strain. Words poured into the hall: trade concessions, river passage rights, iron quotas, levy adjustments. The language was ritualized, but beneath it, Mirel heard desperation. The river marches wanted stability. Cindervale needed it. And then Silen's voice shifted, the cadence changing. The ceiling, he intoned. The handfast vow. By skin and breath, by iron and water. Mirel's pulse thudded louder. Veyran remained still, gloves unmoving at his sides. Silen turned toward Veyran. My prince, he said, voice formal, as tradition requires, you will demonstrate readiness to bear the oath thread before the emissaries. A low murmur swept the hall. Mirel's stomach dropped. Demonstrate readiness meant touch. It meant public proof. Verissa's gaze sharpened. Lady Cauldron's smile held, but her eyes flicked briefly toward Veyran's hands. There was calculation there. Hope, perhaps. Or ambition wearing hope's face. Veyran's posture tightened so subtly most would miss it. Mirel didn't. She felt it in her bones, like a string pulled taut. Silen gestured toward Lady Cauldron with solemn politeness. Lady Cauldron Vase has offered herself as witness, as is customary. Mirel's breath caught. Offered. Customary. Like a ritual object. Lady Cauldron stepped forward gracefully, extending her bare hand, palm up, inviting. Her eyes met Veyran's with practiced tenderness. My prince, she murmured, voice pitched to carry sweetness. For the realm. Veyran stared at her hand. Mirel's teeth ached sharply, sudden and fierce, as if her body recognized the impending harm. She gripped the edge of her tray so hard it bit her palm. Veyran did not move. Silen's gaze hardened slightly. My prince. Verissa's voice cut through the air, quiet, controlled, deadly. Veyran. The use of his name in that tone was not affection. It was command. Veyran's jaw worked. His gloved hands flexed once. Mirel felt the room hold its breath. If he refused, the court would call him unfit. If he complied, Lady Cauldron would be hurt. Either way, the treaty would wobble, and wolves like Malkia would smile. Mirel's heart hammered. She stayed where she was, forcing herself not to move, forcing herself to remember her promise. I will not be a spectacle. I will not be a rumor with legs. Veyran's gaze flicked, just once, toward the west colonnade. Toward her. It was a brief glance, but it carried a signal as clear as a bell. I need you. Not command. Not demand. Need. Mirel's stomach turned. Hester hissed, barely audible. No. Mirel didn't know whether Hester meant no to the prince, no to the court, or no to Mirel's own instinct to step forward. Mirel's fingers trembled. She looked at Lady Cauldron's outstretched hand again, pale and unknowing. Mirel's mind flashed to the attendant in the conservatory, the iron-thorn lash, the quick horror of realizing what pain looked like when someone else endured it for you. Veyran's curse did not only harm others. It harmed him too, in the way he flinched from the thought of causing it. Mirel's body moved before her fear could catch up. She stepped out from the staff line, tray forgotten on a side table. Hester made a sound like a growl, but did not grab her. Mirel crossed the hall with her head high and her heart trying to climb out of her throat. Nobles turned, startled. Whispers flared like sparks. Who is that? A servant. What is she doing? Varissa's gaze locked onto Mirel like a blade finding a target. Mirel stopped 3 paces from Veyran and bowed, the motion crisp, practiced from survival. My prince, she said clearly. The hall went so quiet Mirel could hear the fountain in the far corner. Veyran's eyes widened slightly, but his face remained controlled. Mirel Vanthe, he said, voice calm. Talk's gaze narrowed. This is not the place for staff interruptions. Mirel's mouth was dry. My apologies, Master of Oaths. She lifted her bandaged hand slightly, then let it fall. But the conservatory, your stabilizers, have begun responding to controlled grounding. A ripple of murmurs. Confusion. Curiosity. Varissa's voice was cold. Grounding. Mirel swallowed hard. She could feel 100 eyes on her, weighing her worth like coin. The iron roses, she said, voice steadying as she clung to fact. They are bound to the oath thread. When the thread tightens, they fail. When it eases, they recover. Cillian's gaze sharpened, interest flickering beneath severity. And you claim you can ease it. Mirel's teeth ached so fiercely she almost stumbled. I can influence the soil and balance beneath the binding. Not break it. Balance it. Varissa's eyes narrowed. With what magic? The question hit like a fist. Mirel's chest tightened. If she named Loamcraft, she was done. Before Mirel could answer, Veyran spoke. She is here as a conservatory specialist, he said calmly. Her methods are under my supervision. Varissa's gaze snapped to him. Veyran. Veyran did not look away. Regent. The air between them crackled. Nobles leaned in without moving, hungry for conflict. Talk's eyes narrowed at Veyran's gloved hands. My prince, he said carefully, the demonstration is required. Lady Cauldron's hand was still extended, now trembling slightly from the strain of holding it. Her smile had faltered. Her eyes flicked to Mirel with a flash of irritation she tried to hide. Mirel's pulse thundered. Veyran's gaze dropped to Lady Cauldron's hand. He remained still. Mirel took a slow breath and made herself speak, voice pitched to carry to Cillian. If the demonstration is to prove the oath thread can be borne without harm, she said, then allow a controlled alternative. Staff safety protocols. A barrier. A grounded witness. Cillian's brow furrowed. Explain. Mirel's mouth was dry. She could feel her courage fraying at the edges. But she also felt something else, Veyran's stillness beside her, his effort not to reach for the easiest solution. She lifted her uninjured hand slowly, palm up, not toward Veyran but toward Cillian, showing empty skin. Allow the prince to touch my gloved hand, she said, choosing the smallest risk she could shape. No bare skin. If there is pain, it will be contained to fabric contact and can be halted immediately. If there is no pain, it proves the thread is responsive to grounding influence. A murmur ran through the hall, skepticism, intrigue, disdain. Varissa's voice was sharp. You would offer yourself. Mirel's throat tightened. I offer the smallest test that prevents harm to a noble witness and still demonstrates function. Lady Cauldron's eyes flashed. Noble witness. Mirel had not meant it as an insult, but the words carried weight anyway. Talk studied Mirel, then Veyran, then the iron rose motif etched along the pillars as if listening to the hall itself. Finally, he said, gloved contact. Minimal. On my count. If there is any sign of pain, it stops. Varissa's expression tightened. Cillian's gaze flicked to her, unflinching. Regent, the oath demands legitimacy, not theatre. Mirel's knees threatened to go weak. Veyran's gaze turned to Mirel, steady and unreadable. His voice was low enough only she could hear. You can still say no. The words hit Mirel like a hand on her spine, supportive, heavy. In front of a hall full of wolves, he offered her the right to refuse. Mirel swallowed hard and forced herself to nod once. Do it quickly, she whispered back. And stop if you feel the seed tighten. Veyran's eyes flicked surprise, then something like gratitude. He turned slightly toward her, raising one gloved hand. Mirel lifted her bandaged hand and adjusted the linen so the glove beneath still covered skin. Her fingers trembled. Silen's voice rang out. On my count. 1. Mirel's heart pounded. 2. Veyran's gloved fingertips hovered a breath away from Mirel's glove. 3. Contact. Fabric to fabric. A gloved prince's touch on a gardener's covered knuckles, so ordinary it should have been nothing, and yet the hall seemed to tilt. Mirel held her breath. Veyran went utterly still. For one terrible heartbeat, Mirel expected heat, pain, a cry, guards surging. But there was no scream. No flinch. No recoil. Instead, Veyran's shoulders loosened by a fraction, as if something inside him had eased. Mirel's teeth ached violently, sharp, bright like a warning bell. She forced herself not to wince. Silen watched, eyes narrowed, then raised his staff. Enough. Veyran withdrew instantly. Mirel exhaled shakily, then realized the hall was murmuring, soft, disbelieving, hungry. He touched. No pain. How? Varissa's face had gone still as carved stone. Lady Cauldron's hand lowered slowly, and her smile vanished entirely. Her gaze cut to Mirel with a look that was not hatred, not yet, but something colder, recognition of threat. Silen Talk spoke, voice carrying. The demonstration has been witnessed. The oath thread is responsive under controlled conditions. Further demonstration will be scheduled in formal council. Formal council. Mirel's stomach dropped. That meant records. That meant scrutiny. That meant traps. Varissa's voice sliced in, cool and lethal. We will discuss the gardener and her methods privately. Mirel's skin went cold. Veyran's posture tightened. He stepped forward, not toward Mirel, but into the space between her and Varissa's gaze like a shield. No, he said calmly. The single word cracked through the hall like a whip. A hush fell again, deeper this time. Varissa's eyes narrowed. Veyran. Not here. Here, Veyran replied, voice steady, is precisely where it must be said. You have pushed for a spectacle that would have harmed Lady Cauldron. I will not hurt my own people to soothe treaty fear. Lady Cauldron's cheeks flushed, indignation flashing. My prince. Veyran did not look at her. His gaze stayed on Varissa. Mirel Vanthe is under my protection, he said, voice clear enough that every noble heard it. She will not be interrogated without my presence. She will not be punished for methods that preserve the oath thread. Mirel's breath caught. Under my protection. Spoken publicly. It was both shield and brand. Varissa's voice was quiet, dangerous. You are binding your crown to a servant. Veyran's expression did not change, but something in his eyes went flint hard. I am binding my crown to the realm's survival, he said. If you wish to call it scandal, that is your choice. I call it duty. Silen Talk's gaze flicked between them, calculating the fracture lines. The emissaries watched with sharpened attention, as if trying to decide whether Cindervale's stability was real or merely painted. Then a different voice rose from the crowd, smooth, amused. What a lovely performance. Mirel turned slightly, heart sinking. Malkir Sorn stood near one of the pillars, dressed in dark finery that looked simple only because it was flawless. His smile was warm in the way a knife's handle could be warm. His eyes were bright with interest. My prince, Malkir said, bowing with practiced elegance. How fortunate that salvation arrived from the hill country at the very moment we needed it. Veyran's gaze hardened. Lord Sorn. Malkir's eyes flicked briefly to Mirel, lingering on her bandaged hand as if savoring the detail. And you, he murmured, Mirel Vanthe. I've heard of your village. Poor soil. Poor yield. Yet you look remarkably healthy for a hill girl. Mirel's stomach turned. She forced her face blank. I work. Malkir's smile widened. So do we all. Varissa's gaze cut to Malkir, annoyance flashing. She did not like being intruded upon even by her allies. Silen Talk lifted his staff. The introduction continues, he intoned, trying to stitch the hall back together. But the threads had already been tugged too hard. Whispers followed Mirel as she retreated to the staff line under Hester's sharp, protective glare. Some whispers sounded like awe. Most sounded like hunger. By the time the reception ended, Mirel felt as if she'd been skinned by eyes. Hester caught her by the elbow the moment the nobles turned away. "What did you do?" Hester hissed. Mirel's throat was tight. "I kept someone from being hurt." Hester's grip tightened. "You painted a target on your back the size of the Iron Crown." Mirel swallowed hard. "I know." Hester's eyes flicked toward the dais where Verissa stood rigid, speaking with Scylla in tight, furious tones. "She's going to come for you now." Mirel's teeth ached sharply. She pressed her tongue to them, tasting metal. "Then we get ahead of her." Hester stared. "How?" Mirel's voice shook. "By learning faster than she can trap us." That night, Mirel returned to the conservatory shaking with exhaustion. The drain in her bones felt worse than usual, sharp in her teeth, hollow in her wrists. She had given only a sliver of grounding through glove contact, but the oath thread had responded strongly. It frightened her how quickly. Quen was already there, pale and frantic, ink-smudged fingers clutching fresh pages. "They're calling council," he whispered. "Tomorrow at noon. Scylla will demand formal demonstration. Verissa will demand interrogation." Mirel's stomach dropped. "So fast." Quen's voice trembled. "Your touch, your presence, made the thread ease in front of emissaries. They can't ignore it. They also can't control it. That frightens them." Mirel exhaled slowly. "Where's Veyran?" Quen swallowed. "His meeting with Scylla and the emissaries. Trying to keep the treaty from collapsing." Hester lurked near the doorway, arms crossed. "And you," she muttered to Mirel, "are going to eat before you do anything else." Mirel opened her mouth to argue and stopped. She didn't have the strength. She sat on the stool by the crescent bed and let Hester shove bread and cheese into her hands like she was a stubborn child. Mirel chewed, swallowing mechanically. Her body accepted the food with reluctant gratitude. The conservatory doors opened quietly. Veyran stepped inside. He looked more tired than Mirel had ever seen him. The controlled stillness remained, but it was stretched thin, like iron hammered too many times. His gloves were on. His eyes were sharp with the aftermath of politics. He paused at the threshold until Mirel looked up. "Your teeth," he said immediately. Mirel swallowed. "I ate." Veyran's mouth tightened. "That is not what I asked." Mirel's cheeks warmed. "They hurt." Veyran's gaze darkened with frustration. "Because you grounded the thread publicly." Mirel forced herself to meet his eyes. "Because you were about to be made to harm someone." Veyran's jaw worked. "You should not have been forced into that." Mirel laughed softly, bitter. "Welcome to my world, my prince." A flicker of pain crossed his face. Then he stepped closer, not into her space, but nearer than usual, stopping at a respectful distance. "You did not have to," he said quietly. "You could have stayed in the shadows." Mirel's chest tightened. "And watched you be used like a knife." Veyran went very still. Mirel realized, too late, what she'd admitted. Not love. Not longing. But care, sharp and undeniable. Silence thickened. Hester pretended to rearrange tools, but her ears were sharp. Quen held his breath like a mouse in a hawk's shadow. Veyran's voice was low. "You risked yourself for me." Mirel's throat tightened. "I risked myself to prevent harm." Veyran's gaze held hers. "To me." Mirel's hands curled around the bread. She could not find a lie that didn't taste like ash. "Yes," she whispered. Veyran's gloved hands flexed once, as if he were trying not to reach. When he spoke again, his voice was controlled by sheer effort. "Then hear this," he said. "Tomorrow, in council, I will not allow them to put you on display. Not as miracle, not as monster." Mirel swallowed hard. "They'll demand it." "Let them," Veyran said quietly. "I will set the terms." Mirel's teeth ached again, warning her that the conversation itself was costing her. "And if your terms fail?" Veyran's gaze sharpened with something dangerous. "Then I will choose you over their comfort." Hester made a choking sound from the doorway. "Oh, 4. Veyran's gaze flicked to Hester, and for a heartbeat there was almost humor. Yes, he said dryly. I hear it too. Hester glared. You're going to get her killed. Veyran's face hardened. I'm trying to keep her alive. Hester's jaw clenched. Alive isn't enough. Mirel's throat tightened. She didn't want to be spoken about like a prize or a problem. She forced herself to stand, palms flat on the work table to steady her. Stop, she said sharply. The word cut through them both. Veyran went still at once, as if he recognized it as a boundary. Hester blinked, startled into silence. Mirel drew a slow breath. Tomorrow is council, she said, voice steadying. They will demand answers. If they decide I'm Loamcraft, they will try to bind me. If they decide I'm not, they will still try to use me. Veyran's gaze held hers. Yes. Mirel swallowed. So we bring truth, but not all of it. Quen blinked. Not all. Mirel's eyes flicked to him. Enough truth to convince Scylla the oath thread can be stabilized without harm, she said. Not enough to tell Malkia how to cage me. Quen's throat bobbed. How do we do that? Mirel's fingers trembled. By focusing on the roses. Not my body. Veyran's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Mirel turned toward the crescent bed. The roses are stabilizers. They respond when the thread eases, she said. If I can make them respond through soil work alone, without touching you, then it proves balance is possible without making me a living demonstration. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Can you? Mirel's teeth ached like a warning siren. I can try. Hester's voice was grim. And if you push too hard, you'll collapse. Mirel's jaw tightened. Then we set limits. Veyran's gaze held hers. You will not do this alone. Mirel's mouth twisted. I'm always alone with my magic. Veyran stepped closer by a fraction, stopping before he entered her space. Not tonight, he said quietly. Something in Mirel's chest tightened painfully. She looked away, because looking at him made her want to trust him, and trust in a palace was a dangerous kind of hunger. They worked until the torches outside dimmed. Mirel knelt at the edge of the crescent bed, hands in the soil, breathing slowly. She drew loam thread gently, so gently it felt like coaxing a sleeping animal. She did not pour power. She whispered steadiness into the minerals, guided toxins to settle, invited the soil to remember softness. The oath thread pulsed beneath it, taut as wire. Mirel did not touch Veyran. She didn't even look at him. She focused on the roses, on their dying petals, on the way iron could be thin enough to mimic softness and still be iron. Her teeth began to ache within minutes. She ignored it until it sharpened into a spike behind her eyes. She slowed, drawing back, letting her body recover. Veyran watched from a short distance, still, silent. Quen scribbled notes in trembling haste. Hester hovered like a guard dog, ready to catch Mirel if she fell. After a long hour, Mirel lifted her hands from the soil and wiped sweat from her brow. Her fingers shook. She looked up at the nearest bloom. The dull vein along one petal had brightened, not fully silver, but enough that Mirel's breath caught. The petal's curl had eased by a fraction, like a fist relaxing. Quen let out a small sound of awe. Hester's eyes narrowed, as if refusing to let hope slip in. Veyran's gaze fixed on the bloom. His voice was quiet. It moved. Mirel swallowed hard. Yes. Veyran's posture loosened by a fraction, as if something inside him had eased in response. And you didn't touch me. Mirel's teeth throbbed. No. Veyran's eyes flicked to her face. And it still cost you. Mirel's mouth twisted. Yes. Veyran went very still, then reached up and removed one glove, slow, deliberate. He did not move toward Mirel. He simply took the glove off, revealing the iron-sheened hand beneath. Mirel's heart lurched. Veyran set the glove on the work table, then the other. His bare hands hung at his sides like something vulnerable. Mirel's throat tightened. What are you doing? Veyran's voice was low. Making an offer. Mirel's pulse thundered. He lifted one hand, palm angled toward her, not reaching. Waiting. Mirel stared at the offered hand, at the faint sheen, at the way the light made his fingers look almost ordinary. Veyran's gaze held hers. If you need steadiness, he said quietly, you may take it. Without magic. Without duty. Just steadiness. Mirel's breath caught. The offer was so simple it felt like a trap. Not because he meant harm, but because accepting kindness in this place could become a chain. I can't, Mirel whispered. Veyran's gaze did not harden. It softened. You can, he corrected gently. You may refuse. Or you may accept. Either is allowed. Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard, furious at her own weakness. She took a slow step closer, hands trembling. Not to touch. Just to stand within the space where his offered hand existed, a quiet proof that he was trying. Her teeth ached, but the ache didn't spike. It remained steady. Mirel lifted her uninjured hand, hesitated, then, very carefully, rested her fingertips against the side of his palm. No magic. No grounding pull. Just skin against iron-sheened skin. Cool. Steady. Veyran's breath shuddered, but he did not close his fingers around hers. He held still, letting her decide the shape of the touch. Mirel's chest tightened painfully. She realized, in that clean, quiet moment, that she was not only afraid of being used. She was afraid of being cared for because care made leaving harder. She withdrew after a heartbeat, and Veyran lowered his hand slowly, as if placing something fragile back on a shelf. Thank you, he whispered. Mirel swallowed hard. Don't thank me. It was nothing. Veyran's gaze held hers. It was not nothing. Silence stretched, heavy with what neither of them dared name. Quen cleared his throat, voice too loud. I should go, he stammered. I have notes to hide. Hester made a pointed noise. Yes. Go hide your spine too. Quen fled. Hester lingered just long enough to glare at both of them. If either of you does anything stupid, she muttered, I'm not cleaning up the mess. Then she stalked out as well, leaving Mirel and Veyran alone with the roses and the oath thread humming beneath them. The conservatory felt different without witnesses. Not safer. Just quieter. Veyran replaced his gloves slowly, as if the fabric was armor he could not yet set aside. Tomorrow, he said, voice steadying, I will present the rose response to Cillian. I will insist on soil-based demonstration only. Mirel nodded, throat tight. And Verissa. Veyran's jaw tightened. Verissa will try to control this. So will Malkia. But Cillian cares about oath integrity. He will not ignore stabilizer evidence. Mirel swallowed. And if he does? Veyran's gaze sharpened. Then I will make him. Mirel almost laughed. You can't command him. That would weaken the oath's legitimacy. A flicker of something like admiration crossed Veyran's eyes. You're learning my court. Mirel's mouth twisted. I don't want to learn it. I want to survive it. Veyran's voice softened. And after survival? Mirel froze. The question was not about roses or treaties. It was about her. Mirel's breath caught. She forced herself to look away toward the iron roses. After survival, she said carefully, I want a life that belongs to me. Veyran was silent for a long beat. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. So do I. The next day, council was called at noon. Mirel did not attend. She was staff. She was forbidden from the chamber. That was what Verissa wanted, control over narrative without the inconvenient presence of the person being discussed. Veyran refused. He did not bring Mirel into the council chamber. Instead, he brought the council into the conservatory. Mirel learned this when guards arrived at dawn, not rough, but firm, and instructed her to have the crescent bed prepared for official review. Hester swore loud enough to make the fountain seem shy. In my greenhouse, she snarled. They're going to drag their politics into my greenhouse. Mirel's stomach churned. This was your fear? Hester glared. No. My fear was worse. My fear was you becoming their miracle. Mirel's teeth ached, sharp and insistent. She pressed her tongue to them and tasted faint blood. By midday, the conservatory doors opened to a procession. Cillian Torque entered first, staff in hand, face severe. Behind him came Verissa Nareth, expression carved into calm. Malkyr Sorn followed with a polite smile that did not reach his eyes. Several nobles trailed, including Lady Cauldron, her posture perfect and her gaze fixed on Mirel like a needle. The emissaries from the river marches were present as well, eyes sharp, measuring. Edrin hovered near the doorway, pale and tense. Mirel stood near the crescent bed, hands clasped in front of her, bandaged palm hidden beneath her apron. Hester stood behind her like a wall. Veyran entered last. He looked controlled, but the air around him felt taut. He took his place beside the crescent bed, not too close to Mirel, not too far. His gloves were on. Scylla spoke first. "We are here to confirm whether the oath thread stabilizers can be restored in time for sealing." Veyran inclined his head. "Yes." Scylla's gaze flicked to Mirel. "And whether the method used is lawful." Mirel's stomach tightened. Varissa's voice was smooth. "We have heard rumors of unnatural influence." Malky's smile widened slightly, and of a staff girl stepping into the hall as if she were counsel. Lady Cauldron's lips pressed thin. Mirel felt heat rise in her cheeks, but she kept her posture still. The safest expression in this place was blank. Veyran's gaze sharpened. "Enough," he said quietly. The single word carried authority that made even Malky's smile pause. Veyran turned to Scylla. "The roses respond to soil stabilization," he said. "Not to public spectacle. We will demonstrate the response without human contact." Varissa's eyes narrowed. "Convenient." Mirel's teeth ached. She swallowed hard and forced herself to move. She knelt at the edge of the crescent bed, careful and slow. She placed her hands on the soil, gloved, steady, and drew a loam thread up from her feet, thin as a hair. She guided it into the bed's mineral structure, nudging balance, coaxing memory of softness. Pain flared behind her eyes almost immediately. Her molars screamed. She tasted blood where she bit her tongue. She kept her breathing slow. The oath thread pulsed beneath the soil, tightening, then easing. A murmur rose behind her. Mirel lifted her gaze to the nearest bloom. The petal that had been curled like a wound eased open a fraction. The silver vein brightened. Scylla leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Again," he demanded, and it wasn't cruelty, it was hunger for proof. Mirel's stomach tightened. "I can't." Veyran's voice cut in, calm and sharp. "Enough," he said. Malky's smile returned, warm as poison. "My prince, are we to trust a momentary shift? A petal twitching in response to what? A girl's touch of dirt?" Hester made a low sound like a growl. Veyran's gaze held Malky's. "We trust stabilizers because they are oath-bound. They do not lie to flatter politics." Malky's eyes gleamed. "Do they lie to flatter forbidden magic?" The words hit the conservatory like a thrown stone. Varissa's gaze sharpened on Mirel. "Remove your gloves," she said softly. Mirel froze. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's shoulder. Veyran's posture went rigid. "No." Varissa's gaze slid to him. "Veyran. If you insist on sheltering her, you will bind your crown to her crimes." Veyran's voice was low, dangerous. "She has committed no crime." Malky's smile widened. "Then why not prove it?" Lady Cauldron stepped forward, voice smooth. "If the gardener's hands are ordinary, she can show them. If they are not, the court has a duty to protect itself." Protect itself. Mirel's stomach turned. Scylla Talk's gaze narrowed. "Regent, the law is clear. Loamcraft, if present, must be registered and controlled." Mirel's heart hammered. Controlled meant bound. Controlled meant irons. Varissa's voice was calm, sharpened. "Then let us see." Mirel's fingers trembled inside her gloves. She could feel the loam thread in her body tightening defensively, like roots gripping earth before a storm. Veyran's voice came low, controlled by force. "Mirel," he said softly, and it carried the question he'd offered before, "you can still say no." Mirel swallowed hard. If she refused, they would assume guilt and seize her anyway. If she complied, they would see the thorn scratches, the calluses, the faint mineral pallor of a loamcaster who had been pulling life from dead soil. They would see enough to suspect. Either way, she was standing on a knife's edge. Mirel looked at the roses, at the slight brightening vein, the eased curl. Proof that her work mattered. Proof that the court needed her. Need was its own kind of trap. She drew a slow breath. I will show my hands, she said, voice tight, but I will not be touched. Malky's eyes gleamed. Afraid we'll feel something? Mirel kept her gaze on Sillin. Afraid you'll lie about what you feel. Sillin's eyes narrowed, then, surprisingly, he gave a small, approving nod. Reasonable. Mirel's fingers shook as she pulled one glove off, then the other. Her hands were ordinary in shape, calloused, stained with soil, scratched by thorns. But to Mirel they felt like confession. Varissa's gaze fixed on her skin as if expecting it to glow with guilt. Malkia leaned in, smile polite. So plain. How disappointing. Mirel's teeth ached as she fought not to flinch. She held her hands out, palms up, letting them be seen. Sillin studied them, then looked at the roses. The response is real, he said, voice reluctant but firm. The stabilizers eased. Varissa's gaze hardened. And yet we still do not know how. Malkia's voice was smooth. Perhaps we should test the gardener's influence more directly. A small touch. A harmless brush. If she truly has nothing to hide. No, Veyran said, voice like iron struck. The word echoed. Every eye turned to him. Veyran stepped forward, placing himself fully between Mirel and the council's reach. He did not touch her. He simply stood in the space like a wall. You will not use her body as a tool, he said, voice calm and deadly. You will not provoke pain to satisfy curiosity. The demonstration is complete. Varissa's eyes narrowed. Veyran, you are defying lawful inquiry. Veyran's gaze held hers. I am setting boundaries on cruelty. Sillin's mouth tightened, but he did not contradict Veyran. His eyes flicked to the roses again, as if weighing what mattered more, law or thread survival. Malky's smile thinned. How noble, he murmured. How emotional. Veyran's gaze cut to him. Careful, Lord Sorn. Malky's eyes gleamed. Or what? Will you burn me if I touch you? The hall went so quiet Mirel could hear her own heartbeat. Veyran did not flinch. He lifted his gloved hand slightly, palm outward, a calm warning. Do not test what you do not understand. Malky's smile widened, delighted by danger. Ah, he said softly. So there is something to understand. Mirel's stomach dropped. Malkia was fishing. And every reaction was bait. Varissa's voice cut in, controlled. Enough. She turned to Sillin. Master of Oaths, you will convene a closed session to discuss lawful methods of stabilizer restoration. Sillin inclined his head stiffly. Yes, Regent. Varissa's gaze returned to Mirel, cold. The gardener will remain under guard until her methods are verified. Mirel's breath caught. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's shoulder like a clamp. Veyran's posture went rigid. No, he said again, voice steady and sharp. Varissa's eyes narrowed. Veyran. Do not embarrass the crown. Veyran's gaze held hers, unblinking. The crown has already been embarrassed, he said quietly, by its willingness to harm its own people. Varissa's voice went low, lethal. You are making enemies. Veyran's answer was calm. I already have them. Silence stretched like a wire about to snap. Then Sillin spoke, voice measured. Regent, he said slowly, if the stabilizers can be restored through soil balance alone, then immediate detention may be unnecessary. Panic will strain the thread further. We must proceed carefully. Varissa's eyes flashed anger, frustration, the awareness that Sillin's support mattered. Malkia smiled faintly, as if savoring the tension. Varissa drew a slow breath. Fine, she said tightly. No detention yet. But the gardener will be restricted to palace grounds. She will not leave without my approval. Mirel's stomach turned. Restricted. A softer word than prison, still a cage. Veyran's jaw tightened. She will not be caged without cause, he said. Varissa's gaze sharpened. Then give me cause not to. End this quickly. Restore the roses. Seal the treaty. And remove the temptation you've invited into my court. Temptation. Mirel's cheeks burned. She kept her face blank with effort. Verissa swept out, robes whispering like threats. The nobles followed in a rustle of silk and resentment. Lady Cauldron's gaze lingered on Mirel, cold, sharp, before she turned away as well. Malkier Sorn paused last. He smiled at Mirel, polite as a merchant. "Hillgirl," he murmured. "Be careful. Your hands are very interesting." Then he bowed to Veyran. "My prince. I look forward to your success." He left with the leisurely pace of someone who knew time would do his work for him. When the doors shut and only staff remained, Mirel realized her knees were shaking. Hester swore under her breath. "They're going to kill you," she muttered. Mirel swallowed hard. "They're going to try." Veyran stood near the crescent bed, gloved hands clenched, breathing slow and controlled. For a moment he looked not like a prince but like a man holding himself back from breaking something. Mirel stepped closer cautiously. "You shouldn't have done that," she whispered. Veyran's gaze snapped to her, sharp. "You mean defended you?" Mirel's throat tightened. "I mean put yourself against Verissa and Malkier in public. They will come for you now." "Harder." Veyran's jaw worked. "Let them." Mirel's voice shook. "You can't just." "I can," Veyran cut in, then stopped himself. He drew a slow breath, forcing his voice quieter. "I can't keep you safe by doing nothing. And I won't," his voice tightened. "I won't let them put irons on you." Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard. "Why?" The word came out rawer than she intended. Veyran went very still. His gaze held hers with unsettling clarity. "Because you are a person," he said quietly, as if it were the simplest truth in the world. "And because when you stood in that hall, you prevented harm without seeking power. That matters." Mirel's throat tightened. "That doesn't make me safe." Veyran's voice dropped. "No. It makes you worth protecting." The words landed like a weight on Mirel's chest, heavy, dangerous, almost tender. She looked away, swallowing hard. "You just made me more visible." Veyran's gaze followed her. "I know." Mirel's teeth ached sharply, and she winced despite herself. Veyran's eyes narrowed. "Sit," he said, voice firm. Mirel shook her head automatically. "I'm fine." Veyran stepped closer, stopping just short of crowding her. "Mirel," he said, and the way he said her name held a boundary like a line in soil. "Sit." Mirel's breath caught. She Saturday. Hester watched, grudgingly satisfied, then muttered, "I'm going to pretend I didn't see a prince order a gardener to rest," and stomped off to harass the staff into bringing water. Mirel stared at her hands, bare, shaking. The bandage on her palm felt tight. Veyran remained standing, gloved hands still. "They'll call you temptation," he said quietly. "They'll call you witch. They'll call you tool. None of those words are you." Mirel's throat tightened. "Words don't stop cages." Veyran's jaw tightened. "No," he admitted. "But choices can." Mirel looked up. "And your choices just made this harder." Veyran's gaze held hers. "Yes." Mirel's breath shuddered out. "Why would you do that?" Veyran was silent for a long beat. Then, very quietly, as if speaking it cost him, he said, "Because I am tired of being a weapon." Mirel's chest tightened. Veyran's voice remained low. "The iron seed was planted to keep me untouchable. To keep me obedient to fear. If I allow them to turn you into a chained remedy, then the seed wins. The court wins. And I remain iron forever." Mirel swallowed hard. "And what do you want to be instead?" Veyran's gaze softened by a fraction. "Human," he whispered. "In the ways that matter." Mirel's eyes burned again. She blinked hard, furious at tears. Hester returned with a cup of water and shoved it into Mirel's hands. "Drink," she snapped, then glared at Veyran. "And you, put your gloves back on before you start doing something poetic." Veyran's mouth tightened. "They are on." Hester's glare did not ease. "Good." Mirel drank, the water tasting faintly of iron and steadiness. Quen slipped back in, pale and breathless. "The regent's people are searching the archives," he whispered. "They're looking for rooting right records. Malkier is pushing for it." Mirel's stomach dropped. So he's not guessing. He knows. Quen swallowed. He suspects. And suspicion is enough. Veyran's gaze hardened. Then we act. Mirel's heart hammered. Act how? Veyran's voice was steady. We attempt a partial routing. Mirel went cold. No. Veyran's gaze snapped to her, then softened as if remembering. Not without consent, he said quickly. But hear me. Mirel's hands trembled around the cup. Partial routing is still routing. It still draws from me. It still risks stone sleep. Veyran's jaw tightened. And waiting risks you being bound before we can do anything. Mirel's breath caught. The logic was brutal. Quen's voice shook. A partial routing could be done through the stabilizers, he whispered. Not directly into the seed. A small weave into the rosebed's oath thread. It could prime the balance. Hester's eyes narrowed. Or it could explode. Mirel swallowed hard. Her teeth ached, relentless. If we do this, she said, voice tight, we do it on my terms. With limits. And the moment I say stop, it stops. Veyran's gaze held hers. Agreed. Mirel stared at the iron roses, then at Veyran. Her pulse thundered. This makes me more trapped, she whispered. Veyran's voice was quiet. It might also make you free. Mirel almost laughed. Freedom in a palace. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Freedom in your body. In your choices. Not dependent on debts and cages. The words hit Mirel where it hurt most. She closed her eyes briefly, fighting the rush of longing not for him, not for romance, but for the idea of a life that did not require constant bargaining. When she opened them, her voice was steady with effort. All right, she said. We do it tonight. Before they can prepare a trap. The night that followed felt like stepping into deep water with stones in her pockets. Hester barred the conservatory doors and posted 2 trusted staff outside with orders to tell anyone who approached that the iron thorn needed fumigation. Hester said it with such conviction that even guards hesitated. Quen laid his copied pages on the work table, hands shaking. We must be precise, he whispered. No heroics. Mirel almost smiled. Almost. Veyran stood near the crescent bed, gloves removed, hands bare. He looked pale beneath the iron sheen. His eyes were steady on Mirel's face. Explain what you will do, he said quietly. Mirel swallowed hard. I will weave a loam thread into the soil binding, she said. Not into you. Not into the seed. Into the stabilizer's thread enough that it remembers balance even when I'm not here. Veyran's jaw tightened. And the cost? Mirel's mouth was dry. Minerals. Pain. Weakness. If I go too far, stone sleep. Veyran's gaze darkened. Then you won't go too far. Mirel's lips twisted. You can't command my body. Veyran's expression tightened. Then I will watch for signs and stop you. Mirel met his gaze. You can't stop a spell if it's already pulling. Veyran's voice went low. Then I will pull you back by your name. The words landed like a promise. Mirel drew a slow breath, then knelt at the crescent bed. She placed her hands on the soil, bare skin, because gloves dulled sensation. The earth felt thin, strained, like a rope pulled too tight. She closed her eyes and found the loam thread in herself, weight behind the breastbone, pull toward patience. She offered it to the soil gently. The soil answered with a faint thrum that traveled up her fingers, into her wrists, into her teeth like a warning. Mirel guided the thread along the oath binding, not breaking it, not fighting it, simply nudging space into the knot, inviting flexibility. She imagined roots threading through iron not to rust it, but to remind it that it was part of earth, not above it. Pain spiked behind her eyes. Her molars screamed. Her wrists ached as if someone had poured sand into them. She kept breathing. Quen whispered counts under his breath, timing her pace. Hester hovered close enough that Mirel could feel her heat, ready to catch. Veyran stood a step away, silent, presence steady as a pillar. Mirel could feel his attention like a hand hovering over her shoulder. The oath thread under the soil pulsed, tightened, then slowly eased. Mirel's breath caught. The easing felt like a locked joint finally moving, painful and relieving at once. Her teeth ached so sharply she tasted blood. She almost pushed harder, almost chased the relief. Then she remembered, heroics are how you die early. She drew back, slowing the thread, easing out of the binding with careful reluctance. The soil's thrum softened. Mirel opened her eyes, blinking against the sting. The nearest iron rose bloom had shifted. Its curl loosened. The silver vein brightened. A faint warmth, not heat, warmth spread through the bed like sunrise under soil. Quen made a sound like a sob. Hester's hand flew to her mouth, then dropped as if she refused to be moved by miracles. Veyran's breath shuddered. Mirel lifted her gaze to him, weak with sudden dizziness. "Did you feel it?" she whispered. Veyran's eyes were wide, grey-bright with something raw. "Yes," he said, voice hoarse. "It loosened." Mirel swallowed hard. "Pain?" "No," Veyran whispered. "Relief." Mirel's vision swam. Her bones felt hollow. She reached instinctively for the work table, but her hand missed. She swayed. Veyran moved instantly, not hesitating this time. He caught her by the forearm. Bare hand to bare skin. Mirel's breath caught, fear flaring. "He will burn me." But there was no burning. No pain. Only the cool steadiness of his iron-sheened skin closing around her arm with careful restraint. Veyran's face went tight, as if he expected her to scream. Mirel stared at his hand on her arm, stunned. "You are," she rasped. "You are holding me." Veyran's breath shook. "You were falling." Mirel swallowed hard. Her teeth ached, but the ache didn't spike with his touch. It remained steady, almost soothed by the grounding of him holding her, as if the thread had shifted enough that touch was no longer an immediate threat. Hester's voice cut in, sharp. "Sit. Both of you. Before you break something." Veyran didn't let go until Mirel was on the stool, steady. Then he withdrew his hand slowly, as if afraid to linger. Mirel's skin where he'd touched felt strangely normal. Not scorched. Not punished. Quen whispered, trembling, "It worked." Mirel laughed weakly, then winced as the sound jarred her teeth. "A little," she breathed. "It worked a little." Veyran knelt in front of her abruptly, an undignified motion for a prince, and therefore shocking. He did not touch her again. He simply looked up at her with grim intensity. "Tell me the truth," he said quietly. "How far did you push?" Mirel swallowed. "Not far enough to sleep," she whispered. "But enough to feel the edge." Veyran's jaw tightened. "Never again without more safeguards." Mirel's mouth twisted. "You can't make me safe." Veyran's gaze held hers. "No," he admitted. "But I can stop being part of the danger." Before Mirel could answer, a sharp knock sounded at the conservatory doors. Hester went rigid. "No," she hissed. Another knock, harder. Quen's face went white. "They found us." Veyran rose, posture snapping back into controlled authority. He pulled his gloves on quickly, eyes narrowing. Hester moved toward the door like a wolf. "Who is it?" she barked. A voice answered from outside, smooth, amused. "Open up, Hester Brannock." Malkia Sorn. Mirel's blood went cold. Hester's jaw clenched. "The conservatory is closed." Malkia's voice was warm as honey. "I'm sure it is. That's why it's interesting." Another voice joined, sharper, female. "Open the door. Verissa." Mirel's stomach dropped. Hester looked back at Mirel, eyes fierce. "Hide your notes," she hissed to Quen. "Now." Quen scrambled, shoving pages into his satchel with trembling hands. Veyran's gaze cut to Mirel. His voice was low, urgent. "Can you stand?" Mirel tried. Her knees shook, but she stood, forcing her body upright. The door shook under a new knock, impatient now. Hester glared at Veyran. "What did you do?" she hissed. Veyran's expression was cold with realization. "They were waiting," he murmured. "They wanted to catch us." Mirel's teeth ached sharply, panic flaring. "How?" Quen's voice shook. "Someone followed me." Or, he swallowed. Or Malkia had staff watching the conservatory all along. Malkia's voice carried again, amused. "My prince," he called through the door, Regent Nareth, and I would very much like to ensure you aren't endangering the realm with private experiments." Varissa's voice was steel. "Open the door, Veyran. Now." Mirel's heart hammered. Her mind raced, hide, run, deny. None of it would work. They already had the scent. Veyran stepped closer to Mirel, not touching, just near enough that his presence felt like a shield. His voice dropped, fierce and quiet. "You can still say no," he said, and it made no sense until she understood he wasn't asking about the ritual anymore. He was asking if she would let him protect her publicly again, if she would accept the cage of his protection rather than the harsher cage of theirs. Mirel's throat tightened. Choice. In a hall of wolves. Again. She looked at the iron roses. One bloom had brightened visibly, silver vein catching torchlight like dawn trapped in metal. Proof they couldn't deny. Mirel drew a shaky breath. "Open it," she whispered to Veyran. "But don't let them separate us." Veyran's gaze sharpened, then softened by a fraction. "I won't." He turned to Hester. "Open the door," he said calmly. Hester's eyes flashed with fury, but she obeyed, unlatching the conservatory doors with jerky movements. The doors swung open. Varissa Nareth stood in the doorway, eyes cold and sharp. Malkia Sorn stood beside her, smiling as if invited. Guards flanked them, hands on hilts. Varissa's gaze swept the conservatory, lingering on the crescent bed, on the brightened bloom, on Mirel's pale face, on Qwen's satchel clutched too tightly. Then her eyes landed on Veyran. "What," she said softly, "have you done?" Veyran's posture was still as iron. "I have restored the stabilizers," he said calmly. Malki's smile widened. "With what?" he murmured, eyes glittering, "and with whom?" Varissa's gaze snapped to Mirel. "You," she said, voice like a blade. "Remove your hands from the soil and step forward." Mirel's stomach twisted. She did not move. Veyran stepped forward instead, fully into the doorway space, placing himself between Mirel and Varissa's command. "No," he said, voice quiet and absolute. The conservatory went deathly still. Malki's eyes gleamed with delight. Varissa's expression tightened, the calm cracking to reveal anger beneath. "Veyran," she said, voice low, "you will not defy me in front of guards." Veyran's gaze did not waver. "Watch me." The words hit like thunder. Mirel's breath caught. Hester's hand flew to her mouth. Qwen looked like he might faint. Varissa's eyes flashed. "You would risk deposition." Veyran's voice was calm. "I will risk anything rather than let you chain the one thing keeping this realm from snapping." Varissa's gaze hardened. "So she is a thing now." Veyran's jaw tightened. "She is a person," he said, each word precise. "And she remains under my protection." Malkia chuckled softly. "How romantic." Veyran's gaze cut to him like a blade. "How opportunistic." Malkia's smile did not falter. "Opportunism is simply seeing the truth sooner than others." Varissa's voice was cold. "Guards," she said. Mirel's blood went cold. The guards shifted, uncertain, caught between regent command and prince authority. Veyran's voice snapped, sharp and commanding. "Stand down." The guards froze. For a heartbeat, it seemed the entire court held its breath, waiting to see which authority would crack first. Varissa's eyes blazed. "You will regret this," she hissed. Veyran's voice was quiet, deadly calm. "I already regret what our court has done. This is me choosing differently." Varissa stared at him, then at Mirel behind him, then at the brightened iron rose bloom, proof glittering like an accusation. Her expression hardened into something colder than anger, strategy. "Very well," she said softly. "Keep your gardener. Keep your experiment. But know this, Veyran, if she is Loamcraft, the law will demand her binding. And if you stand in the law's way, you will be bound with her." Malkia's smile widened as if he'd just been handed a gift. "And if the treaty fails," he murmured, "history will remember which choice broke the realm." Varissa turned sharply and swept away, robes whispering like threats. Malkia followed, leisurely, eyes shining. The guards hesitated, then filed out after them, glancing at Veyran as if unsure whether to fear or admire him. When the doors shut again, The conservatory felt suddenly smaller, like a room that had just become a battlefield. Mirel's knees shook. She gripped the edge of the work table, swallowing hard. Veyran stood with his back to the doors for a long moment, shoulders rigid. Then he turned slowly to face her. His eyes were bright, not with tears, but with the raw aftermath of choosing a path that could not be walked back. "We are past caution now," he said quietly. Mirel's throat tightened. "Yes." Veyran's voice was low. "They will come harder." Mirel swallowed. "Yes." Veyran's gaze held hers. "And you can still leave," he said, and the words were both offer and ache. "I can arrange it. Tonight. Before they tighten the net." Mirel's heart hammered. Brine Hollow. Ellen. Brennick waiting in the outer district. Freedom dangled like a door cracked open. But behind her, the iron roses gleamed faintly with new life. The stabilizer had responded. The realm could be saved. And Veyran had just defied his regent in front of guards, had tied his crown to her survival in a way that made leaving feel like abandoning a man who had finally chosen not to be a weapon. Mirel's teeth ached. Her bones felt hollow. Her throat tightened around fear and something dangerously like loyalty. She drew a shaky breath and made her choice. "I'm not leaving," she whispered. Veyran went very still. Mirel lifted her chin, voice steadier. "Not yet. Not until I finish what I started. Not until you can take a handfast vow without hurting anyone. Not until my village has something real to stand on besides debt." Veyran's gaze softened by a fraction, and the softness looked like relief and terror at once. "Then," he said quietly, "we prepare for war." Outside the glass ribs of the conservatory, the palace's iron towers loomed against the night like clenched fists. And somewhere in those towers, Varissa Nareth and Malkir Sorn began sharpening law into a blade, one that would soon swing for Mirel's throat. The palace changed its breathing after that night. Mirel felt it in the corridors, the way conversations stopped when she passed, the way guards' eyes lingered longer than duty required, the way servants who had once been brisk now moved around her like she might break if touched. Even the light seemed different, colder, as if iron towers had learned a new way to watch. Hester called it the hush before a storm. Quen called it preliminary containment. Mirel called it what it was, the beginning of a cage being built around her while she was still standing inside it. The regent moved first. A writ arrived at dawn, carried by 2 oath wardens in grey iron-threaded robes. They handed it to Hester as if Mirel wasn't worth the respect of direct delivery. Hester read it once, then twice, then crumpled it in her fist so hard the paper tore. "They're restricting you," Hester snarled. "Officially. You're confined to palace grounds, no outer district, no market walks, no courtyards unless escorted. And you're barred from leaving the conservatory except to eat and sleep." Mirel's stomach tightened. "That's already what I do." "Not by choice," Hester snapped. "By law." Quen stood beside the work table, pale, clutching his satchel with both hands as if it might keep him from shaking apart. "There's another line," he whispered. Hester threw the torn paper at him. "Read it." Quen smoothed it with trembling fingers. "It says, pending verification of methods, the subject will be examined by the oath chamber." Mirel's blood went cold. "Examined." Hester's mouth twisted. "Bound," she translated. "Poked." "Prodded." "Measured until they can label you." Mirel swallowed hard. "When?" Quen's voice was barely audible. "Noon. Today." The conservatory felt suddenly too small, its glass ribs pressing down like a threat. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Panic always did that now, pulled at her minerals like a hand inside her jaw. She pressed her tongue to her molars until the pain steadied. Hester watched her with narrowed eyes. "You're going to run." Mirel's mouth opened and closed again. Running meant freedom. Running also meant leaving Veyran to face a regent and a prophet lord alone, leaving the stabilizers to fail, leaving Brine Hollow's fragile stay to be revoked the moment it became inconvenient. Running meant trading one danger for another and hoping the wilderness was kinder than law. Quen swallowed. "If you flee now, they will call you proof of guilt." Mirel's laugh was brittle. "They'll call me guilty either way." Hester's gaze flicked to the crescent bed, to the one iron rose bloom that now held a clear silver vein like a thin ribbon of dawn. If you go to the oath chamber, Hester said, voice low, they'll put dampeners on you. You won't be able to feel the soil. You won't be able to protect yourself. Mirel's hands curled. And if I don't go, they'll send guards. Quen's face tightened. And if guards come, the prince will be forced to respond. In public. Again. Mirel's stomach clenched at the thought of Veyran standing between her and Law until Law decided he was the problem to remove. Where is he? Mirel whispered. Quen looked away. With the emissaries. Verissa called him into treaty session at dawn. He hasn't left the council wing. Hester swore under her breath, vicious. Of course she did. Mirel's pulse hammered. Every option tasted like iron. She looked at the iron roses again, at the faint new life. Proof that her work mattered. Proof that the court now needed her too much to let her go. Need was never gentle. Mirel drew a slow breath. If I go, she said quietly, I go with terms. Hester barked a humorless laugh. Terms. In Verissa's court. Mirel lifted her chin. I'm not a barrel to be inspected. Quen's voice trembled. What terms can you demand? Mirel's gaze went to the conservatory doors. The prince's presence, she said. And Scyllans. Not Verissa alone. Not Malky's people. No private examination. Hester's eyes narrowed. And how do you plan to force that? Mirel's throat tightened. By making it an oath issue. The stabilizers are oath-bound. My methods are directly affecting the oath thread. The Master of Oaths can't allow secret handling of oath influence. It compromises legitimacy. Quen blinked, startled. That might work. Hester scowled. Might. And might gets you killed. Mirel's teeth ached again, but she kept her voice steady. Then we don't walk in blind. She turned to Quen. Hide your copies. Not in your satchel. Quen's face tightened. Where then? Mirel's gaze flicked to the rich soil trough hidden under cloth. In the one place they won't dig, she said softly. Quen swallowed hard. They won't. They won't touch it, Mirel said, voice tight. Because they don't want their hands dirty. And because they don't believe soil can be dangerous. Hester stared at her. You're getting bold. Mirel's mouth twisted. I'm getting tired. They moved quickly. Quen slid his copied pages into oiled cloth, trembling, and Mirel lifted the trough's cloth just enough to reveal the dark, rich soil beneath. The sight of it always made her chest ache, so much potential hidden like contraband. Quen tucked the cloth-wrapped pages into a shallow channel beneath the soil line, and Mirel covered them with a careful layer of compost as if burying seeds. Hester watched, grim. If they find that, you're all dead. Mirel's voice was quiet. Then they won't. When it was done, Mirel washed her hands slowly, forcing herself to breathe. She ate what Hester shoved at her, bread, cheese, salted roots, because she could feel the emptiness in her bones like a hollow drum. She tied her hair back, adjusted her apron, and wrapped fresh linen around her injured palm. Then she went to face the oath chamber. The chamber sat deep in the palace's inner spine, where the iron ribs grew thicker and the air smelled of cold metal and old ink. The halls leading to it were lined with etched script so dense it made Mirel's eyes blur if she looked too long. Every line was a promise someone else had been forced to keep. 2 grey-robed oath wardens met her at the entrance. They did not bow. They did not speak her name. One held out an iron band shaped like a cuff. Mirel's stomach clenched. No, she said clearly. The warden's eyes narrowed. It is required. Mirel's voice was steady with effort. Not without the prince and the Master of Oaths present. One warden's mouth tightened. The regent does not outrank the oath, Mirel cut in, and felt the danger of her own audacity. If you bind me without proper witness, you compromise the stabilizer work you claim to protect. A silence stretched. The wardens exchanged a glance, annoyance, uncertainty. Finally, one stepped aside and disappeared through an inner door. Mirel stood in the entry corridor, hands clasped, heart pounding. She could feel the loam thread in her body curled tight, defensive, like roots gripping before a flood. Footsteps echoed. Silen Torque emerged first, staff in hand, face severe. Verissa Nareth followed, expression carved into calm. Malkir Sorn came last, smiling as if he'd been invited to a performance. Verissa's gaze locked onto Mirel. You are late. Mirel's teeth ached. I was not summoned with proper witness. Verissa's eyes narrowed. You will be examined. Mirel held her ground. With proper witness. Silen's gaze flicked to Mirel, then to Verissa. The stabilizer influence is an oath matter, he said stiffly. The prince must be present. Verissa's mouth tightened. The prince is occupied. Malky's smile warmed. And time is short. The river marches do not wait for palace etiquette. Mirel's stomach turned. Etiquette isn't what I'm asking for. Verissa's voice was cold. What you are asking for does not matter. Mirel's pulse hammered. She forced herself to speak anyway. Then bind me without him, she said, and watch your roses die when the oath thread snaps under fear and force. I can't balance what you poison with cruelty. The corridor went still. Malkir's smile faltered only slightly, but Mirel saw it. She had struck at something he couldn't dismiss as servant insolence, risk. Silen's gaze sharpened. She is correct, he said reluctantly. Panic strains binding. Forced examination could destabilize what she has already eased. Verissa's eyes flashed. You are taking instruction from a gardener. Silen's mouth tightened. I am taking instruction from oath physics. Malkir chuckled softly. How delightfully academic. Verissa's gaze cut back to Mirel. Very well, she said, voice low and sharp. No dampeners. For now. Mirel's stomach loosened by a fraction. Verissa stepped closer, eyes hard. But you will answer questions. You will disclose your methods. And you will not hide behind oaths to avoid lawful accountability. Mirel swallowed hard. I will not confess to crimes I didn't commit. Malky's eyes gleamed. Then you claim innocence of Loamcraft. Mirel held his gaze, forcing her voice steady. I claim I'm here to stabilize soil and preserve life. The labels you want to paste on me are yours, not mine. Malkir smiled wider. A clever answer. Verissa's voice cut. Bring her in. The oath chamber was a circular room of black stone and iron lattice, lit by pale lamps that gave no warmth. In the center stood a ring etched with script, the floor patterned like a net. Mirel's stomach tightened as she stepped inside. The air felt heavy, as if it remembered every vow ever spoken there. Verissa and Silen took places on opposite sides of the ring. Malkir leaned against a pillar like a man at leisure. Two oath wardens stood behind Mirel, silent. Verissa began. State your name. Mirel Vanthe, Mirel said. Verissa's eyes narrowed. State your village. Brine Hollow. Verissa's voice was cold. State your trade. Mirel's teeth ached. Gardener. Malkir's chuckle drifted through the chamber. And miracle worker, apparently. Verissa's gaze snapped to him, annoyance flashing, then returned to Mirel. How did you cause the iron roses to respond? Mirel drew a slow breath. By stabilizing the soil beneath their binding, she said carefully. Rebalancing minerals. Binding toxins. Encouraging root health. Verissa's eyes narrowed. With what? Mirel held still. With training, she said evenly. With observation. Silen's gaze sharpened. You are avoiding the relevant detail, he said. The stabilizers are oath-bound. Ordinary horticulture should not affect oath thread tension. Mirel's throat tightened. Then your stabilizers are failing more deeply than you understood. Malkir smiled. Or she's lying. Verissa's voice sharpened. If you are using forbidden craft, the law demands registration and binding. Confess now, and your punishment may be softened. Mirel's stomach turned. Softened. Like a rope loosened after it tightened. No, Mirel said quietly. I won't let you wrap me in your words and call it mercy. Verissa's eyes flashed. Stubbornness is not virtue. Mirel's voice shook. Maybe not. But it kept me alive. The chamber held its breath. Then Silen spoke, voice measured. Regent, he said, we are not here to debate morality. We are here to preserve the oath thread. If she can stabilize the roses without harm, she is an asset. If she is loamcraft, binding her abruptly could damage the very balance we need. Verissa's jaw tightened. Then what do you propose? Silen's gaze flicked to Mirel. A controlled test, he said. Not of her body, of the stabilizers. A repeatable demonstration under oath witness. Malky's smile widened. And if the test proves she's loamcraft? Silen's mouth tightened. Then we proceed with lawful containment. Containment. A prettier word than chains. Still chains. Mirel's throat tightened. Containment kills the work. Verissa's gaze sharpened. Containment protects the realm. Mirel laughed softly, bitter. No. Containment protects your comfort. Verissa's face hardened. Enough. Bring the stabilizer sample. An oath warden carried in a shallow iron tray holding a single severed iron rose stem, black and glossy, thorns like hooks, petals dulling at the edges. Mirel's stomach twisted at the sight. Even cut, the thing pulsed faintly with binding. Silen gestured toward the ring. Step into the circle, he said to Mirel. Place your hands on the tray. Stabilize the stem's thread. Do not touch any person. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. The net of script underfoot felt like a trap waiting to tighten if she breathed wrong. Still, this was better than a cuff. She stepped into the ring and knelt. She placed her hands on either side of the tray, not touching the iron rose directly. She closed her eyes, found the loam thread inside her, and offered it gently not to the plant alone, but to the binding woven through it. The oath thread answered, taut and wary. Pain sparked behind her eyes. Her jaw throbbed. She kept breathing slowly. Coaxing, not forcing. Reminding the soil memory inside the cut stem that it belonged to earth as well as iron. The chamber's air thickened. Mirel felt the binding resist, then, slowly ease. She opened her eyes. The dull petal edge brightened a fraction, the silver vein faint but present. A murmur ran through the room, quiet surprise from a warden, a sharp inhale from Silen. Verissa's expression did not change. Again, she said coldly. Mirel's stomach dropped. I can't keep. Again, Verissa repeated, voice like iron. Silen's staff tapped once. Regent, he said sharply. The test was to confirm responsiveness, not to drain the subject. Verissa's gaze snapped to him. If she can do it once, she can do it twice. Mirel's teeth screamed. Her vision swam at the edges. Malky's voice was smooth as oil. Let her, he murmured. If she collapses, it answers our question about cost. Mirel's blood went cold. So that was the trap. Not a cuff. Not interrogation. Exhaustion until she broke, then label her dangerous and bind her for her own good. Mirel lifted her gaze, meeting Verissa's cold eyes. You don't want proof, she said, voice shaking. You want me weak. Verissa's face tightened. I want the realm stable. Mirel's laugh was bitter. Then stop trying to crush the one thing stabilizing it. Verissa's gaze sharpened. Again. Mirel's hands trembled. She could refuse. She could say no and trust Silen to intervene. But trusting any court figure to protect her felt like stepping onto thin ice. She drew a shaky breath and pushed the loam thread again, carefully, but the pain came sharper this time, ripping through her jaw and wrists. Her molars felt like they might crack. The iron rose petal brightened another fraction. Then the floor tilted. Mirel's breath hitched. Her fingers went numb. Stone sleep did not arrive like falling asleep. It arrived like the earth opening beneath you, quiet, absolute, no negotiation. Mirel tried to pull back. The thread resisted, hungry. Her vision narrowed. A voice cut through, Silen's, sharp. Stop. Mirel couldn't. The pull was inside her now, the loam thread tangled in the binding like roots in wire. She felt herself tipping forward. And then another voice, deeper, controlled by force, her name, spoken like a hand grabbing her collar. Mirel. The sound reached her through the narrowing dark. Mirel's body jerked as if yanked back from a cliff. She slammed her palms against the floor, gasping, the loam thread snapping back into her chest with a pain that made her teeth ring. She stayed conscious, but barely. The chamber swam. Shapes blurred. She heard Varissa's voice, cold, triumphant. There. You see. She cannot control it. She is dangerous. Silen's voice was tight. She nearly collapsed because you demanded. Varissa cut him off. Because she is unstable. Malkia's voice was smooth, pleased. How unfortunate. And how predictable. Mirel swallowed hard, tasting blood. Her hands shook. A shadow fell over the ring. Mirel looked up through swimming vision and saw Prince Veyran standing at the edge of the circle, eyes bright with fury so controlled it looked like ice. He had come. Late, but he had come. Varissa turned toward him, expression sharp. Veyran. You've finally arrived. Veyran's voice was low, deadly calm. You tried to break her. Varissa's mouth tightened. I tested her. You tested how fast she would collapse, Veyran replied, and the room seemed to chill around his tone. You wanted her weakened so you could bind her. Malkia smiled faintly. Now. We all want what is best for the realm. Veyran's gaze cut to him like a blade. You want profit. Malkia's smile did not falter. And you want a miracle. Veyran's jaw tightened. I want a person alive. Mirel's chest tightened. She tried to stand. Her knees buckled. Veyran moved instantly, stepping into the ring without hesitation. Silen's staff snapped up. My prince, the circle. Veyran did not stop. Break it, he said, voice like iron. Or I will. Silen froze, caught between oath law and crown authority. Varissa's voice sharpened. Veyran. Do not touch her. The test. Veyran knelt in front of Mirel, gloved hands hovering for half a heartbeat as if the old curse training still screamed at him to stay away. Then he made a choice. He took Mirel's trembling hand in his. Bare skin to gloved, then he pulled his glove off with his teeth, impatient, and wrapped his iron-sheened fingers around her wrist, steady and careful. Mirel's breath caught, expecting pain. There was none, only cool firmness, an anchor. Veyran's voice dropped, urgent, meant for her alone. Look at me, he said. Mirel forced her eyes to his. His gaze held hers with fierce steadiness. Breathe, he ordered softly. Stay with me. Mirel's vision steadied by degrees, not because the pain vanished, but because the panic had somewhere to rest besides her own bones. She took a shaky breath. Then another. Veyran didn't let go. In the silence, Mirel became acutely aware of what was happening. The untouchable prince holding her in the oath chamber in front of the regent, the master of oaths, and the court's wolves. And she was not screaming. The seed did not lash. If anything, the tightness in the air eased, like a knot loosening. Silen's eyes widened slightly, calculation shifting. Varissa's face tightened, the calm cracking. Malkia's smile thinned, interest sharpening into something more dangerous. Veyran stood slowly, still holding Mirel's wrist, lifting her with careful steadiness until she could stand without buckling. He did not wrap an arm around her. He did not pull her close. He simply kept contact, a firm, visible anchor. Enough, Veyran said, voice clear and carrying. The test is complete. You have proven responsiveness and cost. Now you will proceed according to oath ethics, not cruelty. Varissa's eyes blazed. You have violated the chamber's neutrality. Veyran's gaze did not waver. You violated humanity. Malki's voice slid in, smooth. And you violated the law, perhaps. Touching a suspected loamcaster in an oath ring, how reckless. Veyran's gaze cut to him. No, he said calmly. You are the reckless one. You are pushing the oath thread toward snap so you can pick up the pieces. Malkia's smile returned, too bright. Accusations without proof. Veyran's jaw tightened. Proof can be found. Malki's eyes gleamed. Then find it. Silen Talk stepped forward, staff tapping the ring's etched line. My prince, he said stiffly, the chamber is not a battlefield for politics. Veyran's voice was controlled. Then stop letting it be used as one. Silen's gaze flicked to Mirel's pale face, to the tremor in her hands, to the blood at the corner of her mouth. His mouth tightened. The regent demanded an excessive repetition, Silen said slowly, each word deliberate. That strain was not necessary for oath confirmation. Verissa's eyes snapped to him. Scylla. Scylla did not look away. Regent. The oath must be kept stable. Panic and coercion destabilize it. The subject will not be further drained today. Mirel's chest tightened. She had not expected Scylla to stand against Verissa even in small ways. Verissa's expression hardened. Very well, she said, voice cold. No more tests today. But she remains restricted. Veyran's gaze sharpened. She remains under my protection, he said clearly. And she will not be bound with dampeners unless she chooses it. Malky's chuckle drifted. Ah. Choice. How sentimental. Veyran's eyes went flint hard. How expensive, he replied. Malky's smile faltered again, only a fraction. Mirel noticed. Verissa stepped closer, voice low and lethal. If she collapses again, she hissed, and the stabilizers fail, the treaty fails. The realm bleeds. I will not let your personal fascination kill us. Veyran's voice was quiet. It is not fascination. Verissa's eyes narrowed. Then what is it? A silence fell, heavy enough to crack stone. Veyran's hand tightened slightly around Mirel's wrist, not possessive, but grounding. Mirel's breath caught. His voice, when it came, was calm and painfully honest. It is responsibility, he said. And it is care. The last word was softer. Still, it rang through the chamber like a bell. Mirel's throat tightened. Care was dangerous. Care was longing's cousin. Longing was what the iron seed had been designed to punish. For a heartbeat, Mirel expected the air to tighten, the seed to lash, the curse to bite. It didn't. The partial rooting held. Scylla's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Verissa's face went still, and in that stillness, Mirel saw something colder than anger, fear. Not fear of Mirel. Fear that the prince's curse could actually be changed, and that if it could, the old court's methods might be exposed as barbaric rather than necessary. Malky's eyes gleamed with renewed hunger. Interesting, he murmured, and the word sounded like a threat. Verissa turned sharply. We will speak, she snapped at Veyran. Now. Veyran's gaze held hers. Later, he said. Verissa's nostrils flared. Veyran. Veyran's voice did not rise, but it carried iron authority. I will not be cornered while she is bleeding. Verissa stared at him. Then, stiffly, she turned and swept out of the chamber. Malky followed, smile returning, eyes bright. The oath wardens filed after them like shadows. Scylla lingered. He looked at Veyran, then at Mirel. His severe face softened by a fraction, like a man allowing himself to see what he didn't want to see. The stabilizers are responding more strongly, Scylla said quietly. That is significant. Mirel swallowed hard. It will fail if I'm forced. Scylla's mouth tightened. Yes. He hesitated, then added, even quieter, do not give them an excuse to call you unfit. Rest. Eat. And keep your records safe. Quen, standing near the doorway, looked like he might faint with relief. Master talk. Scylla held up a hand. I did not speak to you, he said curtly. Then, to Veyran, my prince. The Treaty Council convenes again at dusk. Regent Nareth will push hard. Veyran nodded once. Let her. Scylla's gaze flicked to Mirel's mouth, to the blood she'd tried to swallow. And she will push harder, he warned softly. Because now she knows you can hold her curse in front of witnesses and not burn. Mirel's stomach turned. She had become proof. Again. Scylla left. The oath chamber felt suddenly emptier, colder. Veyran turned fully to Mirel. His eyes were bright with controlled fury and something else, worry that looked too intimate to be safe. Can you walk? He asked quietly. Mirel swallowed, testing her legs. They trembled, but held. Yes. Veyran didn't release her wrist until they were back in the corridor outside the chamber, away from etched rings and watching eyes. Only then did he loosen his grip and step back a fraction, giving space as if he remembered she needed it. Mirel leaned against the stone wall, swallowing hard. Veyran's jaw tightened. They tried to break you. Mirel laughed weakly. They almost did. Veyran's eyes flashed. Never again. Mirel's throat tightened. You can't promise that. Veyran's voice was low, fierce. I can promise I will not allow it without a fight. Mirel stared at him, chest aching. You're making enemies. Veyran's expression tightened. I already have them, he repeated, but this time it sounded less like bravado and more like a weary fact. Mirel wiped at the corner of her mouth, smearing blood onto her thumb. She stared at it, sick. I almost fell into stone sleep. Veyran's gaze sharpened. I felt it, he admitted, voice rough. When you were slipping. The air tightened. The roses dimmed. Mirel swallowed hard. That means the stabilizers are tied to my state, not just the soil. Veyran's jaw clenched. Which means they will try to keep you awake, drained, available until the treaty seals. Mirel's stomach turned. Veyran's gaze held hers. We can end this, he said quietly. We can do the full routing before they can prepare another trap. Mirel's pulse hammered. Full routing could kill me. Veyran's eyes darkened. So could they. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Fear always wanted to make decisions for her. She forced herself to breathe. Not yet, she whispered. Not until we know what Malkyr is doing. His too pleased. Veyran's jaw tightened. He's pushing Verissa to bind you, and she's letting him. Mirel swallowed. Why would she? Veyran's voice was bitter. Because she believes control is stability. And because Malkyr's foundries supply the crown with iron. He has leverage. Mirel's stomach dropped. So even you. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Even I, he admitted. I have power. I do not have infinite power. The honesty landed like a stone. Mirel closed her eyes briefly, steadying herself against the wall. We need proof of his sabotage, she whispered. Veyran's voice went low. I know. A hurried footstep echoed. Edrin appeared at the end of the corridor, face pale, breathing quick. My prince, he said, voice tight. They've arrested Quen. Mirel's blood went cold. What? Edrin's eyes flicked to Mirel, then back to Veyran. They found evidence of archive theft. Regent Nareth is claiming Quen has been feeding forbidden pact knowledge to staff. Mirel's stomach dropped. The copies. They didn't find them, Edrin said quickly. Not yet. But they're searching quarters. Hester's warning echoed in Mirel's mind, if they find that, you're all dead. Veyran's posture snapped into controlled authority. Where is he held? Edrin swallowed. The lower scriptorium. Under oath wardens. Mirel pushed off the wall, legs shaking. We have to get him out. Veyran's gaze sharpened. We have to keep you out of their reach. Mirel's teeth ached with frustration. I'm not a child. Veyran's voice was tight. No. You're the hinge they're trying to break. Mirel's throat tightened. Then let me be part of the plan. Veyran held her gaze. A slow breath passed between them. Then he nodded once. Fine, he said quietly. But you do what I say in the scriptorium. If I tell you to leave, you leave. Mirel's mouth twisted. And if I tell you to stop being reckless, will you listen? A brief flicker, almost amusement, crossed Veyran's eyes. Try it, he said softly. They moved fast. The lower scriptorium sat beneath the palace's public archive halls, a damp warren of stone rooms and iron shelves where older records were stored like bones. The air smelled of mold, ink, and cold metal. Lamps burned low. Two oath wardens stood outside a barred door. They stiffened at the sight of Veyran. My prince, one said, bowing. Veyran's voice was calm. Open it. The wardens hesitated. Edrin stepped forward, voice clipped. By crown authority. The wardens exchanged a glance. Slowly, one turned the key. The barred door creaked open. Quen sat on the floor inside, wrists bound with thin iron thread. He looked up, eyes wide with fear and relief. My prince, he rasped. Mirel's stomach twisted at the sight of the bindings. Not heavy cuffs, but enough to make his hands tremble, enough to remind him he was disposable. Veyran's gaze hardened. Who ordered this? One warden swallowed. Regent Nareth. Veyran's voice went low. Dangerous. On what charge? Unauthorized removal of oath records, the warden said quickly. Suspected dissemination of forbidden pact knowledge. Mirel's teeth ached. Forbidden. Always forbidden. Veyran stepped into the cell, stopping short of touching Quen. Quen Darsil is my appointed archivist for stabilizer research, Veyran said calmly. He acted under my authority. The wardens froze. Mirel's breath caught. Veyran had just tied Quen's crime to himself. Quen's eyes widened, alarmed. My prince. Quiet, Veyran said softly. Then, louder, to the wardens, release him. The wardens hesitated again, caught between Regent command and Prince claim. Then a smooth voice slid through the corridor. You can't. Malkir Sorn stepped into view, flanked by two guards who did not look like palace guards. Their armor was darker, their movements too precise, private men. Mirel's stomach went cold. Malkir smiled at Veyran. Regent Nareth has invoked the emergency clause, he said pleasantly. During treaty crisis, regency oversight supersedes, shall we call it, personal assignments. Veyran's gaze hardened. You do not speak law to me. Malkir's smile widened. And yet it governs you. Mirel's teeth ached as she watched the private guards' hands hover near their hilts. This wasn't only legal pressure. This was intimidation with teeth. Malkir's gaze slid to Mirel. Hello again, he murmured. You look pale. Does balancing oaths take such a toll? Mirel forced herself to speak, voice steady. Does profiting from famine make you sleep well? Malkir's eyes gleamed with amused surprise. She bites, he said lightly. I admire that. Veyran's voice was ice. Leave. Malkir's smile didn't falter. Not until I have what I came for. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Which is? Malkir's eyes flicked to Quen's bound wrists. The copies, he said simply. The old clauses. The routing right description. You know they exist. I know they exist. We can keep playing the dance, or you can hand them over and save your archivist pain. Mirel's blood went cold. He knew. Quen's face went white. Veyran's voice was calm, deadly. You will not threaten my staff. Malkir's smile softened, pitying. I'm not threatening. I'm negotiating. If you want stability, you must sometimes sacrifice a pawn. Mirel's stomach turned at the word pawn. Veyran stepped forward, posture rigid. Quen is not a pawn. Malkir's eyes gleamed. Everyone is a pawn, he murmured. Even you, my prince. Your regent moves you. The treaty moves her. And the Iron Seed moves you most of all. Mirel's breath caught. Malkir smiled as if savoring her reaction. Yes, he said softly. I know about it. I know why you can't touch. I know why you're desperate. Veyran's jaw clenched. Malkir leaned slightly closer, voice dropping. I also know the handfast vow is in 3 weeks, not 4. Regent Nareth agreed to accelerate it to satisfy the emissaries. She thinks she can force the issue and be done with it. Mirel's stomach dropped. 3 weeks. Less time. Less margin. More pressure. Malkir's gaze slid to Mirel again. Which means you, little gardener, are now the hinge the whole realm swings on. How heavy, he murmured, to be so important. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. What do you want? Malkir's smile widened. Control, he said simply. If you're Loamcraft, you will be bound eventually. The question is who holds the key. Veyran's voice was low. You. Malkir's smile did not deny it. Me, he agreed. Or Regent Nareth. Or you, if you want to pretend you can choose. Mirel's hands curled. She glanced at Quen, bound, terrified, but alive. She glanced at Veyran, still, controlled, dangerous. Malkir's eyes flicked to Veyran's hands. You can't burn her, he murmured. And she can calm you. That makes her the most valuable bargaining chip in the realm. Mirel's stomach turned. Veyran's voice was tight. Get out. Malkir sighed theatrically. So stubborn. Very well. Keep your copies. For now. He lifted one hand in a casual gesture. One of the private guards stepped forward and slammed the cell door shut. Iron bars clanged. Mirel startled, heart pounding. The warden stiffened, unsure. Malkier smiled at Veyran. I'll make this simple, he said. Hand over the copies by dusk, and Quen is released. Refuse, and he is charged formally with oath tampering. That charge carries, he shrugged lightly, a harsh penalty. Mirel's blood went cold. Veyran's gaze went flint hard. You're using him as leverage. Malkier's smile widened. Yes. Veyran took a slow step forward, his stillness turning predatory. For a heartbeat, Mirel thought he might strike Malkier. Then she remembered, violence in this place was always a trap. If Veyran attacked, Verissa would call him unstable, unfit, a danger to treaty legitimacy. Malkier watched him, delighted, as if hoping for it. Veyran stopped, jaw clenched, forcing control. Malkier leaned in slightly, voice soft. And if you truly care about your gardener, he murmured, consider what happens to her village if you refuse. Those stays on Levi. So fragile. A signature can be lost. Mirel's stomach dropped. Brine hollow. Ellen. Her breath hitched. Veyran's gaze flicked to her face, and Mirel saw it then, the moment he realized Malkier had widened the battlefield from palace to hills. Malkier smiled, satisfied. Dusk, he repeated. Make your choice. He turned and walked away as if he'd merely discussed weather. The corridor felt colder after he left. Veyran stood still for a long beat, breathing slow. Then he turned to Edrin, voice clipped. Find out who guards the courier routes to Brine Hollow. Now. Edrin swallowed and nodded, hurried off. Veyran's gaze went to Mirel. Where are the copies? He asked quietly. Mirel's throat tightened. Hidden, she whispered. Veyran's eyes narrowed. In your quarters. Mirel shook her head. In the conservatory. Veyran's jaw tightened. They'll search it. Hester's voice rose from behind them. She'd arrived without anyone noticing, like a storm sliding under a door. Let them, she snarled. They'll have to dig to find what's hidden in my soil. And they won't. Mirel's heart hammered. Quen. Quen's voice came from behind the bars, trembling. Don't give them the copies, he whispered fiercely. If they get them, they'll know exactly how to bind her. They'll know how to force the ritual. Mirel's throat tightened. Quen was terrified, and still he was protecting her. Veyran's face tightened with anger and something like guilt. I won't sacrifice you, he said quietly to Quen. Quen's eyes burned. Then don't sacrifice her. Silence pressed in. Mirel's teeth ached hard enough she tasted blood again. She pressed her tongue to it and forced herself to think. Malkier wanted the copies. The copies described the rooting rite and the Iron Seed's rules. If Malkier got them, he could manipulate the ritual, weaponize it, bind Mirel and use her as leverage forever. If they refused, Quen would be destroyed. And Brine Hollow could be punished. Mirel's stomach turned. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's shoulder. No, she muttered, fierce. Don't you dare take that burden. Don't you dare decide you're expendable. Mirel's eyes burned. I'm already expendable to them. Veyran's voice was low, urgent. Not to me. The words hit Mirel like a hand on her chest. Not romantic theatrics. Not grand declarations. Just a quiet refusal to let her be thrown away. Mirel swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak. We need another kind of proof, she whispered. Something that exposes Malkier without giving him the ritual. Veyran's gaze sharpened. How? Mirel's mind raced. The iron roses. The stabilizers. The oath thread. Someone was sabotaging them, that was why they'd begun failing when the emissaries arrived. Quen had said it. Mirel had felt the strain. If Malkier was profiting, he might be behind the initial destabilization, poisoning the stabilizers to force crisis, then offering solutions that gave him control. Search the bed, Mirel whispered, heart pounding. Not for healing. For poison. For something that doesn't belong. Hester's eyes narrowed. Like iron wash. Like bitter salts. Mirel nodded. If someone seeded the soil with a reagent that tightens oath thread, it would make the roses fail faster. It would make Veyran look unfit. It would accelerate treaty panic. Veyran's jaw tightened. And if we find it? Mirel swallowed. Then we take it to Scylla. Not Verissa. Hester snorted. Scylla won't love accusing a foundry lord. Mirel's teeth ached. He loves oath stability. And he hates compromised legitimacy. Veyran's gaze sharpened with decision. Then we find it. They returned to the conservatory like thieves running back to the only place that still felt like breath. Hester locked the doors behind them and set staff at the outer entrances, people she trusted because they'd been hungry with her for years. Quen wasn't there to tremble and scribble, and the absence felt like a missing limb. Mirel knelt at the crescent bed, hands shaking. She did not draw loam thread yet. First, she did what she knew, she touched the soil and listened for wrongness. The bed hummed with oath tension, tight but less frantic than before, thanks to her partial weave. Beneath that, she felt something sharp, bitter, out of place. A thread of coldness that didn't belong to earth. Like powdered iron used in binding ink, too refined, too intentional. Mirel's stomach tightened. There, she whispered, pointing at a shallow section near the inner curve of the crescent bed. Hester crouched beside her. Smells wrong, she muttered. Like old coins. Veyran knelt across from Mirel, careful not to touch her. His gaze was sharp. What is it? Mirel swallowed. Refined iron filings mixed with vowsalt. It's binding bait. It tightens oath thread. Hester's eyes narrowed. Who would put that in the soil? Mirel's teeth ached. Someone who wants the roses to fail. Veyran's jaw clenched. Malkia. Mirel didn't answer. She didn't need to. Hester grabbed a small clay jar and shoved it into Mirel's hands. Take a sample, she snapped. Enough to prove it. Mirel nodded, fingers trembling as she scooped a careful pinch of the tainted soil into the jar. The soil looked ordinary, dark, damp, innocent. But the wrongness in it was sharp as a blade. Mirel sealed the jar. Her hands shook. Veyran's gaze held hers. This goes to Scylla, he said quietly. Tonight. Before dusk. Mirel's stomach tightened. And Quen? Veyran's jaw clenched. We get him back. Hester's eyes narrowed. And Brine Hollow. Mirel's throat tightened. We make sure the stay on Levi isn't lost. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Edrin is on it. Mirel swallowed hard and forced herself to stand. Her legs shook, but held. Then the conservatory doors rattled. Hester froze, eyes flashing. No. A fist pounded hard, impatient, not polite. Mirel's stomach dropped. They're here. Hester hissed, hide the jar. Mirel shoved it into the pocket inside her apron, close to her body, warm, like contraband. Another pounding. Then a voice. Open. Verissa. Hester's jaw tightened. We're closed. Open, Verissa repeated, colder. Or I will have these doors taken off their hinges. Mirel's pulse thundered. If Verissa entered and saw disturbed soil, she'd know they were searching for sabotage. She'd tighten the net. She'd call it proof of guilt. Veyran moved toward the door, posture controlled. Stay behind me, he murmured to Mirel. Mirel's teeth ached. Don't touch me in front of her, she whispered back. Not again. She'll use it. Veyran's jaw tightened. Then don't fall. Mirel almost laughed. Almost. Hester flung the doors open with a violence that made the iron hinges squeal. Verissa stood in the doorway, expression carved into calm fury. Behind her, guards crowded the corridor. Malkia was not present, he didn't need to be. He was the hand behind the knife. Verissa was the blade. Her gaze swept the conservatory, sharp. It landed on the disturbed soil near the crescent bed. Mirel's stomach clenched. Verissa's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Veyran stepped forward smoothly. Restoring stabilizers, he said calmly. Verissa's gaze flicked to Mirel, cold. You are not authorized to dig into oath-bound soil without supervision. Mirel's teeth ached. We're the ones supervising, she wanted to say. She didn't. Not yet. Verissa stepped inside, the guards following. The conservatory seemed to shrink with them inside it. Her gaze fixed on Mirel. You, she said. Come forward. Mirel's stomach tightened. She did not move. Veyran's voice was ice. No. Verissa's eyes flashed. Veyran. I am not asking. I am preventing further destabilization. Veyran's gaze held hers. You are escalating panic. Verissa's voice was cold. Because you refuse to obey. Mirel's pulse hammered. The jar in her apron pocket felt like a beating heart. Verissa stepped closer, gaze sharp as a needle. You nearly collapsed in the oath chamber, she said to Mirel. You are unstable. You are a threat. Mirel's jaw tightened. I collapsed because you demanded cruelty. Verissa's eyes narrowed. Careful. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Fear surged. She forced it down. I have kept your stabilizers from dying, Mirel said, voice shaking but clear. I have prevented harm to your people. If you bind me, you kill the work. Verissa's face hardened. The realm does not rely on one girl's hands. Mirel's laugh was bitter. Then stop acting like it does. Veyran's gaze sharpened at the edge in Mirel's voice, but he didn't interrupt. He let her speak. That was its own kind of protection. Verissa's eyes flicked to the crescent bed again. You've been tampering, she said, voice low. You've been weaving something into the oath thread without authorization. Mirel's stomach dropped. Verissa raised her hand. 2 guards stepped forward with iron thread cuffs. Mirel's blood went cold. Hester moved like a wolf, stepping in front of Mirel, shoulders squared. Touch her, Hester snarled, and you'll answer to every staff member who's ever bled for this palace. The guards hesitated, startled by the fury of a woman holding a watering can like a weapon. Verissa's gaze went icy. Remove her, she said. Veyran's voice snapped, sharp. Stop. The single word froze the room. Verissa turned on him. You are not the only authority here. Veyran's posture was rigid, controlled. I am the crown, he said quietly, and I will not allow you to shackle someone who is keeping our realm from snapping. Verissa's eyes blazed. You would place your crown in her dirt-stained hands. Veyran's voice was calm. I would place it in any hands that keep it from crushing the people beneath it. Silence crashed down. For a heartbeat, it looked as if the entire court's spine might crack. Then Verissa did something Mirel didn't expect. She smiled. It wasn't warmth. It was strategy taking shape. Very well, Verissa said softly. No cuffs. Not here. Mirel's stomach clenched. A concession from Verissa meant a trap elsewhere. Verissa's gaze fixed on Mirel. You will come to the Treaty Council at dusk, she said. You will demonstrate your stabilizer method in front of the emissaries. You will prove that you can restore the roses without endangering the realm. Mirel's throat tightened. In public. Verissa's smile held. In necessary witness. Mirel's teeth ached. She could feel the net tightening again. And if I refuse? Mirel whispered. Verissa's smile sharpened. Then I revoke Brine Hollow's stay on Levi, she said softly. Immediately. And I formalize Quen Darcil's charges. And I request emergency binding of your craft under oath law. Mirel's blood went cold. Veyran's voice went low, dangerous. You're using hostages. Verissa's gaze slid to him, cold. I'm using leverage. As rulers do. Veyran's jaw clenched. This is not rule. This is extortion. Verissa's smile did not waver. Call it what you like. The outcome is the same. Mirel's chest tightened until it hurt. She tasted blood again. The jar in her pocket felt heavier than stone. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's elbow. No, she whispered fiercely. Don't let her corner you. Mirel swallowed hard. Brine Hollow. Ellen. Quen bound in cold stone. Veyran defying a regent with limited power. Choice existed. But it was narrow as a blade. Mirel lifted her chin. Fine, she said, voice steadying with sheer stubbornness. I'll come. Verissa's smile softened, satisfied. Good. She turned sharply to leave, guards filing after her. At the door, Verissa paused without looking back. Be ready, she said. And be wise. Then she was gone, and the conservatory felt suddenly full of air again, air that still smelled like threat. Mirel's legs shook. She sank onto the nearest stool, swallowing hard. Hester muttered a vicious string of curses. Veyran stood still, jaw clenched, eyes fixed on the place Verissa had been as if he could burn a hole through memory. Mirel's voice came out small. "She's going to make me perform until I break." Veyran's gaze snapped to her. "No," he said fiercely. "We will go on our terms." Mirel's laugh was weak. "Our terms don't matter to her." Veyran's voice was low. "Then we make them matter to Silen. To the emissaries. To anyone who cares about legitimacy." Mirel swallowed hard. "And Malkia?" Veyran's jaw tightened. "Malkia will be exposed." Mirel reached into her apron pocket and pulled out the clay jar. Her hands trembled as she held it out. "I have the poison," she whispered. Veyran's eyes sharpened, a fierce light in them. "Good." Hester leaned in, eyes narrowing. "That will get you killed," she muttered. Mirel's mouth twisted. "Then we hand it to someone who can't pretend not to see." Veyran's voice was calm. "Silen." They moved quickly again, through back corridors, service stairs, quiet passages Hester knew as well as she knew soil. Veyran kept to shadowed routes, avoiding eyes, not because he feared being seen but because every witness could be turned into a weapon. They found Silen talk in a small antechamber outside the treaty wing, alone, staff leaning against the wall. His severe face tightened when he saw them. "My prince," he said stiffly. His gaze flicked to Mirel's pale face. "You look unwell." Mirel's teeth ached. She ignored it. Veyran didn't waste words. He held out the clay jar. "This was in the stabilizer bed," he said quietly. "Refined iron filings and vow salt. Binding bait." Silen's eyes narrowed. He took the jar and opened it carefully, sniffing. His face tightened, the severity cracking into something like anger. "This is not naturally occurring," Silen said softly. "This is intentional." Mirel's throat tightened. Someone seeded the bed. That's why the roses began failing when the emissaries arrived. Silen's gaze sharpened. "You accuse." "Malkia," Veyran said calmly. Silen's jaw clenched. He didn't deny it. He didn't confirm it. He simply stared at the jar as if it were a blade laid on his palm. "This," Silen said slowly, "is treason against the oath thread." Veyran's gaze held his. "Then act like it." Silen's face tightened. "You know what happens if I accuse Lord Sorn without irrefutable chain-of-hand proof." Mirel's stomach clenched. "Then don't accuse him yet," she said, voice tight. "Demand investigation. Demand that the bed be sealed and examined by neutral oath wardens, your wardens, not Verissa's." Silen's eyes flicked to Mirel, startled by her clarity. Then he nodded slowly, reluctance and respect tangled. "I can order a sealing," Silen said. "As master of oaths." Veyran's jaw tightened. "Do it now. Before dusk." Silen hesitated, then nodded once. "I will." Mirel's chest loosened by a fraction. Silen's gaze flicked to Veyran. "But the regent will not accept delay lightly." Veyran's voice was calm. "Let her be angry." Silen's mouth tightened. "Anger is not your greatest danger." Mirel's teeth ached. "Malkia." Silen nodded grimly. "Malkia." He capped the jar and tucked it into his robe as if hiding a dagger. "Go," he said quietly. "Prepare for dusk. And keep your gardener alive long enough to stand." Veyran's gaze held his. "And Quen?" Silen's mouth tightened. "I will intervene," he said, stiff with reluctance. "If I can." They left. The hours before dusk crawled like winter. Hester forced Mirel to eat again, scowling as if food were medicine and Mirel the most stubborn patient alive. Mirel chewed slowly, swallowing despite nausea. Her body felt heavy, mineral hollow, as if someone had scooped out the inside of her bones. Veyran remained nearby, never crowding, always present. He spoke little. But Mirel felt his attention like a steady hand hovering near a candle flame, close enough to shield, careful not to smother. As the sun lowered, Edrin returned, breathless, eyes wide. "My prince," he said quickly, "the courier route to Brine Hollow was intercepted." The letter bearing the stay on Levi never arrived. Mirel's blood went cold. No. Edrin swallowed. A rider was found in the ditch. Alive, but shaken. He claims private guards stopped him and took the sealed document. Mirel's stomach twisted. Malkia. Veyran's jaw clenched so hard it looked like it might crack. His tightening the net. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Her mother. Alone. Waiting. The village thinking she'd lied. Mirel's throat tightened. We have to send another letter. Edrin nodded quickly. I can, he said. But it will be intercepted too, Mirel finished bitterly. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Not if it's carried by someone they won't stop. Edrin blinked. Who? Veyran's eyes flicked toward the window, toward the outer district beyond palace walls. Brennick Halvar, he said quietly. Mirel froze. No. Veyran's gaze returned to her. He is already in the outer district. He cares about you. He cares about your village. Malkia's men will hesitate to challenge a local man on the road if they don't know he carries a royal seal. Mirel's chest tightened. Brennick. The man she'd promised a roof, the man she'd asked not to turn kindness into a cage. Mirel swallowed hard. He'll take it and think it means I'm choosing you, she whispered. Veyran's voice was steady. This isn't about choosing me. It's about choosing your mother's safety. Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard. Edrin looked between them, tense. Time, he said. Dusk is near. Mirel drew a shaky breath. Fine, she whispered. But I speak to Brennick. Not you. Veyran's gaze held hers. Agreed. They sent Edrin to fetch Brennick discreetly. When Brennick arrived at the service courtyard gate, he looked rougher than when Mirel had seen him last, dust on his boots, jaw unshaven, eyes shadowed. He stiffened when he saw Veyran standing nearby, then his gaze snapped to Mirel. Mirel, he said, voice rough with relief. You're Brennick, Mirel said softly, and her throat tightened painfully. There were too many eyes in this place. Too many things unsaid. Brennick's gaze flicked to her pale face, to the faint blood at the corner of her mouth she hadn't fully wiped away. His expression hardened. They're hurting you. Mirel swallowed hard. They're trying. Brennick's jaw tightened, fury flaring. His eyes cut to Veyran. You, he snarled. Veyran's gaze remained calm. This isn't about us. Brennick's laugh was bitter. Everything in this place is about power. Don't pretend otherwise. Mirel stepped closer to Brennick, voice low and urgent. Listen to me, she whispered. My mother, Brine Hollow, needs a letter delivered. The first one was stolen. Brennick went still. Stolen. Mirel nodded, teeth aching. Private guards. Someone wants to make my village vulnerable again. Brennick's eyes narrowed. Sorn. Mirel's stomach dropped. You know him. Brennick's mouth tightened. Everyone in the hills knows his buyers. They come when soil is dead and families are desperate. They buy land for nothing and call it rescue. Mirel's throat tightened. Then you understand why this matters. Brennick's gaze returned to Mirel, raw. Why are you still here? Mirel swallowed hard. Because if I leave now, they chain someone else. Or they break the realm and call it necessity. Brennick's jaw clenched. That's not your responsibility. Mirel's voice shook. It became my responsibility the moment they made my mother a hostage. Brennick stared at her, pain and anger warring. Then he nodded once, stiff. Give me the letter. Edrin stepped forward with a new sealed document, the wax fresh. Mirel held up a hand. Wait. She stepped closer to Brennick until she could speak low enough that only he heard. This doesn't mean I'm coming back to the engagement, she whispered, voice trembling. This doesn't mean anything except. I trust you with my mother's safety. Brennick's face tightened. Do you trust me, he whispered back, rough, or are you using me because I'm convenient? The question cut. Mirel's eyes burned. Both, she admitted softly. And I'm sorry. Brennick swallowed hard. I don't want to be your cage, he said, voice tight. But I won't let them crush you either. Mirel's throat tightened. Then deliver it. Quietly. Don't tell anyone what you carry. Brennick nodded once. He took the sealed letter like it weighed more than paper. Then, after a heartbeat, he said, voice rough, come back alive. Mirel's breath caught. She nodded because she couldn't promise anything else. Brennick left as quickly as he'd come, slipping into dusk like a man carrying a spark through dry grass. Then the treaty hall summoned them. The hall of iron vines was fuller than before, torches blazing, air thick with perfume and fear. Emissaries stood stern and watchful. Nobles clustered like birds waiting for bread. Verissa sat on the dais, expression calm, eyes cold. Malkia stood near her, smile polite, hands folded as if he were a benign advisor instead of a knife. Silen Torque stood at the center, staff in hand. His severe face looked even tighter than usual. Veyran entered with measured control. Mirel followed at a distance, near the west colonnade again, Hester shadowing her like a guardian. Mirel could feel the jar's memory in Silen's robe without seeing it, proof hidden like a seed. Silen raised his staff. We will proceed, he intoned. The stabilizer bed has been sealed for investigation due to evidence of foreign binding reagent. A murmur swept the hall, shock, confusion, alarm. Verissa's eyes narrowed. Master Torque, she said smoothly, this is not the time for distractions. Silen's gaze held hers, unflinching. It is the time for truth, he said stiffly. If the stabilizers have been tampered with, the treaty's legitimacy is compromised. Malky's smile widened, warm. How dramatic, he murmured. Surely a minor impurity in soil need not. Silen's staff tapped once, sharp. Not impurity. Intentional binding bait, he said, voice cold. The hall went quiet. Mirel's heart hammered. Verissa's gaze snapped to Veyran. This is your doing, she said, voice low. Veyran's face was still. This is your realm, he replied. If it is being sabotaged, you should be grateful someone found it. Malky's smile held, but his eyes gleamed sharper. And who found it? He asked smoothly, gaze flicking toward the west colonnade, toward Mirel. The gardener. Mirel's stomach clenched. Hester's hand tightened on her elbow like a warning. Silen's gaze flicked briefly toward Mirel, then away. The discovery is under oath seal, he said stiffly. The investigation will proceed through neutral oath wardens. Malky's eyes gleamed. Neutral, he repeated softly. How convenient. Verissa's voice cut in, cold. And until the investigation concludes, the treaty sealing cannot wait. The emissaries are here. The realm needs stability. The emissary leader, the stern man with braided beard, spoke then, voice like river stone. We require proof that the Iron Crown can bear the vow without harm, he said. We will not bind our riverites to a prince whose oath thread snaps under pressure. Veyran's jaw tightened. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. The pressure in the hall pressed against her skin like wind before a storm. Verissa's gaze slid to Mirel, cold. Then we will proceed with the alternative method, she said smoothly. The gardener will demonstrate again, under controlled conditions. Mirel's stomach turned. There it was. The trap closing. Mirel forced herself to breathe. She stepped forward from the colonnade before Hester could stop her. A wave of whispers rippled through the hall. Verissa's smile sharpened. Come, she said softly. Prove your usefulness. Mirel's teeth ached so hard she nearly faltered. She held her posture steady and turned her gaze to Silen instead of Verissa. I will demonstrate soil stabilization, Mirel said clearly. Once. Not repeated until collapse. And no human contact. Verissa's eyes narrowed. You don't set terms. Mirel's throat tightened. Then you can explain to the emissaries why your stabilizer worker collapsed under coercion yesterday. And why your oath thread strains under panic instead of easing under care. A murmur ran through the emissary line, interest sharpening. Verissa's smile faltered for half a heartbeat. Malky's eyes gleamed with irritation. Veyran's gaze fixed on Mirel with a fierce, steady focus. Silen's staff tapped once. The gardener's terms are reasonable, he said stiffly. We are confirming stability, not punishing endurance. Verissa's eyes blazed. Silen. Silen's gaze held hers. Regent. The hall crackled. Mirel moved to the demonstration area. An iron tray of stabilizer soil had been placed on a pedestal, along with a single iron rose stem, similar to the chamber's test. Mirel knelt, hands shaking, and placed her palms near the soil. She drew a loam thread gently, so gently it felt like whispering. Pain flared, sharp behind her eyes, but she kept breathing. The iron rose petal brightened a fraction. The silver vein warmed. A hush fell. The emissary woman with winter water eyes leaned forward. "It responds," she said softly. The emissary leader nodded slowly, expression still stern but less certain of failure. "A method exists," he murmured. Mirel pulled back carefully, ending the weave before the thread could bite deeper. Her hands trembled. Her teeth throbbed. She stood slowly, swallowing hard, and stepped back. Varissa's voice was smooth. "And now," she said, eyes cold, "we require proof that the prince himself can bear the vow." Mirel's blood went cold. Veyran's jaw tightened. Lady Cauldron stepped forward from the noble cluster, her smile bright, eyes sharp. "My prince," she said sweetly. "For the realm." She extended her hand again. Mirel's stomach turned. The same trap. Different day. Higher stakes. Veyran stared at Cauldron's hand. Mirel's teeth ached violently. The memory of the oath chamber tightened her throat. Varissa's gaze slid to Mirel, cold satisfaction flickering. "If the gardener's presence eases the thread," she said softly, "then she can stand beside the prince as he performs the vow. No touch required. Only proximity." Mirel's stomach dropped. That would make her visible. That would make her a public stabilizer. That would make her a living chain attached to the crown. Veyran's gaze flicked to Mirel for a heartbeat, question, warning, apology all in one. Mirel's chest tightened. She could refuse and watch him be forced toward Cauldron's hand. She could comply and become a symbol the court would never let go. The emissaries watched, sharp as knives. Scylla Talk looked tense, trapped between legitimacy and the regent's maneuvering. Malkia smiled faintly, as if savoring the net closing. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's elbow like a plea, "Don't." Mirel's throat tightened until it hurt. She could feel the loam thread inside her curled tight, protective. Then something shifted in her, not fear disappearing, but anger rising underneath it like a root pushing through stone. She stepped forward. Not to stand at Veyran's side like a leash. To speak. "No," Mirel said clearly. The hall froze. Varissa's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Mirel's voice shook, but it carried. "I said no. I will not be used as a court prop. I will not be paraded beside the prince like a talisman." A murmur swept through the hall, shock, outrage, intrigue. Varissa's smile sharpened, dangerous. "You forget your place." Mirel's teeth ached. She swallowed hard and kept going. "My place," she said, voice trembling, "is in the soil, keeping people alive. Not in your games." Malkia chuckled softly. "Brave." Varissa's eyes blazed. "Guards." Veyran's voice snapped, sharp. "Stop." The single word cracked through the hall. Varissa froze, eyes flashing. Veyran stepped forward slowly, gloves still on, posture rigid with controlled fury. He did not look at Cauldron. He did not look at Malkia. He looked at Varissa. "You will not make her my chain," Veyran said, voice calm and deadly. "And you will not force me to harm Lady Cauldron to satisfy a timeline you accelerated without my consent." Varissa's eyes narrowed. "The realm." "The realm," Veyran cut in, voice sharp, "will not be saved by cruelty disguised as necessity." Silence crashed down. Then Malkia spoke, voice smooth. "My prince," he said lightly, "you're making this so complicated. The simplest solution is always the most stable." Veyran's gaze cut to him. "Your simplest solution is always the one that gives you the key." Malkia smiled. "And your solution is always the one that gives you what you want." Veyran's jaw tightened. "What I want is irrelevant." Malkia's eyes gleamed. "Is it?" The question was a hook. The hall held its breath, waiting for Veyran to either deny, falter, or confess. Mirel's chest tightened painfully. If Veyran spoke care again, The court would seize it as proof of weakness, of longing, of the seed's vulnerability. If he denied it, the lie would be another chain between them. Veyran stood still. Then he did something unexpected. He turned not toward Mirel, but toward the emissaries. My curse is an oath pact designed to punish closeness, he said clearly. It has been used to control me and endanger those around me. I will not repeat that harm tonight. I will not touch a witness until I can do so safely. A murmur ran through the hall, shock, disbelief, uneasy admiration. The emissary leader's eyes narrowed. And when will you be able to do so safely? Veyran's voice was steady. Soon. Varissa's eyes blazed. Soon is not a date. Veyran's gaze returned to her, cold. Then you should not have accelerated the handfast without me. Varissa's jaw tightened. Malkia's smile thinned, irritation sharpening. If the prince cannot seal, he murmured, perhaps the regent should. Veyran's voice snapped, sharp as a blade. Do not. Malkia's eyes gleamed. Ah, he said softly. So you do fear it. Fear it. Fear losing the crown. Fear the regent's power. Fear being replaced. Malkia was pushing the hall toward one conclusion: Veyran was unfit. And if Veyran was unfit, Varissa would have reason to invoke emergency regency fully. And if Varissa invoked it fully, Mirel would be bound. Mirel's stomach turned. Silen Talk stepped forward suddenly, staff striking the floor once, loud. Enough, he intoned. This hall is not a marketplace for ambition. Everyone turned. Silen's severe face was tight with restrained fury. There is evidence, he said clearly, that the stabilizer bed was tampered with by refined binding bait. Until the investigation concludes, treaty sealing cannot proceed without compromising legitimacy. Varissa's eyes blazed. Silen. Silen's gaze held hers. Regent, he said, voice cold. If the oath thread is being sabotaged, any vow sealed under false stabilizers is voidable. The river marches will know this. The court will fracture. And you will have achieved the opposite of stability. The emissary leader's eyes narrowed, sharp. Voidable, he repeated. The emissary woman's gaze flicked to Varissa. You would offer us a vow that could be unraveled, she said, voice like winter water. Unacceptable. A murmur ran through the emissary line: agreement. Varissa's face tightened, calm cracking. Malkia's smile vanished entirely for the first time, just a flash, quickly replaced by polite composure. Silen raised his staff. The sealing is delayed, he declared. By oath authority. 3 days. Investigation and stabilizer cleansing will proceed. During that time, the prince will not be forced into demonstration that risks harm. Varissa's eyes blazed with fury. You overstep. Silen's voice cut like iron. I uphold. Silence fell, heavy, dangerous. Then the emissary leader nodded once, stiff. 3 days, he said. We will wait. But know this, Iron Crown, if you cannot seal within those 3 days, the river marches will withdraw. And your realm will stand alone. The threat hung like a knife. Varissa's gaze snapped to Veyran: rage, accusation, desperation. Malkia's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. Hester's hand tightened on Mirel's elbow like a brace. Mirel's chest tightened. 3 days. Less time than ever. The net had loosened in one place and tightened in another. As the hall dissolved into controlled chaos, nobles whispering, emissaries conferring, guards shifting, Varissa moved down from the dais like a storm. She stopped in front of Mirel. Her voice was low enough that only those closest heard. You will not win, she hissed. You will not make my court kneel to dirt. Mirel's teeth ached. She forced herself to meet Varissa's gaze. I'm not asking you to kneel, she whispered. I'm asking you to stop crushing people. Varissa's smile sharpened. People are crushed, she murmured. That is what crowns do. Mirel's stomach turned. Then your crown deserves to fall. The words slipped out before Mirel could stop them. Varissa's eyes went very still. Malkia, just behind her, smiled faintly, delighted by the fracture. Varissa leaned in, voice like ice. Be careful, Mirel Vanthe, she whispered. If you make the prince choose between you and the realm, the realm will win. And you will be buried. She straightened and swept away, cloak whispering like a threat. Mirel's knees shook. Hester steadied her with a fierce grip. Veyran appeared at Mirel's side a moment later, not touching, but close enough that his presence felt like a wall between her and the hall's wolves. His voice was low, urgent. "We have 3 days," he murmured. Mirel swallowed hard, teeth throbbing. "And Quen?" Veyran's jaw tightened. "Sillin is intervening," he said. "But Malkyr will not release his leverage easily." Mirel's stomach turned. "Then we remove his leverage." Veyran's gaze sharpened. "How?" Mirel's hands trembled. "We cleanse the stabilizer bed," she whispered. "We complete the rooting enough that your seed doesn't lash at care. Enough that you can take the vow without harming anyone. Then Malkyr loses the crisis he's feeding on." Veyran's eyes held hers. "And you," he said quietly. "You almost fell into stone sleep. If you push harder." Mirel's throat tightened. "I know." Veyran's voice dropped. "I won't let you die." Mirel's laugh was weak and bitter. "You can't stop the earth from taking payment." Veyran's gaze did not waver. "Then we change the terms of payment." Mirel stared at him. Veyran's voice was very quiet. "The seed was designed to punish closeness. But the partial we've held when I said care in front of witnesses. That means it is already changing. If we complete the rooting, maybe the cost won't all fall on you. Maybe the seed can learn balance without draining you to bone." Mirel's breath caught. "That's a theory." Veyran's gaze held hers with fierce steadiness. "Then we test it. Under your terms." Mirel's chest tightened painfully. 3 days. A sabotaged stabilizer bed. A prophet lord with private guards. A regent who believed crowns crushed people by nature. And a prince who had just admitted care without the curse lashing, proof that something inside iron could change. Mirel swallowed hard. "We need Quen's notes," she whispered. "The clause about the iron seed's anchor, there was something in it. Something about a rose." Veyran's eyes narrowed. "A rose?" Mirel nodded faintly. "A living anchor. A symbol meant to counterbalance iron. If the seed was planted, maybe the rose was meant to be planted too." Hester's eyes narrowed. "A rose for the Iron Prince," she muttered under her breath, as if the words tasted like prophecy and sarcasm at once. Veyran's gaze sharpened. "Then we find it." Mirel's throat tightened. Quen would know where to look. Veyran's jaw clenched. "Then we free Quen tonight." Hester's mouth twisted. "You're going to break the palace." Veyran's gaze went cold. "I will break whatever tries to bind her," he said, voice low. Mirel's chest tightened at the fierceness. "Not me," she whispered. "Don't break me by turning me into your war." Veyran's gaze softened by a fraction. "Then walk beside me," he murmured. "Not behind. Not under. Beside." The words landed like a vow. Mirel swallowed hard. "All right," she whispered. That night, they moved through the palace like shadows with purpose. Edrin arranged a distraction at the lower scriptorium, an ink spill that required wardens to leave their posts. Hester brought 2 staff members who knew how to slip keys from belts without being seen. Mirel came because she refused to be left behind again. Veyran came because he refused to let anyone else take the risk alone. They reached the barred door. The oath warden inside the corridor turned and froze at the sight of Veyran. "My prince," Veyran's voice was calm. "Go," he said. "Now." The warden hesitated, torn between duty and fear. Then he fled down the corridor like a man who knew which side would win in a direct clash. Hester's staff member slid a key into the lock. The bar creaked open. Quen stumbled out, wrists raw where iron thread had rubbed. He looked pale and shaken, but his eyes were fierce. "You can't keep doing this," he whispered hoarsely. They already are," Mirel said softly. Quen's gaze snapped to Mirel. "They searched the conservatory." Mirel's blood went cold. "What?" Quen's voice trembled. "They didn't find the copies," he said quickly. "But they found signs of disturbance. They know something is hidden." Hester swore viciously. "Of course they do." Veyran's voice cut in, controlled. Do you know anything about a rose anchor clause? He asked Quen quietly. Something meant to counterbalance iron. Quen blinked, startled, then his eyes widened. Yes, he whispered. Yes. It's in the oldest margin note. It mentions a verdant rose, a living bloom grown from loam in sacred soil, meant to be offered freely to the iron bearer as a countervow. A symbol of consent and balance. Mirel's chest tightened. Where? Quen swallowed, shaking. The old loam sanctum, he whispered. Beneath the palace's east foundation. Sealed after the rebellion. Only the crown and the master of oaths have keys. Veyran's jaw tightened. Sillin. Quen nodded quickly. Sillin would know. But he won't risk opening it unless forced. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Then we force the issue. Quen's eyes widened. How? Mirel drew a shaky breath. By making it impossible for them to ignore, she whispered. We cleanse the bed. We start the full rooting. We show that the seed can change without coercion. And if they try to bind me, the oath thread will tighten again and the roses will show it. Hester's gaze narrowed. That's reckless. Mirel's mouth twisted. So is everything in this palace. Veyran's gaze held Mirel's. You don't have to, he said quietly. We can still run. Tonight. Mirel's breath caught. The door cracked open. Freedom. North roads. No more iron halls. Then Mirel saw her mother in her mind, Ellen's hands, tired and loving. Brine Hollow's hungry gardens. Quen's bound wrists. The iron roses brightening when the thread eased. Veyran's steady voice saying care without punishment. And she saw the truth. Running would not end the court's hunger. It would only move it to someone else. Mirel lifted her chin. No, she whispered. We finish this. Veyran's gaze softened and tightened at once, relief and fear tangled. Then, he said quietly, we go to Sillin. They found the Master of Oaths in his private office, surrounded by scrolls and sealed ledgers, face lined with exhaustion. He looked up when they entered, eyes widening at the sight of Quen free. My prince, Sillin said tightly. You are making this worse. Veyran's voice was calm. We are making it honest. Mirel stepped forward, hands trembling, and Quen placed his copied notes on Sillin's desk like a confession and a weapon. Sillin's gaze sharpened. These. The verdant rose clause, Quen whispered. It exists. The loam sanctum beneath the east foundation. Sillin's face went still, the severity cracking into something like shock. You should not know that, he breathed. Mirel's teeth ached. We shouldn't have to, she whispered. If the court hadn't buried everything that could make it human. Sillin's jaw tightened. That sanctum was sealed for a reason. Veyran's voice was low. Because the court feared loam. Sillin's gaze flashed. Because loam nearly toppled these towers. Mirel's voice shook. Because the court crushed loamcasters until they rebelled. Silence fell. Sillin's eyes flicked to the clay jar Veyran placed on the desk, the binding bait sample. Sillin's face tightened. Sorn, he whispered. Veyran's gaze was cold. Yes. Sillin's hands curled around his staff, knuckles white. If I open the sanctum, he said tightly, Verissa will accuse me of treason. Veyran's voice was calm. If you don't, you'll be complicit. Sillin stared at them, breathing hard, caught between fear and duty. Mirel stepped forward, voice trembling but clear. I almost fell into stone sleep today, she said. They'll force me again. They'll drain me until I break, then bind what's left. The sanctum clause might be the only thing that keeps this from becoming a slaughter. Sillin's face tightened. For a long beat, he looked older than his years. Then he exhaled slowly. 3 days, he said, voice rough. We have 3 days. If the verdant rose exists, it must be grown and offered freely, no coercion at the moment of rooting, or the seed will interpret it as threat. Mirel's throat tightened. So consent matters. Sillin's eyes flicked to Veyran. More than anything. Veyran's gaze held his. Then open it. Sillin's jaw clenched. Tonight, he said. Before Verissa realizes what I'm doing. Mirel's heart hammered. They moved again, down corridors few people walked, through a sealed stairwell under Sillin's key, into stone passages beneath the east foundation where the air was colder and smelled of damp earth instead of iron. Mirel felt it even before she saw it, a pocket of soil memory beneath the palace, a hidden breath of the world the court had tried to bury. Silen stopped at an iron door etched with old script. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed his key into the lock. "You understand," he said tightly, without turning, "that if this is discovered, we all fall." Mirel's teeth ached. "We're already falling," she whispered. "We're just choosing where we land." The lock clicked. The door opened. Warmth drifted out, not furnace heat, but living warmth. Damp, rich, green. Mirel stepped inside and felt tears sting her eyes before she could stop them. The sanctum was small, circular, carved into stone, lit by faint phosphorescent moss. In the center sat a raised bed of dark, rich soil that looked like it belonged in spring, not under iron towers. Vines climbed the walls in lazy spirals. Mushrooms glowed softly at the edges like stars in dirt. And in the center of the bed, one bloom. A rose. Not red, not white, but a deep, living green with veins of silver running through the petals like leaflight. It looked impossible, like a plant that had learned metal's language without surrendering softness. Mirel's breath caught. Quen whispered, shaking. "The verdant rose." Silen's voice was rough. "It survived." Veyran stood at the threshold, very still. The iron sheen at his throat caught the sanctum's green light, making him look like a statue at the edge of a forest dream. Mirel stepped forward slowly, drawn as if by a root thread in her chest. She knelt by the raised bed, not touching the rose yet, just breathing in the rich scent, green and clean and alive. Her teeth eased. Just a fraction. As if her body recognized home. Silen swallowed hard. "It must be offered freely," he repeated, voice tight. "Not taken. Not demanded. Offered." Mirel's throat tightened. "To the iron bearer." Silen nodded. Veyran's voice was low, rougher than Mirel had ever heard it. "I will not take it from you," he said quietly, as if the vow mattered. "Not the rose. Not you." Mirel's chest tightened painfully. She blinked hard, furious at tears. The sanctum felt like a place where promises could be real, because the soil listened. Mirel looked at the rose again. The title of her life, suddenly living in front of her. A rose for the Iron Prince. A countervow. Consent made visible. Balance planted in soil. Mirel's hands trembled as she reached toward it. Not to pluck it. Not yet. Just to hover, to feel the loam thread in her body stir, not hungry, not draining, steady and grounded in the sanctum's rich earth. She looked up at Veyran, voice barely audible. This could change everything. Veyran's grey eyes held hers, bright with fear and hope tangled. "Or it could destroy you," he whispered. Mirel swallowed hard. "Then we do it carefully." Silen's jaw tightened. "You have 3 days," he said again, voice grim. "But know this, Verissa will not wait quietly. And Malkir will not allow a solution that removes his leverage." As if summoned by his name, a distant clang echoed through the stone passages, metal on metal, boots on stairs. Hester's face went pale. "Someone followed us." Quen's eyes widened. "No." Silen's grip tightened on his staff. "Close the door," he hissed. Veyran moved toward the threshold, posture snapping into controlled authority. The clang came again, closer. A voice drifted down the passage, smooth, amused. "My prince," Malkir called softly, as if through walls. "Hiding in old tunnels? How charming." Mirel's blood went cold. The sanctum's green light seemed to dim. Veyran's voice was ice. "He found us." Silen's face tightened. "Then we have no more shadows." Mirel stared at the verdant rose, heart pounding. A living countervow sat in front of her, fragile, powerful, and suddenly in danger of being seized like everything else. Mirel's hands curled into fists. "Then," she whispered, voice shaking but fierce, "we don't let him take it." Outside the sanctum, the clang of boots grew louder, and the iron towers above them seemed to lean closer, hungry for whatever was growing in the dark. The boots stopped outside the sanctum door. Mirel could hear breathing on the other side, steady, confident, amused. Malkir didn't rush. He didn't need to. He believed time belonged to him. My prince, his voice drifted through the iron, warm as honey. Surely you won't keep a guest waiting. Scylan's face had gone the color of ash. This is sealed ground, he hissed. If he steps inside without oath permission. He doesn't care, Hester whispered back, eyes fierce. That's the point. Veyran stood at the threshold, posture like a drawn blade. He didn't touch the door, but his presence filled the space between it and the rose bed like a wall. Mirel remained kneeling at the raised soil, hands hovering near the verdant rose without disturbing it. The bloom's green petals caught the sanctum's glow, silver veins pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. She could feel its loam signature, deep, balanced, alive. It was not a weapon. It was an invitation. An invitation that could be stolen. Mirel's teeth ached sharply, not from magic now but from fear. She pressed her tongue to her molars until the pain steadied. If he takes it, Quen whispered, trembling, he can force the rooting with coercion. He can control the ritual. He can. He won't, Mirel whispered back, and surprised herself with how steady the words sounded. Scylan's grip tightened on his staff. We cannot fight him with fists, he murmured. If blood is spilled on sanctum soil, the place will be declared corrupted. Verissa will have excuse to burn it. Hester's jaw clenched. Then we fight with law. Scylan's eyes flicked to her, startled. Hester's voice was low and fierce. You said consent matters. You said the rose is a countervow. That means it has rules. Use them. Scylan swallowed. The sanctum's old law, yes. He looked to Mirel, severity shifting into urgency. If you take the rose and bind it to an oath of offering, it cannot be seized without breaking oath script. The sanctum will mark the thief. Mirel's breath caught. Mark. Scylan nodded. A visible oath burn. Silver script on the skin. It can't be hidden by glove or sleeve. It's why the old court sealed this place, too many truths became visible. Veyran's voice was low, controlled. Do it. Mirel's heart hammered. If I bind it, she whispered, then the offering must be freely chosen. Scylan's gaze flicked to Veyran. Yes. No coercion. No manipulation. No political forcing. The sanctum recognizes intent. Mirel's throat tightened. In a palace built on leverage, could anything be free? Malkia's voice came again, amused. I can hear you, you know. The walls aren't thick enough for secrets. Veyran's jaw clenched. Then hear this, he said coldly. You will not enter. Malkia chuckled. We'll see. A soft scrape sounded, metal against metal. Malkia was picking the lock. Scylan went pale. Mirel didn't have time to tremble. She leaned forward and gently touched the verdant rose's stem, careful not to pluck it yet. The plant's loam thread rose to meet her like a hand offered in greeting. Warmth spread through her fingers, not draining, supportive, as if the sanctum itself steadied her bones. Mirel drew a slow breath and whispered the offering vow. Scylan spoke under his breath old words, shaped like roots and promises. Not a spell to command. A spell to declare. I name this bloom a countervow, Mirel whispered, voice shaking but clear. It is given, not taken. It is offered, not seized. It binds to willing hands, and it marks theft as oath-breaking. The sanctum hummed. Silver light ran along the rose's veins, brightening. Scylan exhaled, sharp. It's bound. The lock clicked. The door began to open. Veyran stepped forward, posture rigid. Malkia, he said, voice like ice. Malkia pushed the door wider with an easy smile. He stood in the passage, flanked by two private guards whose eyes scanned the sanctum like hunters. Behind them, more shadows moved, enough men to make negotiation feel like a joke. Malkia's gaze landed on the verdant rose at once. Hunger flickered in his eyes, quickly smoothed into charm. There it is, he murmured. A pretty little solution hiding under your feet. His gaze slid to Mirel. And you, he said softly. You've been busy. Mirel kept her posture still. Leave, she said. Malkia smiled wider. No. He stepped toward the raised bed. Veyran moved to block him. Malkia paused, amused. Will you strike me, my prince? In a sanctum? In front of witnesses? Give the regent her excuse? Veyran's jaw clenched. He didn't move. He didn't strike. He simply stood like a wall. Malky's eyes gleamed. Good, he murmured. Because I'd hate for you to lose your throne before I finish bargaining. He shifted slightly, gaze returning to Mirel. Hand me the rose, he said, voice smooth. And I'll release Quen. I'll send your village its stay on Levi. I'll even let you keep your pretty prince intact. Mirel's teeth ached. You can't promise any of that. Malky's smile warmed. Oh, I can. I own enough iron to purchase promises from any mouth in this palace. Silen's voice went cold. This sanctum is under oath authority. Malky's gaze flicked to him, amused. Then oath authority can watch me take what the realm needs. He reached for the verdant rose. Mirel's stomach dropped. Silver script flared along the sanctum wall, bright as lightning. The air snapped, and Malky's hand jerked back as if bitten. A thin line of silver text burned into the back of his hand, curling like a vine of letters. Malky stared. For the first time, his smile faltered into something like disbelief. Silen's voice was quiet and deadly satisfied. Marked, he murmured. Mirel's breath caught. The sanctum had done exactly what Silen said. Malky's eyes lifted slowly to Mirel, and the warmth in them was gone. You, he said softly. You bound it. Mirel's voice trembled. It was never yours. Malky's marked hand clenched into a fist. Silver script gleamed over his skin, undeniable, visible. The private guards shifted, uncertain. Malky's jaw tightened, then he smiled again, smaller, sharper. Interesting, he murmured. Then I'll take you instead. His gaze flicked to his guards. Bring her. Mirel's blood went cold. Veyran moved instantly, stepping between Mirel and the guards. His voice snapped, sharp. No. The guards hesitated, caught by the prince's authority and the sanctum's hum. Malky's smile widened. Careful, he murmured. Touch her, my prince. Show them how the curse loosens. Show everyone your weakness. Veyran went very still. Mirel's chest tightened. The trap was obvious, force Veyran into visible contact, then call it proof he needed control. Or force Mirel into custody, then force rooting under coercion. Silen's staff struck the ground once, loud. This man is oathmarked for theft, he declared. He has violated sanctum law. He is subject to seizure under oath authority. Malky laughed softly. Seize me with what men? With what army? Your wardens answer to Verissa. Silen's face tightened. Not all of them. Hester stepped forward, eyes blazing. And staff don't, she snarled. Mirel blinked. From the passage behind Malky, a new sound rose, footsteps, many, not the precise tread of guards but the hurried stomp of people who worked for a living. Voices. Anger. Determination. Hester had called them gardeners, cooks, launderers, stable hands. Men and women in plain clothes and aprons, faces hard with years of being ignored. They flooded the tunnel entrance, filling it with bodies and stubbornness, blocking Malky's private guards from surging forward. Malky's eyes narrowed. Oh, he murmured. How rustic. Hester bared her teeth. Touch one of us, she snapped, and you'll learn what happens when the people you step on decide to stand up. Malky's gaze flicked to the marked script on his hand. The sanctum's silver letters gleamed like an accusation. He realized then this had stopped being a private game. This was becoming visible. Malky's smile returned, thin. Fine, he said lightly. Keep your rose. Keep your sanctum. I have other avenues. He stepped back, lifting his marked hand slightly as if showing it off. But know this, he murmured to Veyran. The regent will not ignore this insult. I'll simply let her finish what she started. He turned to leave, private guards shifting with him. Silen's voice cut through the tunnel. You cannot hide that mark. Malky glanced over his shoulder, eyes cold. I don't intend to, he said softly. I intend to sell it. Then he was gone. The tunnel trembled with murmurs, anger, fear. Mirel's knees felt weak. She hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath until she exhaled shakily. Veyran turned toward her, eyes bright with controlled fury. Are you hurt? Mirel swallowed. No. Veyran's jaw clenched. We can't stay here, he said. Scylla nodded grimly. Now that is marked, Verissa will move fast. She'll call this a coup. She'll demand your surrender, Mirel, under the guise of containment. Mirel's teeth ached. And the rose. Scylla's gaze shifted to the verdant rose. The offering must happen soon, he said tightly. Before Verissa seals the sanctum again or burns it. Mirel's throat tightened. 3 days, she whispered. Scylla's voice went grim. You no longer have 3 days. Above them, the palace bells began to ring, sharp, urgent. Alarm. Hester's eyes widened. She's calling guards. Veyran's posture snapped into command. Everyone out, he said. Now. They moved in a rush, staff surging back through tunnels, Quen clinging to his satchel, Hester barking orders, Scylla moving with grim purpose. Veyran stayed close to Mirel without touching, a steady presence at her shoulder. They emerged into a service corridor just as distant shouts echoed through the palace. Verissa was mobilizing. Edrin appeared, breathless, eyes wide. My prince, he said quickly, the regent has summoned the guard captain and the council. She's claiming oath treason. She's demanding you present the gardener for binding. Mirel's blood went cold. Veyran's jaw clenched. Of course. Edrin's gaze flicked to Mirel. And Lord Sorn is in the council chamber, he added. He's showing he swallowed. His mark. Mirel's stomach dropped. Malkyr wasn't hiding. He was weaponizing the sanctum's truth as if it were theater, turning his theft into martyrdom or proof of rogue magic. Scylla's face tightened. Then we must go to the chamber, he said grimly. The mark is evidence of sanctum violation. If I declare it publicly, Verissa can't pretend it's nothing. Hester snorted. She'll pretend anyway. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Not if the emissaries hear it, he said quietly. They care about legitimacy. And they're still in the palace. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. If we lose them, the realm fractures. Veyran's voice was low. If we lose you, the realm rots. The words hit Mirel like a weight. She swallowed hard. Then we don't lose either, she whispered. They moved toward the council chamber with purpose, cutting through side halls to avoid patrols. Staff slipped away to spread word, quietly, quickly, like roots threading through soil. By the time they reached the council doors, the hall outside was crowded, nobles, guards, scribes, and the Rivermarch emissaries standing in a tight cluster, faces grim. Inside, voices rose, Verissa's cold and sharp, Malkyr's smooth and aggrieved. Scylla opened the doors without knocking. The chamber stilled. Verissa sat at the head table, eyes blazing. Malkyr stood beside her, marked hand held out like proof of injury. His smile was gone, replaced by solemn outrage. An attack on lawful authority, Malkyr was saying, voice rich with practiced pain. A sanctum opened without council consent. A gardener binding relics. A prince Scylla's staff struck the floor once, loud. Enough, he intoned. Everyone turned. Scylla stepped forward, severe face tight with fury. Lord Sorn bears an oath mark, he said clearly. A sanctum theft mark. He attempted to seize the verdant rose under sealed law. The sanctum itself judged him. A murmur swept the chamber, shock, confusion, whispers like sparks. Malkyr's eyes narrowed. That mark, he said smoothly, is proof of illegal craft. Proof that the sanctum is corrupted by loamcasters. Proof that the gardener has weaponized old law. Mirel's stomach turned. He was twisting truth into blame. Verissa's gaze snapped to Mirel behind Veyran. Cold satisfaction flickered. There she is, Verissa said softly. Bring her forward. Guards shifted. Veyran stepped forward, posture rigid. No, he said. Verissa's eyes blazed. Veyran's voice was calm and deadly. If you lay hands on her without oath authority, you fracture legitimacy in front of the river marches. The emissary leader's eyes narrowed. Is that true? He demanded. Scylla lifted his staff. It is, he said stiffly. Binding a stabilizer worker without full oath audit compromises the vow's validity. Varissa's jaw clenched. Then audit her, she snapped. Now. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Audit meant probing, classification, a label that became a cage. Malky's voice slid in, smooth. Or simply bind her temporarily, he murmured. For safety. The emissary woman's gaze flicked to Malky's marked hand. For safety, she repeated, cool. Or for control. Malky's smile softened, pained. Madam. She cut him off with a raised hand. We have seen enough courts to recognize hunger. The chamber held its breath. Varissa's gaze sharpened on the emissaries. This is internal. The emissary leader's voice was like river stone. Nothing is internal when our treaty depends on your oath stability. Scylla stepped forward again, voice steadying. The mark proves sabotage attempts, he said. The stabilizer bed was seeded with binding bait. We have the sample. It was placed intentionally. Varissa's eyes narrowed. By whom? Scylla's jaw tightened. That is under investigation. Malky's smile returned, thin. Convenient. Mirel felt anger rise like a root through stone. She couldn't stay silent and let him sell lies. She stepped forward from behind Veyran, hands trembling. The room's gaze snapped to her. My name is Mirel Vanthe, she said clearly. And I found the binding bait in the stabilizer bed. I did not put it there. Varissa's eyes blazed. You speak out of turn. Mirel's teeth ached. She swallowed hard and kept going. I don't care, she said, voice shaking. You want to bind me because it's easier than facing the truth. Someone is strangling your oath thread on purpose. Murmurs flared. Malky's eyes gleamed cold. Bold, he murmured. A servant accusing lords. Mirel turned to him. You're marked, she said, voice tight. Not by me. By the sanctum. It judged you. Malky's smile sharpened. A sanctum corrupted by loam. Scylla's staff struck again. The sanctum is older than this regency, he said coldly. Its law is woven into the crown itself. Calling it corrupted is calling the crown corrupted. Varissa's face tightened. Malky's eyes flicked, just once, to Varissa, and Mirel saw it, the moment he checked whether she would still stand with him if the ground shifted. Varissa's gaze stayed hard, but uncertainty flickered beneath it. Not about Malky's guilt, about her own position. If she protected a marked thief, she would be seen as complicit. The emissary leader leaned forward. What is the verdant rose? He demanded. And why does it matter? Silence fell. Scylla's face tightened. It is a countervow, he said reluctantly. A living anchor meant to temper the iron seed's punishment of closeness. It requires free offering. It cannot be seized without sanctum judgment. The chamber murmured, hungry. Varissa's voice went low. You opened the sealed sanctum. Scylla's gaze held hers. Yes. Varissa's eyes blazed. You will answer. Veyran cut in, voice calm and sharp. We will answer after the realm survives, he said. We have days, maybe less, before the oath thread snaps. The rose is not a rebellion relic. It is a remedy built into our own law. Mirel's throat tightened as Veyran turned to the emissaries. Give us 1 day, he said steadily. 1 day to complete the routing properly without coercion using the countervow. If we fail, you withdraw. If we succeed, the treaty can seal with safety. The emissary woman's eyes narrowed. And the gardener. Veyran's jaw tightened. She remains free of binding for that day. Varissa's voice snapped. Absolutely not. The emissary leader's gaze went cold. Then we withdraw now, he said, pushing back his chair. The chamber went still. Varissa's face tightened, rage and calculation colliding. Malky's eyes gleamed. Withdrawal would mean chaos, scarcity, profit. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. The room was a knife edge. Scylla Talk stepped forward, severe face set. Regent, he said, voice cold, if you force binding now, you risk immediate treaty collapse. You will be remembered as the ruler who snapped the thread. Varissa's jaw clenched. For a long beat, she stared at the emissaries, then at Veyran, then at Mirel. Finally, she spoke through clenched calm. One day, Verissa said. One day. Under guard. Under my oversight. Veyran's gaze sharpened. Under oath oversight, he corrected. Verissa's eyes flashed. Under oath oversight, she repeated tightly. But if anything goes wrong, if she collapses, if the roses fail, if the sanctum law is abused, I will bind her. And I will bind you with her, Veyran. Veyran didn't flinch. Agreed, he said. Mirel's stomach dropped. He had just tied himself to her fate again. Malkia's smile returned, polite, eyes cold. How noble, he murmured. The emissary leader nodded once. One day, he said. We will witness the outcome tomorrow at dusk. The council dissolved into controlled chaos, guards shifting, nobles whispering, scribes scribbling frantically. Verissa swept out, face tight. Malkia followed, marked hand hidden now under his sleeve, but the silver script still glowed faintly through the fabric like truth refusing to be smothered. Mirel's knees shook as the adrenaline drained. She swallowed hard, jaw throbbing. Veyran stepped closer, careful not to touch her in the crowd. His voice was low. We do it tonight, he murmured. Quietly. Before they can twist tomorrow. Mirel's throat tightened. The rooting. Veyran's gaze held hers. The rooting. With the rose. With consent. Mirel nodded shakily. That night, the sanctum became their only honest ground. Scylan sealed the tunnel entrances with oath script, declaring them under emergency oath authority. Hester posted staff at every service corridor like living barricades. Edrin moved like a ghost, redirecting patrols with whispered lies. Quen, wrists still raw, spread his copied notes on a stone ledge in the sanctum, voice trembling as he read the old instructions aloud. The verdant rose must be offered freely by the one who holds loam, Quen whispered. The iron bearer must accept freely. Both must name their intent. The rooting is not conquest. It is agreement. Mirel knelt by the raised bed, staring at the rose. Its green petals glowed softly in the moss light. It looked alive in a way that made her chest ache. Veyran stood opposite her, bare hands visible, posture controlled by will. He looked terrified and steady at once. Scylan stood at the door like a grim sentinel. Hester hovered near Mirel's shoulder, eyes fierce. Quen watched with shaking reverence. Mirel drew a slow breath. If this goes wrong, she whispered, I'll fall. Veyran's voice was low. If it goes wrong, he whispered back, I'll catch you. Mirel swallowed. And if you catch me, and the seed. Veyran's gaze held hers, grey bright. Then we learn whether iron can change. Mirel's teeth ached sharply, fear surging. She forced it down. She lifted her hands toward the rose. The sanctum hummed. Mirel's voice shook as she spoke the offering words, not old script now but her own truth. I offer this rose freely, Mirel said. Not because I'm forced. Not because my village is threatened. Not because your crown commands it. I offer it because I choose balance over fear. Her breath caught. And because I choose to believe you can be more than what they made you. Veyran went very still. Mirel gently plucked the rose from the soil, careful not to bruise its petals. Warmth spread through her fingers, steady, supportive, like earth holding her up. She stood, legs trembling, and stepped toward Veyran. Veyran didn't move. He waited, as if any step toward her might turn offering into taking. Mirel held the rose out. Veyran's eyes fixed on it, then lifted to her face. His voice, when it came, was rough with controlled emotion. I accept freely, he said. Not to control you. Not to bind you. Not to use you as remedy. He swallowed hard. I accept because I choose to stop being a weapon. Mirel's chest tightened painfully. Veyran lifted his bare hand slowly and took the rose from her fingers with careful reverence. The silver veins in the petals brightened at his touch. Nothing burned. Mirel's breath hitched. Veyran's shoulders loosened by a fraction, as if something inside his ribs had exhaled for the first time in years. Scylan exhaled softly, as if he'd been holding his breath for a century. Quen whispered, trembling, it recognizes consent. Now came the dangerous part. Mirel's teeth ached as she turned toward the raised bed. The rooting required loam thread woven into the iron seed's binding, not fully uprooting it, but tempering it so tenderness was not treated as threat. Mirel drew a slow breath and looked up at Veyran. "Tell me the moment you feel tightening," she whispered. Veyran nodded once. "I will." Mirel placed her palms on the soil of the raised bed, eyes closing. She reached for the loam thread inside her, careful, gentle, and felt the sanctum answer with steady support, like roots lending strength. She began to weave. Not into Veyran's flesh. Into the concept the seed had been built upon, fear. Mirel guided loam into the binding lattice, threading balance into every knot that had been tied to punish closeness. She didn't erase the curse. She redirected it, teaching it that care could be steady, that touch could be choice, that intimacy could be agreement rather than threat. Pain flared in her jaw, sharp, but it didn't spike into ripping agony the way it had in the oath chamber. The sanctum buffered it. The rose's consent vow steadied the weave. Mirel's breath shook. She kept going, slow, deliberate, never forcing. Veyran's voice came low and steady. "It loosens," he whispered, stunned. "It loosens." Mirel's chest tightened. She could feel it too, the binding shifting, unclenching, as if a fist had finally realized it could open. Her teeth still ached. Her wrists throbbed. But the cost felt shared now, like the earth was taking part of the weight instead of her bones alone. Then the seed's presence flared, an old reflex, the curse panicking at change. Mirel's breath hitched. Pain spiked behind her eyes. Veyran inhaled sharply. "Tightening," he rasped. Mirel froze instantly, pulling back, trying not to be yanked into the old hunger. But the seed pulled, desperate, like a child grabbing a hand because it's afraid of being left. Mirel's vision swam. Stonesleep's edge brushed her like cold water. Hester grabbed Mirel's shoulder. "Stop," she hissed fiercely. "Stop now." Mirel tried, truly tried, but the thread had snagged. Then Veyran stepped forward. He moved slowly, deliberately, making his action a choice rather than a grab. He held the rose in one hand, silver-veined petals glowing, and extended his other hand toward Mirel, open palm, waiting. "Mirel," he said softly. "Choose." The word cut through the panic like sunlight through fog. Mirel's breath shuddered. She lifted her trembling hand off the soil and placed it in his. Skin to iron-sheened skin. No burn. No lash. Instead, the tightening eased, like the seed recognized the rose's countervow and Veyran's open hand and couldn't interpret it as threat. Mirel's breath came in a sob. Veyran's fingers closed gently around hers, steady. "Breathe," he murmured. "With me." Mirel did. Shaky, then steadier. The loam thread unraveled from the snag, sliding back into her chest without ripping her apart. Mirel sagged forward slightly, forehead nearly touching Veyran's hand, exhausted. The sanctum hummed. The verdant rose's veins brightened and then settled into a steady glow. Cillian's staff tapped once, sharp. "It's done," he breathed. Quen's eyes were wide with tears he didn't wipe. "The binding lattice, it's changed," he whispered. Mirel's vision swam as she lifted her gaze to Veyran. Veyran looked different. Still iron-sheened, still controlled, but the tension in his posture was not a cage anymore. It was simply a man standing still. He looked at her hand in his, then at her face, and his voice came out rough. "You didn't fall," he whispered. Mirel's laugh was weak. "Don't celebrate yet." Veyran's mouth tightened, but something like relief flickered. "I'm going to touch you," he said quietly. "Not to prove anything. Just to see if the curse still punishes." Mirel's throat tightened. "And if it does?" Veyran's gaze held hers. "Then I stop. Consent again. Always." Mirel nodded shakily. "All right." Veyran lifted his free hand slowly and brushed 2 fingertips against Mirel's cheek, bare skin to bare skin. His touch was careful, like a man approaching a skittish creature. Mirel's breath caught. No pain. No burn. Only cool steadiness and the shock of gentleness. Mirel's eyes burned. She blinked hard. Veyran's breath shuddered. His fingers lingered for half a heartbeat, then withdrew, as if he didn't want to take more than she'd offered. The sanctum remained calm. Hester made a choked sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Saints, she muttered, turning away as if refusing to witness tenderness. Scylla exhaled slowly. Tomorrow, he said grimly, you must demonstrate in front of witnesses. Not theatrics. Proof. Touch without harm. Mirel swallowed hard. And Malkia. Scylla's gaze went cold. The mark will help, he said. So will the binding bait evidence. The emissaries will not accept a vow sealed under sabotage. Veyran's jaw tightened. Verissa will try to seize control anyway. Scylla nodded grimly. Yes. Dawn came too quickly. The Hall of Iron Vines filled again at dusk, the emissaries stern and unyielding, the nobles buzzing like flies, Verissa sitting at the dais with calm fury carved into her face. Malkia stood near her, his marked hand now uncovered, silver script gleaming openly. He wore it like a badge, trying to turn sanctum judgment into proof of rogue magic. Mirel stood near the west colonnade, Hester at her shoulder, Quen behind her with trembling notes, Scylla at the center with staff in hand. Veyran stood before the dais, gloves off. The room held its breath. Scylla raised his staff. We will proceed, he intoned. The Iron Crown will demonstrate vow readiness through controlled touch. A neutral witness will be chosen. Lady Cauldron stepped forward instantly, smile bright, hand extended. I will, she said sweetly. For the realm. Mirel's stomach turned. Verissa's gaze flicked to Veyran. Proceed. Veyran's eyes flicked briefly toward Mirel, not asking permission, not demanding. Just grounding himself in the truth of why they'd done this. Then he turned to Lady Cauldron. He stepped closer with measured calm. Lady Cauldron, he said quietly, I will not injure you. She smiled, eyes bright. You won't. Veyran lifted his hand slowly and took hers. Bare skin to bare skin. The hall went still enough to hear a candle sputter. No cry. No flinch. No burn. Lady Cauldron's eyes widened. Her smile faltered into genuine shock. It doesn't hurt, she whispered. A wave of murmurs rippled through the hall, disbelief, awe, relief, fear. The emissary leader's posture loosened by a fraction. The emissary woman's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Verissa's face went very still. Malkia's smile tightened, something sharp flashing behind his eyes. Scylla's voice rang out. The demonstration is witnessed. The oath thread bears. The crown is vow ready. The emissary leader nodded slowly. Then we can seal, he said. Verissa's voice cut in, cold. At once. Mirel's stomach tightened. Scylla's staff tapped once. We still have sabotage evidence, he said sharply. Before sealing, Lord Sorn must answer for the binding bait found in the stabilizer bed. Malkia laughed softly. You accuse me because I bear a mark from illegal sanctum craft, he said smoothly. That mark is proof of your corruption, not my guilt. Scylla's gaze went cold. The mark is proof you attempted theft, he snapped. And we have soil samples. Refined filings. Vow salt. The stabilizer bed was seeded intentionally. Malki's smile thinned. Planted by your gardener. Mirel's teeth ached. She stepped forward, hands trembling, and held her chin high. No, she said clearly. Planted by someone who profits from panic. The emissary woman's gaze snapped to Malkia's marked hand. Do you profit from panic? She asked, voice like winter water. Malkia spread his marked hand slightly. I profit from providing stability, he said smoothly. Foundries. Supplies. Guards when the realm needs them. The emissary leader's eyes narrowed. And you profit more when the realm fears it cannot seal. Malki's smile held. Fear drives all trade. That honest ugliness landed in the hall like a stink. Verissa's jaw clenched. Scylla's staff struck the floor. The mark is sanctum judgment, he said coldly. And sanctum law is crown law. Lord Sorn has violated it. That is not a debate. Verissa's voice went low. Scylla. Scylla's gaze held hers. Regent. The air crackled. Verissa's calm cracked then, just a sliver. The regent saw what Mirel saw. If she defended Malkia too openly, she would be tied to his mark and the sabotage. She would lose legitimacy with emissaries who could walk away. Verissa drew a slow breath and made her choice. Lord Sorn, she said tightly, you will submit to oath audit. Malky's eyes flashed. Regent. Verissa's gaze was ice. You will submit, she repeated. Or you will be removed from council. Malky's smile returned, thin and poisonous. As you command, he murmured, but his eyes promised retaliation. Sillin raised his staff. 2 oath wardens stepped forward, not Verissa's favorites, but neutral ones, their faces impassive. They moved to flank Malkyr. Malkyr's marked hand gleamed, undeniable. The emissary leader nodded once, satisfied enough. Seal, he said. Sillin began the sealing recitation. The hall's iron vines seemed to hum with script as oaths were spoken, riverites, iron quotas, Levi adjustments. The words were heavy, binding, real. Mirel stood still, jaw throbbing, watching Veyran's hands, now capable of touch without harm. She felt a strange hollowness where terror had lived, replaced by exhausted relief. When the final vow was spoken, the hall exhaled. The treaty held. For the first time since Mirel had arrived, Cindervale's air felt as if it could move again. But victory was not clean. As nobles dispersed and emissaries prepared to depart, Verissa turned her cold gaze on Mirel. One matter remains, she said softly. The gardener. Her methods. Her craft. Mirel's stomach tightened. Sillin's staff tapped once, warning. Regent. Verissa lifted a hand. The treaty is sealed, she said. Stability is restored. Now we address what remains a risk. Mirel's teeth ached sharply. Here it was, the part where Verissa tried to turn risk into cage. Veyran stepped forward, posture rigid. Mirel is not a risk, he said calmly. She is the reason the oath thread held. Verissa's eyes narrowed. Which makes her more dangerous. Mirel swallowed hard. I'm not dangerous, she whispered. I'm tired. A murmur rippled, some laughter, some sympathy, some contempt. Verissa's voice was cold. You used forbidden earth magic. Mirel's throat tightened. The word forbidden hung like a chain. Sillin spoke quietly, voice firm. Her work was in service of oath stability, he said. Loamcraft itself is not treason. Coercion and sabotage are treason. We have seen which side used what. Verissa's jaw clenched. Loamcraft is unlawful without registration. Mirel's chest tightened. Veyran's voice cut in, steady. Then we register it, he said. Openly. Lawfully. Without binding her like a criminal. Verissa's eyes blazed. You would legitimize forbidden craft. Veyran's gaze held hers. I would stop pretending the realm can survive by crushing what it needs. Silence fell. Verissa stared at him, and for a heartbeat Mirel saw something beneath her cruelty, a woman who had been taught that control was survival and could not imagine any other way. Then Verissa spoke, voice like ice. Fine, she said. Registration. Under oath oversight. Restricted practice within sanctioned grounds. And she will remain in Cindervale under crown authority. A cage with velvet lining. Mirel's stomach turned. No, she whispered before she could stop herself. Verissa's eyes narrowed. What? Mirel's teeth ached sharply. She forced herself to step forward, voice shaking but clear. I will register, she said. I will accept oversight. But I will not be kept here as your property. Verissa's smile sharpened. You are nothing without this palace. Mirel's laugh was bitter. I was something before this palace, she said. And I will be something after it. Verissa's gaze went icy. You forget your debt. Mirel swallowed hard. My debt is paid, she said, and her voice steadied with fierce truth. I kept your realm from snapping. That was the price you demanded with threats and hostages. Consider it paid. A murmur swept the hall, shock, intrigue, anger. Verissa's face hardened. You do not set the value of the crown's survival. Mirel's throat tightened. Then set it yourself, she whispered. And look at what it costs you to keep ruling like this. Silence pressed down. Then Veyran spoke, voice calm and carrying. Mirel will not be forced to stay, he said. Not as staff. Not as stabilizer. Not as anything. Varissa's eyes blazed. Then you will lose her. Veyran's voice softened, just a fraction. That is her choice. The word choice landed like a bell, echoing back to the sanctum and the rose. Mirel's chest tightened painfully. Varissa stared at Veyran, then at Mirel, and finally she did something Mirel had not expected. She looked away. Fine, Varissa said tightly. Leave, then. But know this, if you practice loamcraft beyond sanctioned boundaries, you will be hunted. Mirel swallowed hard. I'm already hunted, she whispered. At least now it will be honest. Varissa's jaw clenched. Get out. The dismissal was sharp, angry, and strangely relieved, as if letting Mirel go was easier than learning how to rule differently. The hall emptied. Later, in the conservatory, the iron roses had begun to open. Not fully iron didn't become silk overnight, but their petals eased, silver veins bright, thorns less frantic. The bed hummed with steadier oath thread, no longer a strangled wire but a tension that could flex. Mirel stood alone among them, breathing in forge smoke and damp soil. Hester hovered nearby, arms crossed, eyes suspiciously wet. Quen stood at the work table, hands still shaking as he copied the final sanctum law into a clean ledger under Scylan's supervision. He looked up at Mirel and smiled weakly. You did it, he whispered. Mirel's laugh was soft and exhausted. We did. Hester snorted. Don't get sentimental. You're still leaving, yes? Mirel swallowed. Yes. Hester's mouth tightened. Good, she muttered, then grumbled, but if you ever need a place to hide, my greenhouse has plenty of corners. Mirel's throat tightened. Thank you. Hester looked away quickly, scowling at a leaf as if it had offended her. Go before I start crying and ruin my reputation. Mirel almost smiled. The conservatory doors opened quietly. Veyran stepped inside. He was dressed simply, no formal regalia, no ceremony. He looked like a man instead of a symbol. His hands were bare. He stopped at the threshold and waited until Mirel turned to face him. I heard, he said quietly. You're leaving. Mirel swallowed hard. Yes. Veyran nodded once, jaw tight. When? Tomorrow, Mirel whispered. At first light. Before someone changes their mind. A faint, pained humor flickered in Veyran's eyes. Wise. Silence stretched. The iron roses hummed softly between them. Mirel's teeth ached, not from magic now, but from the weight of what might have been and what still could be. Veyran took a slow step forward, stopping at a respectful distance. I won't ask you to stay, he said quietly. Not as obligation. Not as payment. Mirel's throat tightened. Good. Veyran's voice was rougher. But I will ask you something else. Mirel's breath caught. What? Veyran lifted his hand slowly, not reaching, just offering the shape of a question. Will you let me visit? He asked, voice quiet. As myself. Not as a prince. Not as a weapon. Mirel stared at his offered hand, heart pounding. The old fear rose, care becomes chain, then softened as the sanctum's lesson echoed, consent makes balance. Mirel swallowed hard. Brine Hollow is not Cindervale, she whispered. There are no iron halls. No velvet cages. Only soil and hungry winters. Veyran's mouth tightened. Then I will learn how to live where power doesn't speak first. Mirel's eyes burned. And Brennick, she added softly, because honesty mattered. He carried the letter. He was my engagement. Veyran's gaze tightened with pain, but he didn't flinch. Is he still? Mirel swallowed. No, she whispered. Not after what happened. Not after seeing what the court does. He deserves a life not tethered to my danger. Veyran's voice was low. And you? Mirel's laugh was shaky. I don't know what I deserve. Veyran's gaze held hers, steady and gentle. You deserve a life that belongs to you, he said, echoing her own words back, and a love that doesn't demand you shrink. Mirel's throat tightened. Clean love, she whispered, almost laughing at the way the phrase felt like a vow. Veyran's mouth softened at one corner. Slow, he murmured. Honest. Mirel's breath shuddered out. She took a small step closer, then another, until she was within reach of his offered hand. She lifted her hand and placed it in his choice, not trap. His fingers closed gently around hers. No pain. No burn. Only the cool steadiness of iron that had learned to be human. Mirel's eyes filled despite her stubbornness. She blinked hard. If you come to Brine Hollow, she whispered, you come without guards. Without demands. Without crown. Veyran nodded once. I will. And you don't get to fix everything, Mirel added, voice trembling. You don't get to save me like a story. Veyran's gaze was steady. Then I'll stand beside you, he murmured. Like you asked. Mirel's chest tightened painfully with relief and terror tangled. She squeezed his hand once, then let go before her courage turned into habit. Tomorrow, she whispered. After first frost, the road is hard. Don't come until spring. Veyran's jaw tightened. That's months. Mirel's mouth twisted. You wanted slow. A flicker of genuine amusement crossed his face, soft, human. I did. They stood among iron roses that were learning to open, two people who had learned that touch could be choice. At dawn, Mirel left through the service gate with a small bundle and Hester's scowling blessing, Quen's tearful gratitude, and Scyllane's stiff warning to keep her craft quiet until the law caught up with truth. Outside the palace walls, Brennick waited near a cart, dust on his boots, eyes tired. He held up a sealed letter. Your mother got it, he said, voice rough. She's safe. For now. Mirel's breath caught. Thank you, she whispered. Brennick's gaze held hers, pain, resignation, something like peace. Don't thank me like I'm a hero, he muttered. Just, live. Mirel nodded, throat tight. And you? Brennick glanced toward the palace towers. I'm going to make sure Sorn's buyers stop coming to our hills, he said quietly. If he's marked, people will talk. Marks travel. Mirel's chest tightened. Be careful. Brennick's mouth twisted. You too. He stepped aside and let Mirel pass. The road to Brine Hollow was cold and long, but for the first time, Mirel didn't feel like she was running. She felt like she was returning, carrying a new kind of promise in her bones. Months later, when spring finally softened the hills and green crept back into the dead patches of soil, a lone rider arrived at Brine Hollow. No guards. No banners. Just a man with iron-sheened skin wearing plain clothes, hands bare, holding a small wooden box. Mirel met him at the edge of her mother's garden, heart pounding like a drum. He stopped a careful distance away and opened the box. Inside lay a single bloom, green with silver veins, grown from a cutting of the verdant rose, carefully nurtured in travel soil. Veyran lifted his gaze to her. I didn't come to take, he said quietly. I came to offer. Mirel's throat tightened. What? Veyran's voice was steady. A courtship, he said simply. One you can refuse. One you can shape. One that doesn't require you to bleed for my crown. Mirel stared at the bloom, at the man who used to be untouchable, at the earth beneath her feet that still held hunger but also hope. She stepped forward, took the box gently, and lifted the bloom to her nose. It smelled like rich soil and new leaves, like spring daring to exist. Mirel looked up at him, eyes burning. Slow, she whispered. Veyran's mouth softened. Always. Mirel nodded once, the smallest vow. Then, she said, voice trembling with relief, let's start with the garden. And in the hills beyond Iron Towers, where soil was poor but stubborn, Mirel and Veyran began something clean and steady root by root, promise by promise, proving that even iron can learn to bloom.